Chapter 674. Although there were only 6 pillars, there were many martial artists who had entered the bloody battle space. No one would choose to give up in front of an opportunity, and no one would choose to retreat. Therefore, there was bound to be an intense battle. All the martial artists rubbed their palms and circulated all their strength, preparing to step onto the pillars. Fang Chen didn't move. He knew that the competition would be very intense at the beginning, and it would be easy for him to stand out. Of course, with Xiao Fang's strength, no one would dare to say anything even if he stood on the pillars. The number 1 of the Hidden Dragon ranking, no one had ever seen Xiao Fang in action. However, everyone knew that Xiao Fang's power was too powerful, and he was able to suppress all the young warriors of this generation. Even He Jingwei, who was second only to Xiao Fang, didn't dare to challenge him. "I, Xiao Fang, want a spot." Xiao Fang grinned. His figure flashed and he directly jumped onto the pillar, standing there quietly. Seeing Xiao Fang occupy a pillar, everyone looked at each other, but in the end they didn't make a move. At this moment, He Jingwei opened his mouth. "Xiao Fang, I've been wanting to fight with you for a long time. I hope you can satisfy me," He Jingwei said. No matter what, he could occupy a spot. Therefore, before entering the 5 Elements Academy, he wanted to fight with Xiao Fang to see how strong he was. "Okay." Xiao Fang nodded. The bloody spear man on the blood-red cloud saw this and reminded them, "Let me remind you that it's best to maintain enough energy here. Being able to step onto the pillars means that you're only qualified to support the 5 Elements Academy. As for whether you'll be able to enter the 5 Elements Academy in the end, it's still unknown." Hearing the bloody spearman's words, everyone was shocked. They looked at the bloody spearman. "When the 6 pillars disappear, I'll bring the 6 people who occupy the spots to the 5 Elements Academy. Before entering the 5 Elements Academy, there will be a newcomer's test. Only by passing the test can you become an official member of the 5 Elements Academy. Otherwise, you'll be regretfully eliminated," said the bloody spearman crash. The entire bloody battle mountain was in an uproar. Countless martial artists were shocked. Newcomer assessment. He Jingwei was also a little surprised. He originally thought that he would be able to enter the 5 Elements Academy by occupying 6 spots. He never expected that he would need to pass the newcomer assessment. Indeed, it was as the legend said. It was extremely difficult to enter the 5 Elements Academy. Since the bloody spearman had said so, there was no point in fighting. "It seems that we can only wait until we enter the 5 Elements Academy before fighting." He Jingwei narrowed his eyes and grinned. Xiao Fang nodded his head. To him, it didn't matter when he fought. However, when he thought of the newcomer assessment, his expression turned slightly solemn. "Then I, He Jingwei, will take the 2nd spot." After He Jingwei finished speaking, his figure flashed and he directly leaped onto the 2nd bronze pillar. Next, Qing Jingtong took the 3rd pillar, Luo Zhongtian took the 4th pillar, and Sun Qiwen took the 5th pillar. No one said anything when the first 5 pillars were occupied. After all, the strength of these 5 people was there, and they could not defeat them. At this moment, Zhu Hai glanced at the 6th pillar and was extremely excited. He directly leaped onto the 6th pillar. As expected, when Zhu Hai took the 6th pillar, several disciples in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon leaderboard jumped out one after another, wanting to challenge Zhu Hai. "Zhu Hai, I want to challenge you." "Zhu Hai, I'm afraid you won't be able to occupy this spot." Several disciples in the Hidden Dragon leaderboard jumped out one after another, declaring that they wanted to challenge Zhu Hai. Zhu Hai's expression was gloomy as he said coldly, "This spot belongs to me, Zhu Hai. Anyone who is not convinced can come and challenge me." Zhu Hai's voice was filled with coldness. "Let me have a go at you." As he spoke, the 7th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard directly launched a fierce attack against Zhu Hai. Bang bang bang! In an instant, the entire bloody battle mountain was filled with a majestic aura. The battle between Zhu Hai and this genius was extremely intense. However, everyone could tell that Zhu Hai had always had the upper hand. 3 minutes later, Zhu Hai found an opportunity. He suddenly extended his hand and suddenly grabbed the neck of the 7th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. He then exerted force with his wrist. With a crack, the 7th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard fell. Boom! There were cries of surprise on the bloody battle mountain. The 7th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard had fallen here just like that. Just how powerful was Zhu Hai? Someone had finally fallen on the bloody battle mountain. Moreover, it was the 7th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. This scene made countless cultivators stop in their tracks. However, there were still people who were not convinced and declared that they wanted to challenge Zhu Hai. After all, this was a spot to join the 5 Elements Academy. It would make people lose their minds. When the 8th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard had fallen in Zhu Hai's hands, everyone finally realized Zhu Hai's power and no longer challenged him. For a moment, the bloody battle mountain was silent. No one dared to approach the 6 bronze pillars. Even the bloody spearman nodded slightly. It seemed that these 6 people should be the ones occupying the spots this time. Once the time was up, the bloody battle space would close and the genius battle would come to an end. The 6 of them would then have hope of joining the 5 Elements Academy. The bloody spearman sat cross-legged on the blood-red cloud. He closed his eyes slightly and waited for time to pass. Looking around and seeing that no one dared to step forward, Fang Chen knew that the time had come. He took a step forward and said coldly, "Zhu Hai, get down here." Fang Chen's voice was very loud. It spread throughout the entire bloody battle mountain and shocked countless cultivators. When Zhu Hai saw Fang Chen's actions, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. He said icily, "Fang Chen, do you want to die?" Back then, Zhu Hai had declared that he would kill Fang Chen before the bloody battle space closed. Now the opportunity had finally arrived. Of course, Fang Chen was not afraid of Zhu Hai. "Today is the day you die." Zhu Hai looked coldly at Fang Chen and said disdainfully. Fang Chen sneered, "You can't even beat my spirit pet. What's there to be proud of?" As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, Little Mouse's petite body leaped onto the 6th pillar. He looked at Zhu Hai and said, "Do you want to go down by yourself, or do you need me to send you down?" Hearing Little Mouse's words, Zhu Hai's face turned cold. He said icily, "Fang Chen, are you going to hide behind your spirit pet?" Fang Chen ignored Zhu Hai and looked up at the blood-red cloud. He cupped his hands and asked, "Senior Blood Spear, can my spirit pet fight for me?" From a certain point of view, a spirit pet was also a part of one's strength. When the bloody spearman heard this, he looked at Fang Chen in surprise. He then nodded, of course. What kind of person was the bloody spearman? He could tell at a glance that Little Mouse was Fang Chen's spirit pet. However, he was a little curious. This person's cultivation was not strong, but this spirit pet did not seem to be simple. Xiao Fang and the others all stared at the Little Mouse. "All right, since that's the case, I'll kill your spirit pet and then kill you." Zhu Hai's face darkened as he said coldly. Crash! As soon as Zhu Hai finished speaking, his body was suddenly filled with a dense aura of death. An extremely majestic power appeared on his fist. Bone Annihilation Fist. Zhu Hai poured all the power in his body into his fist and punched towards the Little Mouse. He did not use his full strength in the battle with the Little Mouse. Although he knew that the Little Mouse was strong, he had no other choice. "Go to hell!" Zhu Hai roared as his powerful fist slammed onto the Little Mouse's body. At this moment, a purple halo appeared on the Little Mouse's body. It instantly covered its entire body and then launched a fierce attack. Bang bang bang! The Little Mouse and Zhu Hai fought fiercely. The Little Mouse's bloodline aura instantly spread out. On the blood-colored cloud, the bloody spearman's expression changed slightly when he sensed the Little Mouse's bloodline aura. He stared at the Little Mouse with a serious gaze. "How can there be such a powerful bloodline aura?" The Bloody Spearman was a powerhouse of the Five Elements Academy. He had experienced countless things in his life. He had seen many powerful bloodline auras. However, the bloodline aura emitted by the little mouse was so shocking that even he was a little surprised. After recovering from his shock, the Bloody Spearman shook his head slightly and said, "Looks like this kid is going to lose." As expected, after the Bloody Spearman finished speaking, the little mouse began to gain the upper hand. Its little claws clenched into fists and punched out again and again, directly suppressing Zhu Hai. "Damn it!" Zhu Hai roared furiously. He was furious to be forced to such an extent by a little mouse. Bone's sky-breaking fist. Suddenly, the aura of death around Zhu Hai turned into an evil aura. Then, spots of scarlet light flickered on his body. Everyone was shocked when they saw this, especially the disciples in the top 5 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. They recognized the fist technique that Zhu Hai used. This little mouse is extraordinary to be able to force Zhu Hai to such an extent, Xiao Feng said with a calm expression. He Jingwei, who was beside Xiao Feng, was a little surprised. He said, "Even if I were to face this little mouse, it's hard to say who would win. Only you, Xiao Feng, would have an absolute chance of winning. This kid is quite lucky to have such a powerful spiritual pet." Qing Jingtong, who was ranked 3rd, said with a grin. Luo Zhongtian, who was ranked 4th, had an extremely gloomy expression. Fang Chun had offended Hong Wu and almost killed her. Hong Wu was his fiancée, which was a disgrace. How could he let Fang Chun off if he dared to touch his fiancée? After arriving at the Bloody Battle Mountain, Luo Zhongtian wanted to kill Fang Chun as soon as he met Fang Chun. In his opinion, Fang Chun was just an ant that could be killed with a casual strike. However, at this moment, the Bloody Spearman appeared. He gave up on killing Fang Chun and was ready to fight for the quota with all his strength. In front of the quota of the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chun's life was insignificant. Until he stood on the bronze pillar, Luo Zhongtian did not look at Fang Chun directly. However, at this moment, he could not help but re-evaluate this man. Although his cultivation was not strong, he had such a powerful spiritual pet. "After killing you, your spiritual pet will be mine," Luo Zhongtian thought to himself as a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Chapter 675. Bone's Sky-Piercing Fist. Zhu Hai was forced into a sorry state by the little mouse. In the end, he unleashed the incomplete Bone's Sky-Piercing Fist in a fit of rage. Zhu Hai had obtained the Bone's Sky-Piercing Fist from a certain ruin in the Bloody Battle Space. Originally, this fist technique was not called this, but the skeleton gave it a name of its own. The Bone's Sky-Piercing Fist was a grade 6 cultivation technique. Its power was extremely domineering, and it was much stronger than the Bone Annihilation Fist. After Zhu Hai unleashed the Bone's Sky-Piercing Fist, a scarlet color surged around his body. This scarlet color wrapped around his body, causing his aura to rise to the peak. It was also at this moment that Zhu Hai pushed off with the tip of his foot. His body instantly soared into the air, and countless scarlet colors gathered under his feet to form a long sword that dragged his body. "I'll tear you to pieces." Zhu Hai stared at the little mouse and roared furiously. In the next moment, Zhu Hai's fists violently blasted towards the little mouse. When Zhu Hai blasted out his fists, the color of the entire world changed. Wherever his fists passed, the surrounding air would dissipate in all directions. The little mouse had also discovered Zhu Hai's power. Its eyes flickered, and then it urged the purple halo around its body. Some complicated information appeared in its mind. Its body soared into the air, and it roared furiously at the sky. When the little mouse roared furiously, a shocking shadow of a mouse appeared behind it. This shadow of a mouse was completely purple, and was the same as the purple halo around the little mouse. Roar. After the shadow of the purple mouse appeared, its furious roar was intimidating. At this moment, the bloodline aura within the little mouse's body instantly erupted. Even the bloody spear man on the blood-red cloud looked extremely solemn when he saw this scene. An innate ability? The bloody spear man muttered to himself. A trace of shock flashed through his eyes. On the ancient sword continent, there were some powerful demon beast clans. Although the members of these demon beast clans were few in number, their strength was abnormally strong. After reaching a certain level, the members of these demonic beast clans would activate the innate abilities hidden in their bloodline. Innate superpowers were the most domineering and basic superpowers of the demonic beast. Any demonic beast that possessed innate superpowers would have a bloodline density that was the closest to that of their ancestors. In the tiny 5 Elements province, the bloody spear man actually discovered a little mouse with an innate ability. This truly shocked the bloody spear man. After the purple rat shadow appeared behind the little mouse, it opened its bloody mouth and a majestic suction force instantly emerged. The bloody spearman was shocked when he sensed this attractive force. This attractive force was too strong. Even a mid-level spirit vortex realm warrior might not be able to withstand it. The target of the purple rat shadow was Zhu Hai. Its powerful suction force directly locked onto Zhu Hai, causing the latter's fists to abruptly stop in the air, unable to move. How is this possible? Zhu Hai cried out involuntarily. His eyes were filled with horror. At this moment, Zhu Hai actually felt fear in his heart. He could feel the power of the little mouse. Rip! The powerful attractive force directly broke Zhu Hai's fists and sucked away all the scarlet color on Zhu Hai's body. Just as Zhu Hai felt that his body was about to be sucked away, a peerless divine weapon suddenly shot out from his interspatial ring. Zhu Hai held the peerless divine weapon in his hand and threw it directly at the little mouse. Immediately, the peerless divine weapon was sucked into the purple rat's bloody mouth. Crack! Amidst everyone's shock, the purple rat shadow directly bit the peerless divine weapon to pieces. Bang! The powerful attractive force disappeared and Zhu Hai's body fell onto the bloody battle mountain. His body was trembling. In a moment of desperation, he took out the sealed peerless divine weapon. This peerless divine weapon was at least a supreme-grade mystic weapon and above. He had accidentally obtained it in the bloody battle space. Originally, he wanted to find a way to remove the seal after joining the 5 Elements Academy. However, there was no other way now. In order to survive, he threw out the peerless divine weapon and let the purple rat devour it. He thought that the peerless divine weapon could resist the attractive force of the purple rat shadow, but he was wrong. It broke. Zhu Hai, who had fallen onto the bloody battle mountain, cried out involuntarily. The geniuses in the top 5 of the hidden dragon ranking looked at the little mouse, dumbfounded. Too powerful! This spirit pet is too domineering. Qing Jingtong and He Jingwei sighed. Xiao Fong narrowed his eyes and stared at the little mouse. He was becoming more and more interested in the little mouse. As for Luo Zhongtian, his face was gloomy and he didn't say anything. As for Sun Chiwen, he helplessly shook his head. He secretly rejoiced that he had no enmity with Fong Chen. Otherwise, if Fong Chen let the little mouse attack him, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. At this moment, the most shocked person was none other than the bloody spear man on the blood-red cloud. Others might not know that it was a peerless divine weapon, but he was very clear about it. That peerless divine weapon had long surpassed the category of profound grade weapons and reached the level of Dao weapons. What was a Dao weapon? It was an existence that completely surpassed profound grade weapons. Only a weapon-refining Saint Master could refine a Dao weapon. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that there were almost no Dao weapons in the vast 5 Elements province. Even the 5 Elements Academy had very few Dao weapons. One could imagine how precious a Dao weapon was. Although this Dao weapon was sealed, its hardness wasn't something that could be destroyed by ordinary power. However, it was still bitten and devoured by the little mouse's innate ability. It can even devour a Dao weapon. The bloody spearman stared at the little mouse and said to himself. At this moment, the little mouse's body landed on the copper pillar. After devouring the Tao weapon, it was a little weak. So hard. The little mouse said softly. It felt that the weapon just now was too hard. If it hadn't used its innate ability, it wouldn't have been able to bite it. The weak little mouse glanced at Zhu Hai, who had fallen to the ground and lost the ability to fight. Then, it raised its head to look at the bloody spearman on the blood-red cloud and asked, "Can my boss take this spot?" "Yes." The bloody spearman regained his composure and said softly. Fang Chen nodded when he heard that. With a tap of his foot, he directly stepped onto the 6th copper pillar. The little mouse went into the special interspatial ring. Fang Chen gave the little mouse a large amount of supreme-grade spirit stones to recover its strength. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other. No one would have thought that one of Fang Chen's spiritual pets could defeat Zhu Hai. Of course, there were also some people who thought that Fang Chen was very lucky. If he didn't have a spiritual pet, he wouldn't even be able to defeat Zhu Hai. He might even be killed by Zhu Hai. However, the bloody spearman also said that a spiritual pet was also a part of one's strength. They couldn't refute that. However, after seeing the little mouse disappear, everyone was guessing if the little mouse was injured and couldn't fight. At this moment, after a commotion in the crowd, someone finally wanted to give it a try. After all, if they missed this opportunity, they didn't know when the next one would be. "Fang Chen, I want to challenge you," suddenly someone said. The person who spoke was a powerhouse who was ranked 9th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. He was ranked 6th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, but after being defeated by Zhu Hai, his ranking fell to 9th. Looks like there are still people who haven't given up, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, Fang Chen nodded and said, "As you wish." Fang Chen also knew that after using the little mouse to intimidate everyone and snatch this spot, the others would definitely be unconvinced. Therefore, he wanted to make a move. The reason why he didn't make a move on Zhu Hai was because Fang Chen heard the bloody spearman say that before entering the 5 Elements Academy, he had to participate in the newcomer assessment. Once he made a move on Zhu Hai, although the final result would be the same and he would defeat Zhu Hai, he would be injured and it would affect the newcomer assessment. All unfavorable factors had to be eliminated. Moreover, why not use the little mouse's powerful combat strength when he had it? However, now that the little mouse was injured and someone wanted to challenge him, Fang Chen could only kill one to warn the others. The powerhouse who was ranked 9th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard was far weaker than Zhu Hai. Fang Chen didn't care at all. Rumble. The powerhouse who was ranked 9th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard made his move and launched a fierce and domineering attack. Facing such a powerful attack, Fang Chen didn't show any fear on his face. The top 5 geniuses on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard were also staring at Fang Chen. They wanted to see how strong his true strength was. Flowing Water Sword Technique. Fang Chen let out a low shout and performed the Flowing Water Sword Technique. After sensing the sword intent on Fang Chen, the bloody spearman's eyes were burning as he stared at Fang Chen. The sword intent on this kid. The bloody spearman instantly realized that Fang Chen's sword intent was different from the sword intent of an ordinary sword cultivator. Chapter 676. The second step of the sword principle was sword intent. This sword intent was very different from the sword intent condensed by ordinary martial artists. Whether it was the power or the characteristics of the sword intent, they were all different. This kind of sword intent was unique. The Bloodied Spear Taoist was one of the upper echelons of the 5 Elements Academy. He was an expert who could cause the entire 5 Elements state to tremble with a stomp of his foot. Such an expert was naturally experienced and knowledgeable. With a single glance, he could tell that the sword intent around Fang Chen was extraordinary. At this moment, the bloody spearman stared at Fang Chen with his pitch-black eyes as he pondered quickly in his mind. After a long time, the bloody spearman muttered to himself, Why do I sense the aura of a swordsman from that place? Thinking of this, the bloody spearman's eyes were filled with surprise. He knew very well what kind of terrifying place the place he was talking about was. It was said that high-level spirit vortex realm martial artists could only be considered weak if they went to that place. Even the few true martial realm martial artists in the five elements state were many in that place. But there is also a little difference, the bloody spearman said in a low voice, squinting his eyes. The bloody spearman had a keen sense of smell. He immediately sensed that Fang Chen's sword intent was extraordinary. However, he did not know that the reason why Fang Chen was able to cultivate sword intent again was entirely because of the Sword Principle Truth Beginner Scroll. If it were not for the Sword Principle Truth Beginner Scroll, his sword intent would have probably reached the realm of perfection. However, even if his sword intent was at the realm of perfection, it was probably not as powerful as the sword intent condensed from the Sword Principle Truth Beginner Scroll. Fang Chen's sword intent was only at the peak of the first minor realm. He was only one step away from reaching the second minor realm. Even so, when he released his sword intent, countless martialists on the bloody battle mountain felt a shocking aura. The weaker martialists couldn't help but retreat one after another. The strength that Fang Chen released at this moment was so powerful that even the aura of the ninth martial artist on the hidden dragon list was instantly overshadowed by his radiance. Countless martial artists widened their eyes as they watched this scene. Courting death. Seeing Fang Chen perform such an aggressive sword art, the ninth-ranked warrior on the hidden dragon ranking roared out in anger. He pushed out all of his power, trying to break Fang Chen's attack. Pucci, however, the flowing water swordsmanship was much more powerful than he had imagined. When he came into contact with the hidden star sword, he was instantly pierced by the hidden star sword. Fortunately, he dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have definitely been killed by Fang Chen's overbearing swordsmanship. Bang, the expert ranked 9th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, was like a cannonball as he fell onto the blood battlefield plain at the foot of the bloody battle mountain. His eyes were filled with fear as he spat out blood. His face was pale and his aura was weak. With one look, it was clear that he was severely injured. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the countless cultivators on bloody battle mountain surged. At this moment, they once again recognized Fang Chen's strength. This man was too powerful. Even if he was up against Zhu Hai, he would probably be able to defeat her. On the bronze pillar, the top 5 geniuses on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, including Xiao Fang, all nodded at Fang Chen. On the blood-red cloud, the bloody spear man nodded in satisfaction. Although Fang Chen was the weakest among the 6 of them and had the lowest cultivation, his intuition told him that this man was not simple. After Fang Chen defeated the 9th-ranked warrior on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, he looked around and said coldly, "Who else is not convinced?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, many geniuses shook their head. What kind of joke was this? Even the 9th-ranked warrior on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard could not defeat him. Wouldn't small fries like them be courting death if they went up? Although the 5 Elements Academy's quota was important, they still had to do what they could. If they lost their lives, it would not be worth it. Just like that, Fang Chen occupied the last quota with his overbearing strength. At this moment, an extremely dense blood-red aura suddenly emerged in the bloody battle space, causing the entire sky to change color. The bloody battle mountain trembled continuously. Everyone knew that the bronze pillar was about to disappear. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy. Within the vast 5 Elements province, there were countless geniuses. But in the end, only the 6 of them stood out. Once they entered the 5 Elements Academy, the gap between them and the other geniuses would be even greater. The 5 Elements Academy was known as a place that specialized in cultivating peerless experts. Entering the 5 Elements Academy meant that in the future, even the weakest would be able to shake the entire 5 Elements province. Some geniuses with heaven-defying potential would even be able to shake the entire ancient sword continent. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, the bronze pillar disappeared. The 6 of them landed on the bloody battle mountain. On the blood-red cloud, the bloody spear man nodded. The 6-month-long battle between geniuses had finally come to an end. In truth, in this so-called battle between geniuses, only the final battle was the most crucial. Most of the time, everyone would act individually. This could be considered the 5 Elements Academy's compensation for those disciples who were unable to enter the academy. After all, they were also martial artists from the 5 Elements province. Being able to obtain opportunities and improve their strength was a good thing for the entire 5 Elements province. However, everyone knew that under the bloody battle mountain, there was a pitch-black cave. The cave was surrounded by a layer of gray aura. This array was a well-known array within the Yellow Spring sect. Once it was set up, even a real martial realm expert would not be able to discover it. This time, the spiritual pupil king had spent a lot of effort in order to kill the peerless geniuses in the bloody battle space. He had even allowed his subordinates to bring in this array. At this moment, there were more than a dozen spiritual spiral realm survivors in the array. Their cultivation was basically at the 3rd level of the spiritual spiral realm. "Boss, what should we do? The old man above is very strong," a survivor of the Yellow Spring sect asked in a low voice. The other survivors of the Yellow Spring sect all looked at the leader of the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect, waiting for an answer. "The spiritual pupil king sent us here to kill the geniuses of the 5 Elements province. Naturally, we are well prepared." As he spoke, a pitch-black pearl appeared in the hands of the leader of the Yellow Spring sect. This pearl exuded a frightening evil aura. "What is this?" someone asked. "This is a treasure that the spiritual pupil king gave me before we left. It can temporarily trap the old man on the blood-red cloud," the leader of the Yellow Spring sect said. Hearing this, the other survivors of the Yellow Spring sect were overjoyed. They were most afraid of the old man on the blood-red cloud. Once they trapped the old man, they would slaughter the other geniuses. Just as they were talking, the bloody battle mountain suddenly trembled. Everyone's eyes lit up and they said, "Boss, they are leaving. We can start now." "All right, let's get ready." The survivors of the Yellow Spring sect were secretly preparing, but the bloody spear man on the blood-red cloud had no idea. At this moment, he was strolling in the sky, and the blood-red cloud below his feet was also drifting slowly with him. "The 6 of you are the most outstanding in this year's Genius Battle. I hope that you can pass the 5 Elements Academy's newcomer assessment and join the 5 Elements Academy." The bloody spear man's attitude towards the 6 of them was clearly different from before. Just as the bloody spear man finished speaking, a pitch-black pearl suddenly shot out from the bottom of the bloody battle mountain. When the bloody spear man discovered this pearl, a strong evil aura exploded from within the pearl. This evil aura instantly enveloped the bloody spear man on the blood-red cloud, forming an extremely strong seal. "Damn it!" Seeing this, the bloody spear man's face turned gloomy. He realized that this seal was specifically targeted at him. The survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. The bloody spear man's face was extremely gloomy. He had already realized that this was the plan of the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. Rumble. Shortly after, the bloody spear man began to bombard the seal. At this moment, the situation on the bloody battle mountain changed drastically. Suddenly, the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect, who were hidden under the bloody battle mountain, all appeared on the mountain. The survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. Fong Qin saw this and called out in a low voice. Xiao Fong and the others also stared coldly at the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. "How dare you show yourself, survivors of the Yellow Spring sect?" Xiao Fong's voice was filled with a cold aura. Ignorant fools. That old thing has already been trapped by us. You will all die in our hands." A survivor of the Yellow Spring sect said disdainfully. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." The leader of the Yellow Spring sect grinned. Rumble. Just as the leader of the Yellow Spring sect finished speaking, the entire Bloody Battle Mountain was filled with a strong evil aura. More than 10 survivors of the Yellow Spring sect attacked. Those who are weak, step back. Xiao Fang saw that the opponents were coming aggressively and began to take charge of the situation. With Xiao Fang as the leader, the top 10 disciples of the Hidden Dragon Roll fought against the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. As for the disciples ranked lower on the Hidden Dragon Roll, they also joined forces to encircle and annihilate the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. Bang! Bang! Xiao Fang's opponent was the leader of the Yellow Spring sect. Although his cultivation was at the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm, he had a secret technique unique to the Yellow Spring sect. His strength was abnormally strong, and Xiao Fang was unable to gain the upper hand for a while. He Jingwei, Qin Jingtong, Luo Zhongtian, and Sun Qiwen all fought against the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. Even Zhu Hai and the others fought with all their strength. Although these people had more or less conflicts, they would still work together in front of the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen's opponent was a survivor of the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm. The strength of this survivor of the Yellow Spring sect was comparable to the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm. Fang Chen could easily deal with him. "Kid, you can die now." The survivor of the Yellow Spring sect sneered and said eerily. Immediately, a strong evil aura spread out in an instant. The survivor of the Yellow Spring sect used a cultivation technique unique to the Yellow Spring sect and launched a murderous attack on Fang Chen. "You are really stubborn." Fang Chen's eyes were cold as he said in a low voice. The hidden star sword in his hand instantly danced. Using the flowing water sword technique, a majestic ripple of water instantly merged into the hidden star sword. Fang Chen exploded with his strongest strength. This strength was comparable to the beginning of the 4th level of the spiritual vortex realm. Bang! Fang Chen's hidden star sword collided with the fist of the survivor of the Yellow Spring sect, and the latter's body was instantly sent flying. How is this possible? The survivor of the Yellow Spring sect was shocked. The kid in front of him was only at the 2nd level of the spiritual vortex realm. How could he suppress him? Chapter 677. This was Fang Chen's first time using the Godly Attraction Art. When the Godly Attraction Art was used, a dense yellow soul aura appeared around Fang Chen's head. Under the control of the Godly Attraction Art, the yellow soul aura turned into soul flames and shot towards the remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect. When the remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect was engulfed by the flames of the Godly Attraction Art, his soul was instantly burned. Bang! The remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect lost his soul and vitality. Fang Chen was the first to kill the remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect. At this moment, the other geniuses were fighting with the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. When Xiao Fang was fighting, he noticed that Fang Chen's battle had ended. He was overjoyed and immediately shouted, "Fang Chen, go and help them." The remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect were all very strong. Even the top 10 disciples of the Hidden Dragon ranking were having a hard time. Fang Chen heard Xiao Fang's voice and nodded. He looked at the remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect who was fighting with Qin Jingtong. "I'll attract his attack. You attack him with all your strength." Fang Chen's voice was transmitted into Qin Jingtong's ears. The reason why he chose to help Qin Jingtong was because Qin Jingtong's opponent was very strong. Qin Jingtong couldn't withstand it. Hearing this, Qin Jingtong nodded his head. He activated his wind will, and his figure instantly disappeared into the void. At this moment, Fang Chen used the Godly Attraction Art. His soul flames instantly bombarded the remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect. "You're courting death." The remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect noticed Fang Chen's attack and shouted. He immediately released a powerful force, wanting to shatter Fang Chen's soul flames. However, he obviously underestimated the power of the Godly Attraction Art. When the soul flame collided with his fist, it actually burned his skin, causing him to feel excruciating pain. Ah! The remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect was careless and was injured by Fong Chen's godly attraction art. He screamed loudly. Qing Jingtong seized the opportunity and suddenly appeared in the void. He then gave the remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect a fatal blow. Crack! The remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect was hit by Qing Jingtong's full-force attack. One of his arms instantly broke and his strength decreased sharply. Then, under the joint attack of Qing Jingtong and Fong Chen, the remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect was unwillingly killed by the two of them. Qing Jing gave Fong Chen a thumbs up and smiled. "Brat, your soul attack is too powerful." After he finished speaking, he went to help the Yellow Spring sect. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had passed. Because of Fong Chen and Qing Jingtong's help, the situation gradually reversed. The human warriors began to gain the upper hand. After a quarter of an hour, the remaining members of Yellow Springs sect were all dead. Only the leader of Yellow Springs sect was left. Damned humans! Originally, this was a very meticulous plan. But now, such a situation had occurred. The leader of Yellow Springs sect was infuriated. The leader of the Yellow Springs sect bellowed. Suddenly, an extremely dense evil aura surged out from his body. In the next moment, his strength actually began to rise. Boom! The godly Qing Jingtong Yang's cultivation reached the 4th level of the spirit vortex realm. He was able to suppress Xiaofang when he was at the 3rd level. After reaching the 4th level, he was even stronger. "Let's work together," He Jingwei shouted. The top 10 disciples of the Hidden Dragon Roll came forward and attacked the godly Qing Jingtong Yong. Boom! The godly Qing Jingtong Yong seemed to have mutated. His strength was abnormally strong. Xiao Fang successfully escaped from the attack range of the godly Qing Jingtong Yong. Xiao Fang's eyes were solemn as he said, "He used a forbidden technique. Be careful. All of you must die." The godly Qing Jingtong Yong used a forbidden technique to kill all the geniuses of Bloody Battle Mountain. His aura was strong. Even if Fong Chen and the others worked together, they were no match for him. Bang! With Xiao Fang in the lead, He Jingwei and the others launched a fierce attack. Fong Chen used the spirit attraction technique. If they did not kill this person, they would all die here. Therefore, they had to work together to kill this person. A sky full of attacks shot toward the godly Qing Jingtong Yong. The godly Qing Jingtong Yong's eyes were scarlet. He raised his hand, and a dense evil aura poured into his palm. Then his body began to expand. "Ha, all of you must die." The godly Qing Jingtong Yong knew that his mission had failed, so he directly used a forbidden technique of the godly Qing Jingtong Yong sect. His combat power instantly increased by several times. The current him was unrivaled. Xiao Fang and the others stared at the godly Qing Jingtong Yong sect's leader with vigilance. The godly Qing Jingtong Yong sect's leader seemed to be preparing a fierce attack. He laughed wildly. Die. In the blink of an eye, the Yellow Spring sect leader finished preparing his attack. Suddenly, a scarlet ball of blood appeared in his palm. The power contained within this scarlet ball of blood was enough to annihilate all the geniuses on Bloody Battle Mountain. What do we do? He Jingwei stared at the godly Qing Jingtong Yong sect's leader. "Fight to the death," said Xiaofang. There was no other choice. Just as everyone was prepared to fight to the death, a deafening sound suddenly exploded in the sky. Then, the seal shattered and a blood-red cloud appeared. The bloody spearman stood quietly on the blood-red cloud. However, everyone could feel the biting cold killing intent from the bloody spearman. "How dare you fight in the bloody battle space? You're courting death." Facing the powerful attack of the godly Qing Jingtong Yong sect's leader, the bloody spearman only pointed his finger. Instantly, a finger light tore through the void and touched the forehead of the godly Qing Jingtong Yong sect's leader. Bang! The body of the godly Qing Jingtong Yong sect's leader exploded, along with the scarlet ball of blood. However, the tyrannical power of the scarlet ball of blood was suppressed by the bloody spearman crash. The bloody spearman pointed his finger and killed the godly Qing Jingtong Yong sect's leader, restoring peace to Bloody Battle Mountain. All the martial artists were completely dumbfounded. That finger was simply a stroke of genius. It was too powerful. Is this the strength of the bloody spearman? Fang Chen was shocked. The bloody spearman had only pointed his finger and killed the berserk godly Qing Jingtong Yong sect's leader. It was too shocking and too powerful. The eyes of Xiao Fang and the others were also filled with excitement. They were all stunned by the bloody spearman's strength. The bloody spearman withdrew his finger and said in a low voice, "It was my negligence this time. Fortunately, there were no losses." The bloody spearman's words were filled with anger towards the godly Qing Jingtong Yong sect's leader. Looking at the shocked crowd, the blood-spear Taoist spoke again, "Cultivate well. One day, all of you will reach my level." Hearing the bloody spearman's words, everyone was excited. After letting everyone calm down for a while, the bloody spearman said, "The genius battle is over. The bloody battle space will be closed today." With that, the bloody spearman flicked his wrist and a stone door appeared in the void. He said, "You can all leave." Hearing the bloody spearman's words, everyone nodded and stepped through the stone door, leaving the bloody battle space. In the end, only Fang Chen's group of 6 were left in the bloody battle space. The bloody spearman looked at the 6 of them and said, "I will give you 3 days to deal with your worldly affairs. 3 days later, gather at Bloody Battle City." Hearing this, the 6 of them nodded. Indeed, they had some worldly affairs to deal with. In the end, the 6 of them left. Fang Chen went to Bloody Battle City, found Lu Lianxue and the other 2 girls, and left with them. The genius battle that had lasted for half a year had finally come to an end. Some martial artists died, while others rose to prominence. In short, the warriors who died would be forgotten, while the warriors who rose would be remembered forever. With the speed of Fang Chen's group, it was naturally impossible for them to return to Bloody Battle City within 3 days. The Blood Spear Taoist had already thought of this, so he gave each of them a flying treasure. Of course, he was only lending it to them. When they returned to Bloody Battle City, they would have to return it to the Bloody Spearman. After all, flying treasures were very precious. The Bloody Spearman would not give out 6 of them at once. In the boundless sky, Fang Chen and the 3 girls stood side by side on a giant black sword. The speed of the giant sword was so fast that the 3 girls were shocked. "Fang Chen, this time, your name will shake the 5-element state," Li Xiaoke said with a smile. "It won't be long before your name will be known throughout the 5-element state." Lu Lianxue's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her face was full of smiles. Li Mingzhu did not say anything, but there was a gentle smile in her eyes. Fang Chen smiled but did not say anything. In the past half a year in the bloody battle space, he had experienced a lot and finally obtained a spot to enter the 5 Elements Academy. The giant black sword was very fast. In just a day, it had returned to Kaiyang City from the distant Bloody Battle City. After the 3 girls returned, the news of Fang Chen obtaining a spot to enter the 5 Elements Academy spread in Kaiyang City. "Have you heard? Fang Chen defeated Zhu Hai and obtained a spot to enter the 5 Elements Academy. He's too strong. To be able to obtain a spot to enter the 5 Elements Academy, this Fang Chen is really not simple." Back then, I said that Fang Chen is not simple. You didn't believe me, did you? The entire Kaiyang City was discussing Fang Chen's matter everywhere. In the Li family mansion, it was also bustling. The Li family patriarch was especially excited. Fang Chen joining the 5 Elements Academy was very important to the Li family. "Fang Chen, I didn't expect your cultivation to improve so quickly in half a year." The Li family patriarch laughed. "Yes, Fang Chen is really our Li family's lucky star," the first elder said. The other elders also burst into laughter. That day, the Li family held a banquet and invited all the warriors in the entire Kaiyang city. Because of Fang Qin, the Lu family patriarch expressed that they would forever ally with the Li family. As for the Yang family, they did not dare to have any ideas about the Li family. The next day, Fang Qin took care of some trivial matters in Kaiyang City and returned to Bloody Battle City on the third day. Although Fang Qin left, he became a legend in Kaiyang City. And because of that, the Li family became the #1 family in Kaiyang City. As for the Li family's old rival, the Yang family, they did not dare to go against the Li family. Although Fang Qin was not strong now, after joining the Five Elements Academy, his name would definitely shake the continent. By then, he would be able to destroy the Yang family with a single finger. The Yang family also knew their place. They did not want to suffer the pain of having their family wiped out, so they immediately expressed that they would never go against the Li family. They also gave up most of the businesses in Kaiyang City that were in dispute with the Li family. Chapter 678. The trip to the Bloody Battle Space was joyous for some sects, but there were also some sects that were worried. Just in Kaiyang City alone, Li family and Lu family had reaped a bountiful harvest. As for the pitiful Yang family, their most outstanding disciple, Yang Xiujian, had died in the Bloody Battle Space. Back then, Yang family had spent a lot of resources to nurture Yang Xiujian. But now that Yang Xiujian was dead, all their resources had gone to waste. Furthermore, Yang family had to nurture a new top genius. In a way, the younger generation of Yang family was suppressed by Li family and Lu family, and they could not make a comeback. As a result, Yang family was kicked out of the upper circle of Kaiyang City by Li family and Lu family. All in all, this was all because of Fang Qin. Of course, Fang Qin did not care about these things. He was already on a flying treasure and heading towards Bloody Battle City. Half a day had passed, and Fang Qin had been on the flying treasure. His speed was fast, and he could feel the power of heaven and earth in the air. However, at this moment, on a mountain peak in front of Fang Qin, there was a figure that was cultivating. He was the West Region pirate sage. Ever since his wealth was robbed clean, he was furious. He wanted to find the culprit, but he had no clue at all. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. His cultivation base had reached a bottleneck, and he could not improve any further. Suddenly, Thief Saint of the West opened his eyes. "It's too difficult to break through," West Region Pirate Sage said. Just as the god Thief of the West was speaking, a figure bolted over swiftly. When the god Thief of the West caught sight of this, his eyes shot out a frightening beam of golden light. "That's a flying treasure!" When West Region Pirate Sage saw the flying treasure, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed excitedly. He was known as the West Region Pirate Sage, and he had stolen countless treasures. However, he did not have any flying treasures. The thief sage of the Western region knew very well how precious a flying treasure was. "There's someone on the flying treasure." At this moment, West Region Pirate Sage noticed Fang Qin on the flying treasure. When he recognized Fang Qin, his eyes were filled with shock. This lad actually had a flying treasure. This was too shocking. What a coincidence! Western Region Pirate Sage's eyes were filled with greed. If it had been someone else, he might have held back. However, this was Fang Qin, so he wasn't afraid at all. Back in Kaiyang City, Western Region Pirate Sage knew that Fang Qin was not simple. He guessed that there was an almighty behind him, but he did not expect him to have a flying cardinal treasure. Right now, there was not a single person on the desolate mountain peak. Even if he killed this kid, no one would know. The thief sage of the Western region wanted to kill Fang Qin. Whoosh! While pondering, Fang Qin flew past the mountain peak on a flying true treasure. It was also at this moment that Pirate Sage of the West burst forth with a powerful force. A black-grayed talisman appeared in his hand. He crushed the talisman instantly and a powerful force rushed towards Fang Qin. Rumble Fong Chen, who was flying, suddenly felt the flying true treasure shake. Then, he was blown away by a powerful wave of air. He left the flying true treasure and fell toward the mountain peak. Damn it! At this moment, Fong Chen also knew that someone was attacking him. He tiptoed and rose into the air, ready to step on the flying true treasure. However, he was stopped by Western Region Pirate Sage of the West. Bang! Western Region Pirate Sage of the West punched and forced Fong Chen to retreat. He then grabbed the flying true treasure that fell from the sky and revealed a sinister smile. Western Region Pirate Sage. Fong Chen's figure stabilized on the mountain peak. Only then did he realize that the martial artist who attacked him was actually Western Region Pirate Sage of the West. Kid, you have a good memory. You still remember me. Western Region Pirate Sage of the West stared at the flying true treasure carefully and grinned. What an exquisite flying true treasure. It's a waste in your hands. I'll keep it for you. Seeing this, Fong Chen's eyes turned ice-cold as he said coldly, "Return the flying treasure to me." Without the flying true treasure, he wouldn't be able to reach Bloody Battle City on time. If he missed the time and couldn't join the 5 Elements Academy, it would be a pity. Kid, are you courting death? Originally, Western Region Pirate Sage of the West wanted to silence him. After hearing Fong Chen's words, intense killing intent surged from his body as he said sinisterly. Sensing the aura of Western Region Pirate Sage of the West, Fong Chen realized that Western Region Pirate Sage of the West was at least at the mid-level of the Spirit Vortex realm. He was no match for him. What should I do? Fong Chen thought to himself. Rumble. Western Region Pirate Sage of the West held the flying true treasure in one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. With boundless power, he blasted towards Fong Chen. Just as Fong Chen was about to block with all his might, an even more shocking aura was emitted from the flying true treasure. Then, Western Region Pirate Sage of the West's palm exploded with a bang. Immediately, Western Region Pirate Sage of the West let out a miserable cry. The flying true treasure left his palm and floated in the sky. Fong Chen saw the situation and immediately grabbed the flying true treasure. Damn it! Western Region Pirate Sage of the West's palm exploded. Blood spurted out as he screamed in misery. How dare you lay your hands on my 5 Elements Academy's things? In the next moment, a cold voice was heard from the flying true treasure. Western Region Pirate Sage of the West's eyes were filled with fear when he heard the voice. To be able to launch an attack through a true treasure, such means was not something a Spirit Vortex realm expert could perform. The other party must be a true martial realm expert. 5 Elements Academy. How could this be? Western Region Pirate Sage of the West's heart was filled with fear. In a flash, he fled. The strength of a true martial realm expert was not something he could compare with. A true martial realm expert could kill without leaving a trace. Western Region Pirate Sage of the West was terrified. Swoosh. Western Region Pirate Sage of the West's body had just flown a distance away when a terrifying ray of light was emitted from the flying true treasure. It directly penetrated Western Region Pirate Sage of the West's body. Then, Western Region Pirate Sage of the West's vitality gradually dissipated and he fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Fong Chen could not help but be speechless. He did not expect that the Western Region Pirate Sage of the West would die like this. Of course, Fong Chen was also shocked by a true martial realm expert. As expected of a true martial realm expert, he could kill someone from 1,000 miles away. After Western Region Pirate Sage of the West's death, Fong Chen was ready to leave. But suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He immediately walked to Western Region Pirate Sage of the West and took his interspatial ring. Western Region Pirate Sage of the West had a lot of wealth points in the western part of the 5 Elements state. Fong Chen had only plundered a wealth point and obtained hundreds of millions of supreme spiritual stones. The other wealth points probably had even more. I'll check it out when I get to the 5 Elements Academy. His priority now was to fly to Bloody Battle City. As for Western Region Pirate Sage of the West's interspatial ring, he would check it out when he got to the Five Elements Academy. He had plenty of time anyway. In the following time, Fang Chun operated his flying treasure and quickly arrived at Bloody Battle City. His journey was smooth and unimpeded. When Fang Chun arrived at Bloody Battle City, the other five had already arrived. With the Bloody Spearman as the leader, everyone was waiting for Fang Chun. Senior Blood Spear, Fang Chun landed in Bloody Battle City and greeted the Bloody Spearman with cupped fists. The Bloody Spearman nodded and took back his flying treasure. He said, "Let's go." The Bloody Spearman did not mention anything about Western Region Pirate Sage of the West, and Fang Chun did not say anything either. The six of them looked at each other and then boarded the Bloody Spearman's flying treasure and left Bloody Battle City. Whoosh! The seven of them flew thousands of miles in the sky and passed by countless cities. The figures below were as small as ants. On the flying treasure, the Bloody Spearman sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He did not say a word. Fang Chun and the other five were chatting with each other. As for Luo Zhongtian, he stood alone at the side with a solemn expression. No one knew what he was thinking. "Do you know where the Five Elements Academy is located?" Suddenly, Sun Chiwen asked. Everyone knew of the Five Elements Academy's existence, but they did not know where the Five Elements Academy was located in the Five Elements state. Even some Spirit Vortex realm experts might not know. It is said to be in a forbidden land in the Five Elements state. "I don't know the exact location," Qing Jingtong whispered, his eyes twinkling. "The location of the Five Elements Academy is a mystery to us." "Stop guessing. Aren't we going to the Five Elements Academy now?" He Jingwei smiled. Xiao Fang nodded as well. He was the #1 expert on the Hidden Dragon ranking. In the Five Elements province, he suppressed all the experts of the younger generation. However, after entering the Five Elements Academy, there were probably many who were stronger than him. Everyone was chatting with each other. Time passed by slowly. Riding on the flying treasure, it took them 3 days to reach their destination. After 3 days, the group was flying in the sky. Suddenly, the flying treasure began to slow down and then landed. Fang Chun and the other five were shocked. They looked into the distance, trying to find the Five Elements Academy. However, there was a fog in front of them. They could not see anything clearly. "Have we arrived at the Five Elements Academy?" Qing Jingtong asked. "We should have arrived," He Jingwei said. Just at that moment, the bloodied spear Taoist who had his eyes closed the entire time suddenly opened his eyes. He slowly stood up and said, "The Five Elements Academy is ahead. However, you are still unable to enter the Five Elements Academy." Hearing the bloody spearman's words, the six understood that they had to pass the newcomer's test before they could enter the Five Elements Academy. "Senior Bloody Spear, what is the newcomer's test?" Fang Chen asked, puzzled. Hearing Fang Chen's question, the bloody spearman smiled and said, "The Five Elements Academy is located on the highest peak in the Five Elements state, the Five Elements Peak. Below the Five Elements Peak is a mountain range. Your test will be in the mountain range." Hearing the words Five Elements Peak, the six people's faces changed. Five Elements Peak, is it the legendary Five Elements Peak, the most dangerous place in the Five Elements state? Xiao Fang asked hurriedly. The bloody spearman nodded and said, "That's right. In the eyes of ordinary warriors, the Five Elements Peak is indeed the most dangerous place." Hearing this, the six people's hearts were in turmoil. There was no warrior in the Five Elements state who did not know of the existence of the Five Elements Peak. Everyone thought that the Five Elements Peak was the most dangerous place in the Five Elements state. No one could enter the Five Elements Peak. Even warriors of the true martial realm did not dare to enter casually. In the eyes of the world, the Five Elements Peak was a place of death. Therefore, no matter what kind of cultivator they were, they would not have the intention to step onto the Five Elements Peak. They would not even dare to approach the Five Elements Peak. Chapter 679. In the vast Five Elements province, the most dangerous place was the Five Elements Peak. Entering the Five Elements Peak meant certain death. No, to be more precise, one would die before even entering the Five Elements Peak. The Five Elements Academy is actually located on top of the Five Elements Peak. He Jingwei exclaimed. That's too amazing. It's located in the number 1 danger zone of the Five Elements state. Only the Five Elements Academy can do that. Sun Chiwen was also extremely shocked. Hearing this, the bloodied spear Taoist shook his head slightly and said, "The number 1 forbidden ground is only what the world thinks of it. To the Five Elements Academy, the Five Elements Peak is nothing. Alright, let's not waste any more time, you may leave." After speaking, the bloody spearman led the 6 people and landed in front of a mountain range below the Five Elements Peak. Gazing into the distance, there was a mountain peak that reached into the clouds, shrouded in fog. It was an extremely shocking sight. The fog surrounding the Five Elements Peak had the ability to block soul detection. Outsiders couldn't detect it at all. Standing outside the mountain range, there was still a long distance between them and the Five Elements Peak. A trace of fear emerged in the hearts of the 6 people. This fear came from the depths of their souls. As expected of the Five Elements Peak, Xiaofang couldn't help but sigh. In front of the Five Elements Peak, the 6 of them were so weak. You guys just arrived, so the Five Elements Peak's aura will suppress you. It will be fine after you join the Five Elements Academy. The bloody spearman said, "The newcomer assessment this time is to see if the 6 of you can survive in this mountain range and successfully reach the other side." "Senior Bloody Spear, is there any danger in this mountain range?" Luo Zhongtian asked. The bloody spearman glanced at the 6 people and said, "Other than demonic beasts, there are also some disciples from the Five Elements Academy. I hope you guys can take care of yourselves." After speaking, the bloody spearman's figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. When Fang Chun and the other 5 heard this, they were shocked. "The disciples from the Five Elements Academy are here to test us. How can we defeat them?" Qing Jingtong couldn't help but ask. Xiao Fang's eyes flickered as he said, "Since the Five Elements Academy has arranged such an assessment, then there will definitely be a chance of survival. Let's attack first." Before the bloody spearman left, he had said that the test would last for 7 days. If they could not reach the other end of the mountain within 7 days, they would fail. Therefore, the 6 of them had to race against time. After entering the mountain range, an ancient aura instantly hit them in the face. The 6 of them looked solemn as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Xiao Fang glanced at Fang Chen, then at Luo Zhongtian. Suddenly, he said, "Before we take the test, I have a few words to say." "What is it?" He Jingwei asked. "We are a small group now, and we need to help each other. I don't want our assessment to be ruined because of some people's personal grudges." When they heard Xiao Fang's words, they instantly understood that Xiao Fang was talking about Luo Zhongtian and Fang Chen. In the bloody battle space, Fang Chen almost killed Hong Wu, which made Luo Zhongtian hate him. He wanted to kill Fang Chen, but he never had the time. Yes, Xiao Fang is right. We need to unite and fight against the students of the Five Elements Academy. Only then will we have a chance to pass the assessment. He Jingwei nodded and said, "You too, no matter what conflicts you have, put them aside for now and unite." Qing Jingtong said. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded and said, "I don't have any objections." When they heard Fang Chen's words, they turned to look at Luo Zhongtian. The latter's face was solemn, and his eyes were cold. He said in a hoarse voice, "I don't have any objections either." Compared to joining the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chen's life was obviously insignificant. Luo Zhongtian also knew this. Hearing this, Xiao Fang nodded and said, "If that's the case, then I will temporarily be the leader of our group. During the assessment, listen to my commands." Xiao Fang was originally the strongest, and he was ranked first on the hidden dragon ranking. When he said this, no one objected. In just a moment, the 6 of them were advancing at full speed. At this time, there were 2 martial artists in a certain area of the mountain range. Their bodies emitted a powerful aura, and on their collars was the insignia of the 5 Elements Academy. "You want the 2 of us to deal with a few newcomers? How boring," said one of the martial artists with a sharp mouth. "Yeah, I heard that there are 6 newcomers this time." "So what?" said the other martial artist. "Su Yang, in any case they only have 7 days. We don't need to intentionally look for them. Let's just wait here. In any case, they have to pass through here," said Zhang Chang. Su Yang nodded and said, "Sure." Su Yang and Zhang Chang had been sent here by the 5 Elements Academy to deal with the 6 newcomers. They were disdainful of newcomers, and they felt that defeating them was too easy. But at this time, Fang Chen's group of 6 had run into some trouble. On the first day of entering the mountain range, their journey was very smooth and they did not encounter any danger. But on the second day, Fang Chen's group of 6 encountered some monstrous beasts. There were a total of 10 monstrous beasts, and all of them were at the 3rd level of the spiritual spiral realm. "What should we do?" Sun Qiwen asked when he saw that the path ahead was blocked by 10 monstrous beasts. 10 monstrous beasts. Each of us will deal with one. There are 4 left. Xiaofang, can you deal with 2 at the same time? He Jingwei asked. Xiaofang's face turned serious. If it was 2 martial artists at the 3rd level of the spiritual spiral realm, he would not care at all. But monstrous beasts were different. Monstrous beasts were much stronger than human martial artists at the same level. 2 monstrous beasts at the 3rd level of the spiritual spiral realm were comparable to a martial artist at the 4th level of the spiritual spiral realm. Even Xiaofang did not dare to be careless. However, after thinking for a while, Xiaofang said in a deep voice, "I can barely deal with 2, but there are still 8 left." No matter how it was divided, they did not have any advantage. This made Xiaofang and the others' faces turn gloomy. It was only the 2nd day of entering the mountain range, and they already encountered such a severe test. How unlucky! We have no choice but to fight head-on. Qing Jingtong's face was gloomy as he said coldly. At this point, they could only fight head-on. There was no other way. Xiaofang heard this and his aura surged as he prepared to attack. "I have an idea." Suddenly, Fang Chen spoke. "Oh, what idea do you have?" Qing Jingtong hurriedly asked. The others also looked at Fang Chen. At this point, no matter what method it was, they had to try it. If they did not try, they would not stand a chance. If they tried, they might still have a chance. "I am an array grandmaster," Fang Chen said. Although the fact that he was an array grandmaster had already spread in the bloody battle space, they seemed to have forgotten his identity. After Fang Chen's reminder, they instantly remembered. Xiaofang's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "You mean, you can set up a profound level array to trap the demonic beasts?" Fang Chen nodded and said, "I can set up a profound level array to trap the demonic beasts temporarily, but I will need you to kill the demonic beasts." "Can your profound level array hold up?" He Jingwei asked. "Of course it can't hold up a profound level array, but I can set up a chain array," Fang Chen said. Hearing this, everyone thought for a moment and then Xiaofang said, "Okay, it's decided. Fang Chen, you just need to set up the array and leave the rest to us." In the blink of an eye, the 6 of them reached a unanimous decision. Then, Fang Chen took out a supreme-grade spirit stone and began to set up the array. Crash! When the array was successfully set up, the 10 demonic beasts were all trapped in the array. Roar! Standing outside the array, they could vaguely hear the angry roars of the demonic beast. Under the attack of the 10 demonic beasts, the profound level array shook, and cracks appeared in an instant. At this moment, Fang Chen immediately set up another mystic rank array. When the demonic beast destroyed the first mystic rank array, it instantly fell into the second mystic rank array. Seeing this scene, Xiao Fang and the others couldn't help but be shocked, and then they all went into the profound level array. Fang Chen maintained the array, and as soon as he found that the array was about to break, he would immediately set up another one. In short, the chain array couldn't break, or else their lives would be in danger. The other 5 people used the advantage of the array to engage in a fierce battle with the 10 demonic beasts. Because of the isolation of the array, they could fight the demonic beasts alone without worrying that the demonic beasts would besiege them. Just like this, after 3 minutes, Xiao Fang took the lead to kill a demonic beast, and then continued to run to the next one. After a while, He Jingwei and Qing Jingtong also continuously killed demonic beasts. A formation grandmaster. What a freak! During this time, they also felt the power of the profound level array. Although a single profound level array wasn't much of a threat to them, a chain profound level array was very terrifying. After half an hour, the 5 people killed all 10 demonic beasts. At this time, Fang Chen also removed the array and sat on the ground, panting. After continuously maintaining the chain array for half an hour, Fang Chen was very tired. Fang Chen, you're really abnormal. Sun Qiwen gave Fang Chen a thumbs up and laughed. Yeah, if it wasn't for Fang Chen, we would have a hard time. Qing Jingtong grinned and said, an array grandmaster is really useful in a team battle. He Jingwei sighed. Xiao Fang's eyes flickered as he stared at Fang Chen. He was quite shocked in his heart. At such a young age, not only was his martial cultivation strong, but his array skills were also so high. He was really a monster. Even Luo Zhongtian, who had a grudge with Fang Chen, couldn't help but sigh. This time, it was all thanks to Fang Chen. After this battle, the 5 people's view of Fang Chen changed greatly. Moreover, they also gradually recognized Fang Chen, and felt that Fang Chen was qualified to stand side by side with them. After resting for half an hour, the group of 6 continued on their journey. With the cooperation from before, the following journey was much easier. When they encountered demonic beasts, Fang Chen took the lead to set up the profound level array, and the others easily killed the demonic beasts within the array. Sprinting all the way, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. At a certain moment, Fang Chen and the others encountered another big trouble. Chapter 680. In front of the 6 of them, there was a large number of vine-like plants. Countless vines appeared on their main bodies and intertwined with each other. Fang Chen and the others had tested them and found that these vines would attack people on their own accord. Once a cultivator approached, the countless vines would launch a fierce attack. What kind of vines are these? Whispered Sun Qiwen. These vines are even harder to deal with than the heavenly vine. I'd rather encounter a demonic beast than these damn vines, said Qing Jingtong. He Jingwei's face was also filled with a bitter smile. 5 days had already passed. There were only 2 more days until the exam ended. They couldn't waste any more time. They had to think of a solution. Xiao Fang, do you have a solution? Asked He Jingwei. Xiao Fang's eyes flickered as he stared at the vines. All vines have weak points. Let's look carefully. While Xiao Fang and the others were looking for the vine's weak points, Fang Chen slowly approached the vines. He urged his black flame to see if it would work. However, Fang Chen was disappointed. These vines didn't fear the black flame at all. As Fang Chen approached, the vines crazily attacked Fang Chen. What should we do? Fang Chen was also very anxious. They had already reached this point. If they couldn't smoothly pass through this vine forest, then they would miss the opportunity to enter the 5 Elements Academy. There must be a way, said Xiaofang. For a moment, the 6 of them sank into contemplation. At this moment, the little mouse noiselessly came out of the special spatial ring. Then the little mouse jumped onto the vine's main body. Immediately, countless vines began to attack the little mouse. However, the little mouse was so fast that the vines were unable to hit it. Seeing this, the eyes of Xiao Fang and the others brightened. It was once again Fang Chen's spirit pet. Could it have a solution? Fang Chen knew what the little mouse was doing. It was helping the 6 of them attract the vine's attacks so that they could pass through the vine forest. "Let's go!" Fang Chen shouted in a low voice, and the 6 of them instantly entered the rattan forest. Because the little mouse attracted the vitality of the rattan vines, the 6 of them smoothly entered the center of the rattan forest, and then rushed to the other side. However, just as they were about to step out of the vine forest, a vine-like plant filled with a dark aura suddenly shot out countless vines and attacked Fang Chen's group of 6. What happened? The 6 of them were shocked and looked at the dark vine. Could it be a mutated vine? Xiao Fang's gaze was grave as he used all his strength to block the vine's attacks. Everyone's heart sank when they heard the words mutated vine. Once vines mutated, they would become incomparably bloodthirsty. Their attacks would become even wilder and more ferocious than ordinary vines. Bang bang bang. For a moment, the 6 of them were attacked by the dark vine and were unable to advance. When the little mouse saw this, its eyes flickered, indicating that it was powerless. It could attract the attacks of the vines, but it no longer had the strength to help Fang Chen's group fight against the dark vine. Fang Chen cut down an attacking vine with his sword. He secretly thought that if the Banxianshu was here, it might have a solution. Unfortunately, the Banxianshu had stayed in the bloody battle space, wanting to transform into an immortal tree in one fell swoop. When they were heading to the bloody battle mountain, Fang Chen had tried to contact the Banxianshu. The latter had sent back a message saying that it had just finished devouring the blood-colored devil vine and needed time to break through to the immortal tree realm. Moreover, the bloody battle space was a very special place that was suitable for it to break through. Fang Chen did not say anything about this. Puchi the hidden star sword quickly revolved, and the flowing water sword was pushed to its peak. He suddenly cut down the surrounding vines. However, Fang Chen immediately noticed that an even larger number of vines had wrapped around his body, making him unable to move. Damn it! At the same time, these vines also wrapped around the other 5, causing their expressions to change. Are we going to fail here? He Jingwei was a bit unwilling. They were only a step away from success, but they were blocked by the dark vine. We can't give up, roared Qing Jingtong. These vines were very tough. Once they wrapped around a human cultivator, they would become more and more tense, making it so that the human cultivator would be unable to move. Clearly, Fang Chen did not want to give up. He constantly used his fire concept. Black flames burned the vines, but he found that the black flames were useless against the vines. He then used his water concept. In the end, the water concept was also useless against the vines. Fang Chen then used his sword concept, but it was also useless against the vines. In the end, Fang Chen used his ice concept. He did not have any hope for the ice concept. After all, among the several concepts, the ice concept's progress was the slowest. Until now, he had only reached the first minor realm. Hiss hiss hiss, the concept of ice was unleashed, and countless icy auras instantly covered the rattan. Following that, the rattan actually started to freeze. The next scene shocked Fang Chen. When the vines froze, the vines wrapped around his body seemed to be frightened, and they actually slowly retreated. Fang Chen's ice concept was fiercely attacking the surrounding vines. For a moment, none of the vines approached Fang Chen. This made Fang Chen extremely shocked. Soon, Fang Chen found that the vines were afraid of the ice concept. Use the ice concept, Fang Chen shouted. Immediately, Xiao Fang and the others were stunned. Then, Xiao Fang and He Jingwei used their ice concept. Xiao Fang and He Jingwei's ice concept was much stronger than Fang Chen's. It had already reached the second minor realm, and its power was very strong. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Fang and He Jingwei were free. Ha ha ha, the weakness of these vines is actually the icy aura. He Jingwei grinned and laughed. If it wasn't for Fang Chen, we wouldn't have found it. Xiao Fang was also very happy. After finding the weakness of the vines, they could walk out of the vine forest smoothly. Hurry up and save us. Qing Jingtong saw the situation and shouted anxiously. Qing Jingtong, Luo Zhongtian, and Sun Qiwen had not comprehended the ice concept, so they could not get rid of the vines. They could only ask Xiao Fang and the other two for help. Hearing this, the three of them nodded. They came to the front of the three people who were entangled and used their ice concept to force the vines back. "The three of you are in the middle," Xiao Fang said in a low voice. With the three warriors with ice concept around, the group of 6 moved forward carefully. When they passed by the dark vines, the latter did not attack. Obviously, it had noticed the icy aura in the air. In the end, the 6 of them left the vine forest calmly. Seeing this scene, the little mouse's figure flashed and directly entered the vine forest, jumping onto Fang Chen's shoulder. The 6 of them stood outside the vine forest, looking at each other with smiles on their faces. "Fang Chen, thanks to you." Qing Jingtong looked at Fang Chen and said, "If it wasn't for Fang Chen's spirit pet attracting the other vines' attacks, they would not have been able to walk to the dark vines so easily. Yeah, this time it was really scary but not dangerous. Luckily, the mutated vines are afraid of the ice concept. If it was any other concept that we don't have, we would probably be finished." Sun Qiwen said. Luo Zhongtian did not say anything, but his eyes showed a trace of a smile. He was also very happy to be able to leave the vine forest. He Jingwei and Xiao Fang also looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. They were very envious of Fang Chen's spirit pet. After chatting for a while, the 6 of them continued forward. At this time, in an open space in the mountain range, Su Yang and Zhang Chang, the 2 warriors of the 5 Elements Academy, had been waiting for Fang Chen and the others to arrive. "Why haven't the 6 of them arrived yet?" Su Yang suddenly said. "They're most likely going to fail the newcomer exam." Zhang Chang grinned. "If they can't even reach us, then it's even better if they fail. Our 5 Elements Academy does not want weaklings." Su Yang's lips curled up as he arrogantly said, "There are still 2 days. Let's wait." Zhang Chang also knew that Su Yang did not want to waste time here, but there was no other way. This was a mission. Within the 5 Elements Academy, the students had to obey the orders of the 5 Elements Academy's higher-up. This was the most basic rule. Once someone disobeyed, the result would be very tragic. "I hope they won't disappoint us." Su Yang stared at the mountain range and whispered. Chapter 681. The newcomer assessment was much more difficult than Fang Chen and the others had imagined. Fortunately, the 6 of them worked together and overcame all kinds of difficulties. In the following days, Fang Chen and the others didn't encounter too much danger. On the 7th day, the 6 of them finally saw the end of the mountain range in the distance. "Look, the end of the mountain range is in front of us," Sun Qiwen suddenly said excitedly. During the time they were in the mountain range, the 6 of them had been tense. Now that they could finally see the end of the mountain range, their faces were filled with excited smiles. "Are we going to succeed?" Luo Zhongtian's voice was hoarse. There was an unconcealable excitement in his voice. Qing Jingtong and He Jingwei were also very excited. Both of their eyes were filled with a burning color. As long as they walked out of the mountain range, they would become disciples of the 5 Elements Academy. Joining the 5 Elements Academy was the dream of all the younger generation in the 5 Elements province. If they could join the 5 Elements Academy, their martial path would be much smoother. In the future, they would even become famous in the ancient sword continent. "Let's go," He Jingwei said in a deep voice. Just when they were about to move forward, Xiao Fang suddenly stretched out his hand and stopped the others. His gaze swept the surroundings as he said in a low voice, "The Bloodied Spear sect once told us that the students of the 5 Element Academy would make a move against us. Why didn't we encounter them all along the way?" After hearing Xiao Fang's words, everyone's expression changed slightly and they looked at each other. "That's right. Why haven't we met any 5 Elements Academy students along the way?" He Jingwei asked in astonishment. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen frowned. He looked at Xiao Fang and asked, You're saying that they are most likely waiting for us at the exit? Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, Xiao Fang nodded and said, "If my guess is correct, they should be waiting for us nearby." Immediately, their expressions changed slightly. They looked around, trying to find the 5 Elements Academy students. At this moment, 2 cultivators were sitting on top of a towering tree. Their eyes were staring at the 6 people in the open space below with playful smiles on their faces. "I can finally move my muscles." Su Yang grinned. "Let's go and meet the 6 newcomers," Zhang Chang said. As soon as they finished speaking, they jumped down from the branches in a flash and appeared in front of Fang Chen's group of 6. "Being able to make it this far is already not bad," Zhang Chang said as he stared at the 6 people. The sudden voice startled Xiao Fang's group of 6. When they saw Su Yang and Zhang Chang, their expressions turned incomparably grave. "You two are the students of the 5 Elements Academy?" Xiao Fang took a step forward, looked at the 2 of them, and asked. "That's right. We are the last obstacle in your assessment. If you defeat us, you can join the 5 Elements Academy," Su Yang said. "Of course, if you lose, you can only leave with regret. The 5 Elements Academy doesn't need trash," Zhang Chang said. Zhang Chang and Su Yang exuded a cold aura. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. So strong. Fang Chen sensed that these 2 martial artists from the 5 Elements Academy were filled with vigorous auras. "What should we do?" He Jingwei asked. Xiao Fang stared at the 2 of them and said, "There's no other way. We can only join hands." As he said that, he looked at Fang Chen. The others also looked at Fang Chen. Although there were only 2 of them, their strength was far greater than theirs. Even if the 6 of them joined hands, they still wouldn't be able to win. Fang Chen was their only formation master, and he was also a formation grandmaster. If they caught them off guard, they might be able to win this battle. This battle was extremely important. If they couldn't defeat their opponents, they would be eliminated from the 5 Elements Academy. If that happened, the bloody battle space's half a year of hard work would be wasted. In truth, what they didn't know was that the 5 Elements Academy's assessment standard was that as long as the 6 of them joined hands and could resist Zhang Chang and Su Yang for an incense stick's worth of time, they would pass. However, Zhang Chang and Su Yang had said those words in order to provoke the 6 of them into using their strongest attack. Seeing that the 6 of them were about to attack, Zhang Chang took the initiative to step forward and said, "Let me try first." They had waited for 6 days in the mountain range. It had been dull and boring. Now that Fang Chen's group of 6 had finally arrived, Zhang Chang couldn't endure it any longer. Su Yang could only nod helplessly. "The 6 of you aren't worthy of the 2 of us joining hands. Remember my name. The one who defeated you is Zhang Chang." Zhang Chang's voice was very loud, and it reached the 6 of them. The 6 of them emitted powerful auras as they joined hands, ready to attack at any moment. "Let me teach you a lesson." Zhang Chang grinned. Teaching newcomers a lesson seemed to be an extremely fun thing to do. Zhang Chang was very happy to see the newcomers suffer. "Go." It was unknown who said those words, but suddenly, a frightening aura was emitted from Xiao Fang's body. He clenched his hand into a fist and then threw it out. His fist contained an extremely cold aura. After Xiao Fang, it was He Jingwei and the others. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to perform the flowing water sword art. The majestic sword intent poured into the star-concealing sword. Then, the star-concealing sword fiercely waved out. Suddenly, countless water ripples appeared in the sky. Insignificant skill. Xiao Fang's attack was the first to come into contact with Zhang Chang. The latter sneered and punched out. It was a simple punch, but it not only blocked Xiao Fang's attack, but also pushed him back. At the moment when Xiao Fang was pushed back, Qing Jingtong's attack also arrived. Qing Jingtong was good at wills. Among the 6 of them, his speed was the fastest. The weapon in Qing Jingtong's hand fiercely struck towards Zhang Chang. The latter waved his hand and his body flashed, dodging Qing Jingtong's attack. Then, he punched towards Qing Jingtong. In an instant, the battle entered an intense state. At the beginning, Zhang Chang was very confident in fighting against the 6 of them. However, as time went by, Zhang Chang realized that the 6 of them this time were much stronger than the previous ones. He was alone, but he was actually suppressed by the 6 of them. Damn it! Zhang Chang felt embarrassed. He let out a low roar and exploded with all his strength towards the 6 of them. At this moment, Su Yang, who was standing at the side, was a little surprised as his eyes flickered. The 6 of them actually forced Zhang Chang to use his strongest attack. It was a little shocking. Rumble. Zhang Chang attacked alone. Fang Chen didn't reveal his identity as an array grandmaster. The 6 of them worked together and gradually gained the upper hand. In one exchange, Zhang Chang was pushed back by the 6 of them. Zhang Chang, who had stabilized his body, let out a roar. Then, the aura around his body instantly rose to the peak of the 4th-level spiritual vortex realm. He's going to use his strongest attack. Xiao Fang's face turned solemn when he saw the situation. The others also stared at Zhang Chang with vigilance. Zhang Chang's cultivation was at the peak of the 4th-level spiritual vortex realm. His strength was much stronger than Fang Chen and the others. Among Fang Chen's group of 6, only Xiao Fang and He Jingwei were 4th-level spiritual vortex realm experts. As for the others, they were all 3rd-level spiritual vortex realm martial artists. As for Fang Chen, he was only a 2nd-level spiritual vortex realm martial artist. However, to be able to enter the top 5 of the Hidden Dragon Roll, Qing Jing and the others were only at the peak of the 3rd-level spiritual vortex realm. Their true strength was comparable to a 4th-level spiritual vortex realm martial artist. Zhang Chang exploded with his strongest attack. Faint lightning patterns appeared on his fists. These lightning patterns were like runes that were attached to his fists. Instantly, his fists exuded a deathly aura. "It's time to end this," Zhang Chang suddenly roared. Both of his fists were filled with boundless power and directly blasted towards Fang Chen's group of 6. "Let's attack together." Xiao Fang roared and took the lead to attack Zhang Chang. He Jingwei and the others followed closely behind. The 6 of them were brimming with fighting spirit. Just as Fang Chen executed the flowing water sword technique, his soul spirit shook in his mind. Then, Fang Chen executed the God Attraction technique. Hiss hiss hiss, the yellow rank soul spirit was instantly released. Under Fang Chen's control, the God Attraction technique was executed. The soul spirit turned into a flame and shot towards Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang's attention was completely focused on Xiao Fang and the others. He did not notice that the God Attraction technique was being executed. When the soul spirit flame shot towards him, he realized that Xiao Fang and the others were blocking him. He tried his best to dodge, but Xiao Fang and the others were blocking him. Puchi, the soul spirit flame, instantly burrowed into Zhang Chang's mind. Immediately after, Zhang Chang felt intense pain and his body began to tremble. Damn it! Zhang Chang tried his best to stay awake. He circulated his soul spirit to resist Fang Chen's God Attraction technique. Xiao Fang and the others took advantage of the time Zhang Chang was resisting the God Attraction technique to launch an earth-shattering attack at Zhang Chang. By the time Zhang Chang reacted, he had already been sent flying by their attacks. Fortunately, Zhang Chang had an outstanding defense and was not seriously injured. As his body flew backwards, Su Yang caught him. "Are you all right?" After stabilizing himself, Zhang Chang's expression became completely gloomy. He had never thought that he would almost fail in such an easy task. If he had been defeated by these 6 brats, how would he be able to continue staying in the 5 Elements Academy? Zhang Chang's heart was currently filled with fury. His eyes were exceptionally cold. The 6 of them repelled Zhang Chang, causing Su Yang to be shocked. Soon after, he said in a deep voice, "Let's join forces to avoid any trouble." Zhang Chang did not object to Su Yang's words. Instead, he warned, Among the 6 of them, one of them is proficient in soul attacks. He's very domineering. Be careful. Su Yang nodded. A powerful aura surged out of his body. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Chang, preparing to fight. A bitter smile appeared on Xiao Fang's face when he saw this scene. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Fang Chen and nodded his head heavily. Fang Chen understood Xiao Fang's intentions. He secretly took out top-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring, preparing to set up a profound formation at any time. Chapter 682. Sorry for the offense. Xiao Fang cupped his hands and said in a low voice. As soon as Xiao Fang finished speaking, countless supreme-grade spirit stones shot out from Fang Chen's hand and drilled into the ground at lightning speed. Then, countless dazzling rays of light shot out and intertwined with each other. Suddenly, the profound rank formation was completed. After realizing this, Su Yang and Zhang Chang's faces became extremely solemn. Interesting. It's actually a profound rank formation. Su Yang looked around and said in a low voice. Being trapped in the formation did not make Su Yang and Zhang Chang panic. They were very calm. Even in the formation, they were not afraid of the 6 people in front of them. I really didn't expect that there would be an array grandmaster among the 6 of you. Zhang Chang said gloomily. Let's go. Xiao Fang ignored Su Yang and Zhang Chang. With a low shout, he displayed the fiercest and most domineering attack. He Jingwei and the others also joined forces to launch a strong attack. Su Yang and Zhang Chang joined forces to fight Xiao Fang's group of 5, while Fang Chen maintained the formation. Rumble. Su Yang and Zhang Chang fought fiercely while bombarding the formation. After a while, the formation was on the verge of breaking. When the formation broke, Su Yang sneered and said, "A mere profound rank formation can't trap us." However, just as he finished speaking, he felt that they were once again trapped in a profound rank formation. Chain formation. At this moment, even Zhang Chang was extremely surprised. If there was an array grandmaster among them, there would be nothing to be afraid of. However, this array grandmaster actually knew how to arrange a chain formation. It should be known that even some top array grandmasters might not be able to arrange a chain formation. We're in trouble. Su Yang said in a low voice. Fight! Zhang Chang shouted. Xiao Fang and the others used the advantage of the formation to constantly launch sneak attacks on Zhang Chang and Su Yang. Although the 2 of them were powerful, Xiao Fang and the others were in the dark while they were in the open. With one in the open and one in the dark, it was easy for Xiao Fang and the others to launch sneak attack. In the beginning, the 2 of them were still able to handle it, but as time passed, their faces became even gloomier. Zhang Chang's arm was covered with bloodstains. This was the result of a sneak attack by Xiao Fang. As for Su Yang, there were also some bloodstains on his clothes. Rumble inside the formation, all sorts of powerful auras were intertwined. Fang Chen was outside, setting up chain formation after chain formation. As long as they could maintain the chain formation, they would eventually win. 2 hours later, Su Yang's attack severely injured Luo Zhongtian. The latter instantly lost the ability to fight and was forced out of the array chain. Of course, Su Yang also paid a great price because of this. One of his arms was almost crippled. Fortunately, his cultivation was strong enough to avoid Xiao Fang's full-force attack. After Luo Zhongtian lost his battle prowess, He Jingwei's side's battle prowess instantly decreased by a lot. However, Su Yang and Zhang Chang's battle prowess also decreased by a lot. Finally, after persisting for 6 hours, Qing Jingtong caught a flaw in Zhang Chang's defense and quietly appeared behind Zhang Chang. The weapon in his hand directly struck towards Zhang Chang and instantly sent him flying. This was a turn of events. Ever since Zhang Chang had been sent flying, Su Yang and Zhang Chang had been suppressed by Xiao Fang and the others. Adding on the power of the Xian array, the 2 of them were unable to use their full strength. Damn it! Zhang Chang and Su Yang were both furious, but there was nothing they could do. After another hour, Su Yang and Zhang Chang's battle prowess had decreased once more. At this time, even if they joined hands, they were unable to break the array chain. Of course, Xiao Fang and the others were also heavily injured and had lost their battle prowess. This scene was clearly seen by Fang Qin. He transmitted his voice to Xiao Fang and the others, telling them to leave the array chain. With Fang Qin's help, Xiao Fang and the others were able to leave the array chain in the blink of an eye. Their bodies were battered and exhausted. Within the array chain, Su Yang and Zhang Chang were furiously attacking the array chain. "Let's take advantage of the fact that they're unable to break the array chain to leave," said Fang Qin. The bloody spearman had said very clearly that as long as they reached the end of the mountain range within 7 days, they would pass the newcomer assessment. So there was no need to defeat Su Yang and Zhang Chang. "Okay, let's go." Everyone supported each other and hurriedly left the place where the chain formation was. Not long after, everyone walked out of the mountain range. At this time, at the exit of the mountain range, there were 2 figures. One of them seemed to be an elder of the Five Elements Academy, while the other seemed to be a student of the Five Elements Academy. "Ice Elder, do you think they will be defeated by Zhang Chang and Su Yang?" asked the student in a low voice. The old man called Ice Elder stared at the end of the mountain range and shook his head. "Let's wait a little longer. If Su Yang and Zhang Chang join hands, the 6 of them might not be able to defeat them. There's an 80 to 90% chance that they will fail," continued the student. When the Ice Elder heard this, he shook his head. He was very clear about Su Yang and Zhang Chang's strength. Even if the 6 newcomers joined hands, they might not be a match for the 2 of them. Unless they split up, there was still a chance that 1 or 2 of them would succeed. Just as the student finished speaking, there was a sudden movement at the end of the mountain range. Ice Elder's eyes immediately looked in that direction. "It should be Su Yang and Zhang Chang," said the student. However, when Xiao Fang and the others came out, the student was completely dumbfounded. "How can it be them?" The student was a little surprised and cried out involuntarily. 6 people, not 1 less. Did they escape Su Yang and Zhang Chang's interception? Asked Ice Elder in a low voice. At this time, Fang Chen's group of 6 staggered out of the mountain range. When they saw that there were people here, they walked towards Ice Elder. When the 6 of them walked in front of Ice Elder, Xiao Fang cupped his hands and said, "Senior, you should be an elder of the Five Elements Academy, right?" "That's right. I am here to receive you," said Ice Elder. "Ice Elder, did we pass the newcomer exam?" asked Xiao Fang. Looking at Xiao Fang and the others' battered and exhausted appearances, Ice Elder was very curious as to how they had managed to defeat Su Yang and Zhang Chang. "Since we were able to reach here, we naturally passed." Ice Elder smiled. "But I'm very curious. Where are Su Yang and Zhang Chang?" "The 2 students who intercepted us?" asked Xiao Fang. Ice Elder nodded. Xiao Fang said, "They're still in the mountain range." Boom! Just at this moment, a deafening sound came from the mountain range. Ice Elder's eyes flickered as he stared at the mountain range. Not long after, 2 more battered figures walked out of the mountain range. They quickly arrived in front of Ice Elder. When they saw Xiao Fang's group of 6, their eyes were filled with fury. "Su Yang, Zhang Chang, how did you end up like this?" asked a student beside Ice Elder. When Su Yang and Zhang Chang heard that, they lowered their heads, their faces filled with embarrassment. What happened? Ice Elder also wanted to know how the 6 of them had passed the newcomer exam. "Ice Elder, there's a formation grandmaster among the 6 of them," said Zhang Chang in a low voice. "Even a formation grandmaster wouldn't be able to trap you and Su Yang," continued the student beside Ice Elder. "He can set up a chain formation," said Zhang Chang. Ice Elder's face was originally expressionless, but when he heard the words chain formation, his eyes instantly blazed with desire. "Is there someone among them who can set up a chain formation?" Ice Elder's burning gaze swept over the 6 of them as he hastily asked. Su Yang nodded heavily when he heard that. Who is a formation grandmaster? Asked Ice Elder as he looked at Fong Chen's group of 6. Fong Chen is a formation grandmaster, said Xiao Fong. Ice Elder stared at Fong Chen when he heard that. A trace of shock appeared on his face. He realized that he couldn't see through this man in front of him. You can set up a chain formation? Asked Ice Elder as he stared at Fong Chen. Fong Chen nodded and said, I know a thing or two. A trace of a smile appeared on Ice Elder's face. He then laughed heartily and said, I really didn't expect that there would be someone among the newcomers who could set up a chain formation. The student beside him was also shocked. He naturally knew what it meant to be able to set up a chain formation. Then, he seemed to realize something and turned to look at Ice Elder. Ice Elder's eyes were filled with admiration for Fong Chen. What's your name? Asked Ice Elder. I'm Fong Chen, said Fong Chen. Fong Chen, the 6 of you are now official disciples of the 5 Elements Academy. However, before we go up the mountain, I want to ask you something, said Ice Elder. Please speak, Ice Elder. Are you willing to be my disciple? Asked Ice Elder. Fong Chen was stunned when he heard Ice Elder's words. He immediately looked at Ice Elder in confusion. Su Yang and Zhang Chang's eyes were filled with envy. The student beside them couldn't help but exclaim, Ice Elder, you want to take him as your disciple? Ice Elder didn't reply to that student. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Chen as he waited for Fong Chen's reply. You're really lucky. There are countless students from the 5 Elements Academy who want to be Ice Elder's disciple, but Ice Elder has never accepted a disciple. After the student recovered from his shock, he looked at Fong Chen and said, Ice Elder is an almighty array master. If you can become Ice Elder's disciple, your future achievements won't be low. Fong Chen thought for a moment before looking apologetically at Ice Elder. Ice Elder, I'm really sorry. I don't really understand the 5 Elements Academy situation, so I don't want to be your disciple for the time being. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the student beside him was a little unhappy. Kid, it's your fortune that Ice Elder is willing to take you as his disciple. How dare you refuse? Su Yang and Zhang Chang were secretly delighted. Fong Chen had refused Ice Elder's offer. Ice Elder would definitely be angry and teach this ignorant newcomer a lesson. However, the Ice Elder's reaction was beyond their expectations. A satisfied smile appeared on Ice Elder's face as he said, Not bad. You have a firm mind and aren't tempted by external things. If you had agreed earlier, I would have seen through you. However, I'll still say the same thing. As long as you're willing, you can come find me at any time. Ice Elder, said the student beside him. Chapter 683. Upon hearing the Ice Elder's words, Xiao Fong and the rest smiled, as though they had been relieved of a heavy burden. After going through so many hardships, they had finally officially joined the 5 Elements Academy. From then on, they would become students of the 5 Elements Academy and would no longer be part of the younger generation in the secular world. 5 Elements Academy, we are here. Xiao Fong and the rest stared at the 5 Elements peak that reached the clouds and took a deep breath as they thought to themselves. The 5 Elements Academy was an academy with a long history. When this academy was born, it immediately occupied the entire 5 Elements province, causing all the sects within the enormous 5 Elements province to submit to it. It was said that within the 5 Elements Academy, there was someone who had surpassed the true martial realm. With a stomp of his foot, the entire ancient sword continent would tremble. Of course, this was only a legend. Until now, no one had seen the 5 Elements Academy's person who had surpassed the true martial realm. One had to know that in the ancient sword continent, the true martial realm was already considered a top expert. Experts who had surpassed the true martial realm could destroy the entire ancient sword continent with a flip of their hand. Under the Ice Elder's lead, Fong Chen and the rest quickly headed towards the 5 Elements Peak. The closer they got to the 5 Elements Peak, the more shocked Fang Chen and the rest were. No wonder it was rumored to be the most dangerous place in the Five Elements state. The Five Elements peak gave everyone a very shocking feeling. Of course, in addition to the shock, there was also a strong sense of danger. What an oppressive aura! Fang Chen could not help but sigh. After hearing this, the student who followed the Ice Elder beside Fang Chen explained, "The Five Elements peak is so tall that it reaches the clouds. We are only halfway up the mountain. When we enter the Five Elements Academy, the air there is even more oppressive." Fang Chen heard this and nodded. Perhaps it was because of the Ice Elder, but this student seemed to have a good impression of Fang Chen and was indifferent to the other five. Along the way, this student explained some things about the Five Elements Academy to Fang Chen. Moxin was a student of the Five Elements Academy. His cultivation had reached the 5th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. He had followed Elder Bing here to welcome Fang Chen and the others. Senior brother Moxin, Fang Chen cupped his hands towards Moxin and said, "How many students are there in the Five Elements Academy?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, Moxin said, "Everyone knows that the Five Elements Academy is the absolute overlord of the Five Elements Academy. However, there aren't many students in the academy. After so many years, excluding the students who left the Five Elements Academy, there are only about 100 students left." More than 100. Xiao Fang and the others were a little surprised when they heard this. The overlord forces of the Five Elements province only had a little over 100 young disciples. "Our Five Elements Academy doesn't care about quantity. We only care about quality," Moxin explained when he saw the surprise on Xiao Fang and the others' faces. Fang Chen nodded to show that he understood. What was the use of quantity if the quality wasn't high? From his conversation with Moxin, Fang Chen found out that Su Yang and Zhou Qiang were only students at the bottom of the Five Elements Academy. As for Moxin, he could be considered a middle to lower class student. As for the top experts of the younger generation, some had even reached the advanced level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. After Fang Chen heard this, he was also shocked. Even in the Five Elements province, experts at the advanced level of the spiritual whirlpool realm could be considered a feudal lord. Even in the ancient Sword Continent, as long as one didn't provoke a real martial realm expert, nothing would happen. As expected of the Five Elements Academy, their foundation was too deep. It wasn't something that an ordinary sect could compare to. If a 6-star sect could be so powerful, then what about a 7-star sect, or even a sect that was even more powerful? Just as the crowd was talking, the group had already arrived at the main entrance of the Five Elements Academy. Halfway up the Five Elements peak, there was a majestic door. This door was very majestic. Outside the door, there were 2 guards. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the aura of these 2 guards was very thick. Their cultivation was at least at the 5th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. The Five Elements Academy is really powerful. Even the guards are at the 5th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Xiao Fang couldn't help but exclaim. As for He Jingwei and the others, they were already shocked by the glory of the Five Elements Academy. They had never seen such a majestic sect. It was as if they were in a fairyland. The spiritual energy was many times more abundant than the outside world. "Ice Elder!" Just as the crowd was exclaiming, the 2 guards cupped their hands and greeted Ice Elder. Ice Elder nodded and then led the group into the Five Elements Academy. Just as they entered the Five Elements Academy, Su Yang and Zhang Chang left. The 2 of them had lost to this batch of newcomers, which made them feel disgraced. They didn't want to stay any longer. Just as they entered the Five Elements Academy, there were elders who came to welcome Ice Elder. "Ice Elder, Blood Spear Elder told me long ago. Ha ha, I didn't expect these 6 fellows to pass the newcomer assessment." A fat elder said with a chuckle. "I'll leave the 6 of them to you." After Ice Elder finished speaking, he turned to look at the 6 of them. Finally, His gaze landed on Fang Chen. If you've thought it through, come and find me. With that, Ice Elder left. Ice Elder was one of the higher-ups of the Five Elements Academy. Naturally, he wouldn't waste his time on such a trivial matter. Hence, after bringing them to the Five Elements Academy, he left. Seeing that Ice Elder had left, Moxian nodded at Fang Chen and turned to leave. Before he left, Moxian told Fang Chen to look for him if he encountered any difficulties in the Five Elements Academy. He also told him his location. In the end, only Fang Chen and the Fat Elder were left in the square of the Five Elements Academy. I'm the Miscellaneous Elder of the Five Elements Academy. Follow me, the Miscellaneous Elder said as he looked at the six of them. Along the way, the Miscellaneous Elder explained the rules of the Five Elements Academy to the six of them. The rules of the Five Elements Academy are very strict. It's best that you don't wander around. There are some places that new disciples like you can't enter, the Miscellaneous Elder said. After a while, the Miscellaneous Elder brought the six of them to the edge of the square. From here, they could see the endless peaks of the Five Elements Peak. The peak that we are at is an ordinary peak of the Five Elements Academy. This peak is also the place where the ordinary disciples train with each other. As for the other peaks, they are where the disciples train, the Miscellaneous Elder explained slowly. After listening to the Miscellaneous Elder's explanation, Fang Chen and the others knew that after becoming a disciple of the Five Elements Academy, each of them would be able to get a peak that belonged to them. Of course, there were good and bad peaks. The weak disciples would definitely not be able to get a good peak. As for the main peak, only with the permission of the higher-ups of the sect could they enter. The six of you will each choose a peak in that area, the Miscellaneous Elder said. Fang Chen and the others began to choose their peak. Xiao Fang was the first to choose, followed by He Jingwei. Fang Chen was the last to choose. The peak that Fang Chen chose was called Sword Hidden Peak. On normal days you just need to train on the peak. Don't run around. Of course, you can also come to this peak to communicate with each other. Don't hit the peaks of the disciples. Without permission, it's best not to barge in. If something happens, it will be difficult to deal with. The Miscellaneous Elder reminded them. Subsequently, the Miscellaneous Elder gave Fang Chen and the others the uniforms and tokens of the Five Elements Academy. When Fang Chen and the others put on the special uniforms of the Five Elements Academy, they immediately felt that the pressure in the air disappeared in an instant. They felt extremely comfortable. The Miscellaneous Elder gave the six of them a booklet. This booklet introduced all the information about the Five Elements Academy. Of course, the Academy naturally had classes. The Five Elements Academy had a total of more than 100 students, so there were very few students in each class, only about 10. The Five Elements Academy had a total of 10 classes. Fang Chen and the others were assigned to Class 10, which was the last class. Every day there is a major class that you must attend. As for the other classes, you can choose at will. The Miscellaneous Elder said. After the Miscellaneous Elder settled Fang Chen and the others, he turned around and left. The competition in the Five Elements Academy will definitely be more intense than in the Five Elements Academy. We must work hard to train and strive to be outstanding in the Five Elements Academy. Qing Jingtong said excitedly. Yes, it's really great to be able to train in the Five Elements Academy. Sun Qiwen said. The Five Elements Academy is simply a sacred place for warriors to train. The spiritual energy here is too abundant. I must seize the time to train. He Jingwei said. Even Xiao Fang, who was ranked first in the Hidden Dragon ranking, couldn't hold back his excitement. After all, this was the Five Elements Academy. As for Luo Zhongtian, his eyes were twinkling. He stared at Fang Chen and said, Fang Chen, I am looking forward to the battle between us. After they finished talking, they directly left this peak and set foot on their own peak. Fang Chen arrived at the sword-hidden peak and was stopped by the guarding warrior. Who are you? The warrior said in a deep voice. Fang Chen took out his own token. After the guarding warrior saw it, his face immediately became respectful. He then said with a smile, "It's young Master Fang. I am the guarding warrior of the sword-hidden peak. Please come in." Under the guidance of the guarding warrior, Fang Chen entered the sword-hidden peak. There was a layer of restriction around the sword-hidden peak, which could gather the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. The whole sword-hidden peak was not big. One could see the end of it at a glance. Fang Chen looked around. "Young Master Fang, you are new disciples, so you can only live in these mountains with bad environments. In the future, when your status in the Five Elements Academy rises, you will be able to change to a better mountain." The martial artist guarding the mountain said in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded. Along the way, he had found many good mountains. In comparison, the sword-hidden peak was far worse. However, the Five Elements Academy respected the strong. As a new disciple, Fang Chen could understand that his treatment was not as good as that of the seniors. Just as Fang Chen was talking, suddenly a young woman came out of the palace of the sword-hidden peak. She came to Fang Chen's side and saluted. "Young master, I am the maid of the sword-hidden peak. I specially serve the master of the sword-hidden peak." Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. Chapter 684. However, after thinking for a while, Fang Chen understood. The students who could come to the Five Elements Academy were all geniuses with great potential. The Five Elements Academy didn't want them to delay their practice because of trivial matters, so these trivial matters were left to the servants. Of course, not every servant could enter the Five Elements Academy. In order to get a place to do odd jobs in the Five Elements Academy, they had paid a lot. "What's your name?" Fang Chen asked. "Master, my name is Xiaomei," the servant girl Xiaomei said in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded and said, "Well, you are responsible for cleaning the environment of the sword-hidden peak." "Yes, master," Xiaomei said. After a few simple words, Fang Chen entered the palace. There were green weeds everywhere on the sword-hidden peak. In the center of the sword-hidden peak, there was a huge palace, which was Fang Chen's residence. After entering the Five Elements Academy, one had to abide by the rules of the Five Elements Academy. The next day, Fang Chen left the sword-hidden peak and went to class. The 10 classes were set up on a small peak of the Five Elements Peak, which was called the Theory Peak. The sword-hidden peak was not far from the Theory Peak. After a while, Fang Chen came to the Theory Peak. At this time, he happened to meet Xiao Fang and others. "Fang Chen," Xiao Fang called. When Fang Chen saw Xiao Fang and the others, he quickly walked over. "Fang Chen, how are you? Are you used to it?" Xiao Fang asked. They had just come to the Five Elements Academy. They were all newcomers, so they needed to unite with each other. Moreover, from the Ice Elder's attitude towards Fang Chen, they could feel that Fang Chen's talent in the formation was too great. Fang Chen nodded and didn't feel uncomfortable. He was just a little shocked. The sect that Fang Chen had joined before was at most a 3-star sect. He felt a little uncomfortable to join a 6-star sect. The Five Elements Academy was so brilliant that Fang Chen was shocked. "Not bad," Fang Chen said. "This is just the beginning. Work hard and try to improve your strength quickly in the Five Elements Academy," He Jingwei said. Then, the 6 of them quickly went to Class 10. In the center of the Theory Peak, there were 10 areas. Each area, a class, was in area number 10. The closer the class was to the front, the more outstanding the class. Class, including Fang Chen, and Fang Chen's group, had a total of 16 people. When Fang Chen and the others arrived at area number 10, they saw a few people scattered around. Just as they were about to enter the class, a sinister voice suddenly entered their ears. "Aren't these the new students? Su Yang, the 2 of you are really useless. You can't even deal with a few new students." This voice immediately attracted the attention of many students. Fang Chen and the others frowned when they heard it. They ignored it and walked straight to their class. "Stop right there. Suddenly, a stern voice entered the ears of Fong Chen and the others. Instantly, the 6 of them felt a majestic force lock onto them. The 6 of you don't know the rules at all. The voice sounded again. Fong Chen's group of 6 turned their heads and saw a fat man with a disdainful smile on his face. Behind him were Su Yang and Zhang Chang. Meanwhile, in the 10th zone, several other students were watching from the sidelines. Senior brother, we are new here and don't know the rules. Please don't blame us. Xiao Fong took a step forward and cupped his hands with a smile. Those who don't know can't be blamed. Since the 6 of you are new here, I won't blame you. The fat man laughed sinisterly. Su Yang, who was behind them, laughed coldly and said, "Humph, this is the boss of our class number 10, Wei Guang. Every new student in class number 10 has to greet Boss Wei Guang first. In the future, you all have to listen to Boss Wei Guang. Otherwise, you won't be able to survive in the 5 Elements Academy," Zhang Chang said coldly. Fong Chen secretly sized up the fat man, Wei Guang. From his aura, he could tell that Wei Guang's cultivation was about the same as Moxion's. He had reached the 5th level of the spiritual vortex realm. To be able to be the boss of class number 10 at the 5th level of the spiritual vortex realm, it seemed that class number 10 was indeed the worst class in the 5 Elements Academy. The 6 of you, pay me 1 million supreme grade spirit stones each, and this matter will be settled. I will protect you from now on. Wei Guang's eyes flashed as he said softly. Hearing Wei Guang's words, the other students shook their heads slightly. It seemed that these newcomers were going to suffer. Wei Guang was a well-known hooligan in class number 10. Once targeted by him, there was no good ending. Because Wei Guang was powerful and was the strongest in class number 10, all the students in class number 10 obeyed Wei Guang. When Xiao Fong and the others heard Wei Guang's words, even though they were extremely unwilling, they still took out supreme-grade spirit stones and paid it to Wei Guang. 1 million supreme-grade spirit stones was not a small sum to Xiao Fong and the others. Giving it away like this made their hearts ache. However, there was no other way. This was the 5 Elements Academy. They had no backing and were no match for Wei Guang. The 5 of them paid, but Fong Chen did not. Wei Guang looked sharply at Fong Chen and said in a deep voice, "Kid, are you trying to challenge my authority?" Fong Chen took a deep breath and tried his best to calm the anger in his heart. He then took out 1 million supreme-grade spirit stones and handed it to Wei Guang. Wei Guang kept the spirit stones and said with a smile, "That's right, ha ha." With that, Wei Guang turned and entered the class. Looking at Wei Guang's back, Xiao Fong and the others were furious. "Damn it, we got 6 million supreme-grade spirit stones in one go." He Jingwei said unhappily. "What can we do? We're too weak. We're no match for Wei Guang." Qing Jingtong said, "One day, I'll make him spit out all the spirit stones he took." Xiao Fong clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. Among the 6 of them, Xiao Fong's cultivation was the highest. He was also the one most likely to reach the 5th level of the spirit vortex realm in the shortest time possible. Once Xiao Fong reached the 5th level of the spirit vortex realm, he would no longer need to fear Wei Guang. However, Sun Chiwen looked at Fong Chen and said, "Fong Chen, why don't you go find Moxion? Isn't he good to you?" Hearing this, Fong Chen shook his head and said, "If I go find someone for help after encountering such a small setback, what will I do if I encounter a bigger setback in the future? Fong Chen, if I were you, I would have directly become a disciple of the Ice Elder. Let's see who dares to bully you." He Jingwei said. After the 6 of them exchanged a few words, they entered the class. The class was a very spacious room. The layout of the room was very strange and revealed a mysterious aura. Fong Chen and the others found a place and sat down, waiting for the teacher to arrive. After a while, the teacher arrived. The teacher of the 10th class was a middle-aged man. Although this middle-aged man looked weak, even Wei Guang respected him very much. This was because everyone knew that this middle-aged man was an expert at the high level of the spirit vortex realm. He was abnormally strong. Today, before class starts, I would like to introduce the 6 new students. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Every time the 5 Elements Academy recruited disciples, there were no rules. But every time they recruited disciples, there would at most be 2 or 3 spots. This time, there were actually 6 spots. Moreover, these 6 disciples had all passed the examination and joined the 5 Elements Academy." After the middle-aged man introduced the 6 students one by one, his gaze finally landed on Fong Chen. "Yes, second level of the spirit vortex realm." The middle-aged man stared at Fong Chen. From Fong Chen's aura, he could determine that he was a second-level spirit vortex realm martial artist. Then, he frowned slightly and was a little displeased. How can a second-level spirit vortex realm martial artist enter the 5 Elements Academy? It was obvious that the middle-aged man was very displeased with Fong Chen. Second-level spirit vortex realm. After knowing Fong Chen's cultivation, Wei Guang and the others were very surprised. Teacher Jean, this time, it was Blood Spear Elder who opened the bloody battle space. Did this person use Blood Spear Elder's connections to enter? Wei Guang suddenly said. "Shut up." Teacher Jean heard and immediately scolded. Although he was very displeased with Fong Chen's cultivation, he was very unhappy with Wei Guang's words about the Bloody Spear Man. Blood Spear Elder is one of the higher-ups of our 5 Elements Academy. He's not someone you can talk about. The middle-aged man reprimanded. Then, the middle-aged man looked at Fong Chen and gestured for the 6 of them to sit down. Then, he said, "Fong Chen, right? No matter what method you use to enter the 5 Elements Academy, I have to remind you that in the 5 Elements Academy, strength is the most important thing. If you can't meet my requirements, you will be kicked out of the 5 Elements Academy." The middle-aged man looked down on Fong Chen, which made the latter very displeased. "I know you are very displeased with my words, but this is reality. The truth will always stand on the side of the strong," the middle-aged man said. Fong Chen clenched his fists tightly. His pitch-black eyes stared at the middle-aged man without saying a word. The current him was indeed too weak. He was unable to go against Teacher Jean. However, he believed that one day, he would grow to the point where he would shock Teacher Jean. Next class began. It was unknown if Teacher Jean did it on purpose, but after explaining some things about cultivation, he specifically picked a few difficult questions for Fong Chen to answer. If Fong Chen could answer, he would say that it was his teaching. If Fong Chen could not answer, he would harshly reprimand Fong Chen. In short, after the class, Teacher Jean was very displeased with Fong Chen. "Alright, today's class will end here. Before class ends, I would like to say a few words to Fong Chen." Teacher Jean looked at Fong Chen and said, "Your cultivation is too weak. You are unable to adapt to the environment of the 5 Elements Academy. I hope you will take care of yourself." After saying that, Teacher Jean turned and left. Wei Guang and the others had a mocking look in their eyes. They looked at Fong Chen with disdain and left as well. As for Su Yang and Zhang Chang, they left with Wei Guang, taking pleasure in his misfortune. Fong Chen sat quietly in his seat without saying a word. The air around him was filled with a heavy aura. "Fong Chen, don't mind Teacher Jin's words. We will fight side by side with you until we reach the 5 Elements Academy." "We are clear about your ability," Xiaofeng said. "Not bad. Your potential is very strong. Cultivate well," He Jingwei advised. Chapter 685. Unknowingly, it had been half a month since he came to the 5 Elements Academy. During this time, Fong Chen had made rapid progress. He had reached the peak of LV2 Spiritual Whirlpool Realm, and was only one step away from LV3 Spiritual Whirlpool Realm. His combat strength had soared again. Now, he could completely crush a warrior at the early stage of LV4 Spiritual Whirlpool Realm. During this time, Fong Chen went to class every day. Every class was no exception. Teacher Jean would deliberately make things difficult for Fang Chen. During this half a month, Fang Chen had gotten used to it. When he had nothing to do in the sword-hidden peak, Fang Chen would study the spatial ring of Western Region God Thief. After half a month, he finally understood it. In the spatial ring of Western Region God Thief, Fang Chen found a total of 5 wealth points. These wealth points were all over the western part of the 5 elements state. This made Fang Chen very happy. However, after joining the 5 Elements Academy, he had to abide by the rules of the 5 Elements Academy. He could not leave without permission. Therefore, Fang Chen temporarily put this matter aside. At a certain moment, suddenly, someone broke into the sword-hidden peak. "Fang Chen, get out here." A man in white was suspended in the air above the sword-hidden peak. He looked down at the entire sword-hidden peak and said coldly. Chapter 686. Blazing Heaven was one of the top 20 experts in the 5 Elements Academy's combat power ranking. He had a very high status in the 5 Elements Academy. The combat power ranking was a ranking used by the 5 Elements Academy to measure the combat power of the student. This combat power ranking had nothing to do with cultivation. It was based on one's combat power. Geniuses who could enter the 5 Elements Academy were usually able to fight above their level. Being able to enter the top 20 of the 5 Elements Academy's combat power ranking was something to be proud of. Crash! The surrounding air instantly dissipated. A figure appeared in front of the palace on Blazing Heaven Peak. "The two of you go to Elder Xianyuan," Blazing Heaven said to Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin without any expression on his face. Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin nodded and turned to leave. In fact, in the 5 Elements Academy, out of the 10 classes, the students in the top 5 classes were all top geniuses. Their combat power was so strong that it made the warriors in the bottom 5 classes sigh. Under normal circumstances, they were mostly in seclusion or searching for opportunities outside. They rarely attended classes. The students who had to attend classes every day were the students in the bottom 5 classes. This was the current situation in the 5 Elements Academy. The strong were respected. As long as you were strong enough, you could disregard the rules of the 5 Elements Academy. The 5 Elements Academy really valued the students in the top 5 classes. As for the students in the bottom 5 classes, it wasn't that they didn't value them. It was just that they didn't value them as much as the top 5 classes. The 10th class that Fang Chen was in was the lowest class in the entire 5 Elements Academy. The strongest person in the class, Wei Guang, was only a martial artist at the 5th level of the Spirit Vortex realm. Compared to the other classes, he was far inferior. One day, after Fang Chen finished his morning class, he heard that an array grandmaster was going to give a public lecture in the afternoon. Hearing this news, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He was very interested. After asking around, Fang Chen learned that this array formation grandmaster was a top-notch array formation grandmaster who was only a step away from becoming an array formation grandmaster. One had to know that an array saint master was a legendary existence. It was said that even in the entire 5 Elements Academy, there was only one array saint master. The rest were all array grandmasters. The fact that Fang Chen was able to become an array grandmaster in such a short period of time was enough to show how talented he was in the array Dao. At this moment, Fang Chen thought of his array formation master, the mysterious white-haired old man. He did not know where he was. Perhaps Master has also reached the level of an array saint master in the Tao of arrays, Fang Chen guessed. After the morning class, Fang Chen returned to the sword-hidden peak. It was not until the afternoon that Fang Chen came from the sword-hidden peak to the theory peak. On a square in the theory peak, the square was very wide. Every powerful figure of the 5 Elements Academy would choose this square for their public lectures. When Fang Chen arrived, there were no less than 30 martial artists in the entire square. Fang Chen stood in a corner of the square, waiting for the arrival of the array formation grandmaster. "Senior brother, Who is the array formation grandmaster in the public lecture this time? Fang Chen glanced at a warrior around him and asked in a low voice. When the cultivator heard this, he glanced at Fang Chen in astonishment before saying, "You must be new." Fang Chen nodded. Seeing this, the warrior grinned and said, "No wonder even the Glory Grandmaster doesn't know. Isn't it the Ice Elder?" Fang Chen asked softly. When the warrior heard the words, "Ice Elder," he shook his head slightly and said, "Ice Elder is the strongest person below the Array Saint Master. Even the Glory Grandmaster is not comparable to Ice Elder. Ice Elder is so noble, how could he come here to give a public lecture?" From the warrior next to him, he learned that the Array Formation Grandmaster in the public lecture this time was called Glory, not Ice Elder. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a white-clothed old man suddenly appeared at the front of the plaza as light as a feather. His appearance caused an uproar in the entire square. Countless martialists shouted the name of the glorious martial grandmaster excitedly. "He deserves to be called the Glory Grandmaster. He is so popular." Yes, although the Glory Grandmaster is not as good as Ice Elder, his achievements in the Tao of Arrays should not be underestimated. Yes, I heard that the Glory Grandmaster took in a disciple some time ago. I wonder which lucky fellow was actually chosen by the Glory Grandmaster. There are only a few warriors in the Five Elements Academy who are good at array formations. It must be one of them. Many warriors around Fang Chen were discussing this. Fang Chen's eyes were fixed on the Glory Grandmaster. The Glory Grandmaster looked at the crowd and smiled. Then, he nodded and said, "Everyone be quiet." The Glory Grandmaster waved his hands and gestured for everyone to be quiet. However, at that moment, Fang Chen noticed a small detail. When the Glory Grandmaster stretched out his hands, the power of heaven and earth around him suddenly changed slightly. Furthermore, the Glory Grandmaster's eyes flickered for a moment. Fang Chen sensed carefully and instantly discovered that the Glory Grandmaster had quietly set up an array formation. Impressive. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. He was indeed a top array grandmaster. He had set up an array formation with a wave of his hand, and these warriors were completely unaware. Hearing the Glory Grandmaster's words, more than 30 warriors sat cross-legged on the square. The entire square quieted down in an instant. "Before the public lecture, I want to ask everyone a question," the Glory Grandmaster suddenly said. "Glory Grandmaster, what question do you want to ask?" Some warriors sitting in the front row asked. The Glory Grandmaster looked around and said, "I have set up an array formation on the square. Who can sense what kind of array formation it is?" Hearing the Glory Grandmaster's words, many warriors in the square were shocked. They had not sensed anything at all. The Glory Grandmaster had set up an array formation. It's really terrifying. If it was an enemy, the Glory Grandmaster would have killed it long ago. Yes, he has quietly set up an array formation. No one knows yet. Among the people present, there are many who have high achievements in the Tao of Arrays. Even they do not know. Many warriors exclaimed. They sensed one after another, but without exception, they could not sense the existence of the array formation at all. After sensing for a while, a black-clothed warrior standing in the front row said, "The Glory Grandmaster's array formation is too mysterious. We can't sense it." Hearing the black-clothed warrior speak, everyone nodded. If even the black-clothed warrior could not sense it, no one in the square would be able to sense it. The black-clothed warrior was the strongest in the Tao of Arrays in the last 5 classes. His name was He Wu. He had just advanced to the Array Grandmaster realm and had not completely stabilized his realm. No one sensed it? The Glory Grandmaster looked around and asked. If even He Wu could not sense it, who else could? Everyone shook their heads, waiting for the Glory Grandmaster to say the name of the array formation. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes opened instantly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The Glory Grandmaster actually set up such an array formation. Fang Chen thought to himself. The Glory Grandmaster looked around and suddenly saw Fang Chen smiling in the last row. He immediately said, "This student in the last row, your face is full of smiles. Could it be that you can sense it?" In fact, the Glory Grandmaster was just asking casually. He never thought that Fang Chen could sense it. Hearing the Glory Grandmaster's words, countless eyes in the square focused on Fang Chen. Humph, even Hei Wu can't sense it. Can this kid do it? Impossible, he can't sense it. What a fool! He actually dares to smile. Is he courting death? The eyes of many warriors were filled with displeasure. Fang Chen was also a little stunned. He had not expected the Glory Grandmaster to ask him. He slowly stood up and raised his eyes to look at the Glory Grandmaster in front of him. This junior can sense a little of the array formation set up by the Glory Grandmaster, Fang Chen said. Crash! The entire square was in an uproar. Hei Wu's face was full of coldness. He thought that Fang Chen was playing to the gallery. Bullshit, even Hei Wu can't sense it. How can you sense it? Playing to the gallery, definitely playing to the gallery. I seem to remember him. He's a newcomer in Class 10. Humph, a mere newcomer dares to be so arrogant. He's really courting death. Is he deliberately sabotaging the Glory Grandmaster's public lecture? I'd like to see if he can say the name of the array formation. Many warriors were full of disdain for Fang Chen. Even the warrior who had just introduced the Glory Grandmaster to Fang Chen shook his head slightly, thinking that Fang Chen was too impulsive. Oh, you can sense it? The Glory Grandmaster looked at Fang Chen in surprise and said, "Tell me. It doesn't matter if you say it wrong." Glory Grandmaster, the array formation you set up should be a supreme grade profound level array formation called the Golden Light Demon Subduing Array, Fang Chen said. You're talking nonsense. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, Black 5, who was in the first row, scolded Fang Chen before Grandmaster Glory could say anything. If you don't know, then don't know. If you want to play to the gallery, you need to have the ability, Hei Wu said coldly. As an array formation Grandmaster, how could Hei Wu not know about the Golden Light Demon Subduing Array? If it was the Golden Light Demon Subduing Array, he would definitely be able to sense it. Furthermore, there were no characteristics of the Golden Light Demon Subduing Array in the square. Thus, Hei Wu directly rejected Fang Chen's explanation. It can't be the Golden Light Demon Subduing Array, Hei Wu said again. Upon hearing this, many warriors on the square began to mock Fang Chen. Some of them even asked Fang Chen to get out of the square. At this moment, only the Glory Grandmaster had a trace of surprise in his eyes. Chapter 687. Fang Chen nodded. That's right. It really is the Golden Photovoltaic Devil Formation. What proof do you have? Grandmaster Glory continued to ask. Hearing Grandmaster Glory's question, the noisy plaza instantly quieted down. Everyone's gazes were filled with schadenfreude. They were waiting for Fang Chen's words to infuriate Grandmaster Glory. At that time, there would be a good show to watch. The Golden Light Devil Subduing Formation's characteristic is that it radiates golden light everywhere. The formation is filled with a boundless devil subduing aura. However, there are no signs of the Golden Light Devil Subduing Formation in the plaza. Fang Chen slowly said, however, it's precisely because of this that Grandmaster Glory's method of setting up the formation is brilliant. Continue, said Grandmaster Glory. When Grandmaster Glory first arrived at the plaza and indicated for everyone to be quiet, he extended his hands and began to set up the formation. Originally, setting up the Golden Light Devil Subduing Formation would definitely emit a golden light aura. However, this is where the brilliance lies. Grandmaster Glory used a special method to conceal the aura of the Golden Light Devil Subduing Formation so that no one could sense it. Furthermore, the most important thing is that Grandmaster Glory should have a powerful formation inheritance. He should be able to hide the formation in the void so that no one can sense it, said Fang Chen. After hearing Fang Chen's words, the surrounding cultivators all sneered, thinking that Fang Chen was just putting on an act. "Since I hid the formation in the void, how did you discover it?" asked Grandmaster Glory. Fang Chen grinned and then shook his head slightly. He didn't say anything. So you're still pretending. Now you can't continue." What an idiot. He actually dared to fool Grandmaster Glory. He should look in the mirror before lying. This kind of person isn't worthy of listening to Grandmaster Glory's public lecture. Just directly kick him out. Scolding voices rang out from the plaza. Even Hei Wu in the first row sneered, "Brat, speak. Why aren't you saying anything?" Fang Chen ignored the mockery of the crowd. He stared at Grandmaster Glory with burning eyes and asked, "Grandmaster Glory, am I right?" As soon as Fang Chen said this, Martial Grandmaster Glory suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "What is your name?" Grandmaster Rongguang asked. "Junior is Fang Chen." Fang Chen cupped his hands. "Fang Chen, good. Are you willing to become my disciple?" Grandmaster Glorious laughed mischievously. Boom! The plaza was filled with shock. Countless cultivators looked at Grandmaster Rongguang in astonishment. What's going on? Why would Grandmaster Rongguang accept him as a disciple? Could it be that he was right? It can't be, even Black 5 can't say it. How can he be right? Looks like he's right. Otherwise, Grandmaster Glory wouldn't be like this. All the cultivators were thoroughly shocked. They had just been mocking Fang Chen, but in the blink of an eye, he had become a formation genius in the eyes of the Grandmaster Glory. No, impossible. How could he be right? Hei Wu in the first row cried out inwardly. He didn't believe that Fang Chen could say it. Grandmaster Glory, he clearly said it wrong. Why did you accept him as a disciple? In the end, Hei Wu was unable to restrain his anger. He stood up and looked at Grandmaster Glory. Grandmaster Glory shook his head slightly and sighed. "Hei Wu, as a formation Grandmaster, don't you understand the difference between you and him?" When Grandmaster Glory said this, he was even more certain that Fang Chen was right. Hei Wu doesn't understand. Grandmaster Glory, is your formation really the gold photovoltaic devil formation? Hei Wu continued, a trace of stubbornness in his eyes. Grandmaster Glory waved his hand, and the formation hidden in the void was instantly exposed. A dazzling golden light appeared in the sky. The golden light shot everywhere, and a devil-subduing aura filled the entire plaza. Countless cultivators were shocked. The gold light devil-subduing formation had revealed its true appearance. "Do you still have any questions?" asked Grandmaster Glory. Hei Wu stood stiffly in the plaza, not moving at all. His mind was filled with unwillingness. How is this possible? If he can discover it, why can't I? Hei Wu cried out inwardly. When the gold light devil-subduing formation appeared, everyone knew that Fang Chen had been right. This formation was the gold light devil-subduing formation. At the same time, many cultivators looked at Fang Chen with shock. This kid's talent in the Tao of formations was too strong. Even Hei Wu couldn't sense it, but he had. Could he also be a formation Grandmaster? Sit down. Grandmaster Glory waved his hand, indicating for Hei Wu to sit. Then he looked at Fang Chen. "Are you willing?" Everyone's eyes were filled with envy. Of all the cultivators who had come to listen to Grandmaster Glory's public lecture, which one of them didn't want to become his disciple? However, Grandmaster Glory wouldn't easily accept a disciple. Yet this kid had actually obtained such a rare opportunity. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. "Sorry, Grandmaster Glory, this junior doesn't want to become a disciple for the time being." Boom! The plaza was once more in an uproar. Everyone wished they could eat Fang Chen alive. He had actually wasted such a good opportunity. In the past, it had always been others who had been rejected by Grandmaster Glory. But this time, it was someone else who had rejected Grandmaster Glory. Was this cultivator crazy? He had even directly rejected Grandmaster Glory's request to accept a disciple? Everyone shook their heads. Some felt pity for Fang Chen, while others rejoiced in his misfortune. Hei Wu, who was sitting in the first row, said coldly, "Kid, Grandmaster Glory has accepted you as a disciple because he thinks highly of you. You actually dared to publicly reject him. Do you want to die?" In the face of Hei Wu's rebuke, Fang Chen fought back strongly. "It seems like you don't have the right to decide my matters." Fang Chen's merciless counterattack stunned Hei Wu. Then, he flew into a rage and immediately wanted to teach Fang Chen a lesson. However, he was stopped by Grandmaster Glory. "Give me a reason," Grandmaster Glory asked. "Before you, the Ice Elder also sent me an invitation to accept a disciple," Fang Chen said softly. Grandmaster Rongguang was startled when he heard this. He immediately nodded and said, "So that's how it is. The old me is not worth mentioning when compared to the Ice Elder. You have made the right choice by acknowledging the Ice Elder as your master." The Ice Elder was much stronger than the Glory Grandmaster. What? He is actually the Ice Elder's disciple? At that moment, many cultivators were shocked. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. "However, I also rejected it," Fang Chen said. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The entire square was in an uproar. All the cultivators stared blankly at Fang Chen. Where did this kid come from? Why had he rejected the Ice Elder's invitation to accept a disciple? What rejection? Grandmaster Glory was a little surprised when he heard this. He even rejected the Ice Elder's invitation to accept a disciple. Is there something wrong with this kid's head? Maybe he is just bragging. There are many cultivators who want to become the Ice Elder's disciple. Why would the Ice Elder take a fancy to him? No matter what, he rejected the Grandmaster Glory's invitation. He is completely famous now. Many cultivators exclaimed in surprise and started discussing this. On the other hand, Fang Chen nodded apologetically at Glorious Grandmaster and sat down on the square. Grandmaster Glory shook his head and stopped thinking about what had just happened. He believed in Fang Chen's words. Given Fang Chen's talent in array formations, even the Ice Elder would cherish this talent. However, he was a little puzzled as to why this kid had rejected the Ice Elder's invitation to accept a disciple. However, the more this was the case, the more interested he was in Fang Chen. Powerhouses weren't taught, but fought their way through. Array formations were more about quality than complexity. Fang Chen already had an array formation master, so there was no need for him to take someone else as his master. In the following time, Grandmaster Rongguang began to give public lectures. He explained some things about the array Dao. Fang Chen also listened attentively. No matter what, Grandmaster Glory's understanding of array formations wasn't something he could compare to. Grandmaster Glory explained for an hour. The remaining hour was free for questions. If there was anything they didn't understand, they could ask directly. Grandmaster Glory would explain it personally. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. During this time, Fang Chen had gained a lot. Based on Grandmaster Glory's explanation and the information in the Array Formation Basics scroll, Fang Chen's understanding of array formations was getting deeper and deeper. Although it had only been 2 hours, Fang Chen felt that his understanding of array formations seemed to have loosened. Sure enough, I can't just keep cultivating. I also have to listen to the opinions of my elders, Fang Chen mumbled to himself. When the lesson was over, Grandmaster Glory stood up and said, "This public lecture is over." After saying that, Grandmaster Glory turned around and left. However, when he reached the edge of the square, he glanced at Fang Chen and said, "You can ask me if there is anything you don't understand about array formations." After saying that, Grandmaster Glory turned around and left. After Grandmaster Glory left, everyone's eyes focused on Fang Chen. At this moment, Hei Wu, who was in the first row, walked in front of Fang Chen and stared at Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, right?" Hei Wu said coldly. I don't know what you want to ask, Fang Chen said. You even dared to refuse Grandmaster Glory's invitation to take you as a disciple. It seems that your achievements in array formations must be very high. I'm not talented, but I want to challenge you, a genius array formation, He Wu said sinisterly. Fang Chen looked at He Wu carefully and said, I'm not free. After saying that, Fang Chen turned around and left. Stop right there. Black 5 was instantly enraged by Fang Chen's blatant disregard for him. Fang Chen ignored He Wu and left directly. You're courting death. Seeing this, He Wu was furious. He gathered all the strength in his body on his fist and punched at Fang Chen. Fang Chen sensed the fist behind him and blocked it with his fist. However, he was still pushed back by He Wu's powerful strength. After Fang Chen stabilized his body, a cold glint flashed across his eyes as he spoke in a cold voice. Chapter 688. Time and Place. He Wu attacked for no reason. He Wu's actions thoroughly angered Fang Chen. Fang Chen's voice was very domineering and spread throughout the square. His eyes were full of bloodthirsty coldness. 3 days later, on the martial arts practice field, He Wu sneered and left after saying that. He Wu's cultivation was much stronger than Fang Chen's. He did not believe that he was inferior to Fang Chen, a newcomer, in terms of formations. Fang Chen accepted He Wu's challenge. Everyone in the square exclaimed. That day, this news spread like wildfire in the last 5 classes. Countless cultivators were curious about who Fang Chen was. He actually dared to challenge He Wu. Of course, there were still a few people who knew Fang Chen's background. For example, Su Yang, Zhang Chang, and Mo Xen. After the 3 of them heard the news, they secretly sighed. It seemed that He Wu was going to suffer again. In terms of combat strength, He Wu could completely crush Fang Chen. However, in terms of formations, He Wu was not Fang Chen's opponent. While the outside world was in an uproar, Xiao Fang and the others gathered at the sword-hidden peak. Fang Chen, you are too reckless. I have also asked someone to inquire about He Wu. He is also a formation great grandmaster. Are you sure you can win the battle in 3 days? Xiao Fang's eyes flickered as he asked. That's right, Fang Chen. You rejected the Ice Elder and Grandmaster Rong Guang's invitation to become a disciple. This news has spread throughout the entire 5 Elements Academy. Many warriors want to meet you. He Jingwei said. If it is a simple battle of formations, I am not worried about Fang Chen. However, I am afraid that He Wu will lose to Fang Chen in the battle of formations. In anger, he will show his terrifying combat strength and crush Fang Chen. Qing Jingtong said with a dignified face. Sun Qiwen glanced at Fang Chen. He didn't say anything, but there was still a hint of worry on his face. The few of them had walked side by side from the bloody space all the way to the 5 Elements Academy. They could be considered friends who had gone through thick and thin together. Moreover, in the newcomer assessment, if it weren't for Fang Chen's array, they wouldn't have been able to defeat Zhang Chang and Su Yang. In any case, they recognized Fang Chen and were sincerely willing to befriend Fang Chen. Fang Chen remained silent and did not say anything. After being bullied to this extent, if he still did not retaliate, then how was he going to cultivate hard in the future? The other 4 had all arrived, except for Luo Zhongtian. It was said that Luo Zhongtian seemed to have found a backer recently to be a lackey. However, Fang Chen did not care about Luo Zhongtian. Xiao Fang and the others left after staying in Fang Chen's sword-hidden peak for a few hours. Before leaving, they reminded Fang Chen that he must be careful in the battle 3 days later. Since the 3-day appointment between Fang Chen and He Wu spread throughout the 5 Elements Academy, all the students were talking about it. In the 5 Elements Academy, the voices of Fang Chen could be heard everywhere. Have you heard that the newcomer Fang Chen will compete with He Wu in array 3 days? Well, it's ridiculous to compete with He Wu in array. He Wu is a great master of array. How can a newcomer compare with him? I think he will be severely taught a lesson by He Wu. I heard that this guy is quite talented in array, and has attracted the attention of Ice Elder and Grand Master Rongguang. In short, the whole Five Elements Academy was talking about Feng Chen everywhere. During these 3 days, Feng Chen practiced array in Sword Hidden Peak in addition to attending classes. Since that day, Feng Chen had an epiphany after listening to Grand Master Rongguang's public lecture. In these 3 days, Feng Chen's realm in array had improved a little. The current Feng Chen was already able to set up a high-tier Xian formation with ease. If outsiders were to know of this progress, they would definitely be shocked. On a mountain peak in the Five Elements Academy, it was very quiet. Ordinary students were not qualified to set foot on this mountain peak. This mountain peak was Ice Elder's peak. Ice Elder sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, surrounded by the power of heaven and earth. He seemed to be practicing. Suddenly, a warrior ran over quickly. Ice Elder sensed that someone was approaching and suddenly opened his eyes. He said, "What's the matter?" "Ice Elder, Feng Chen, whom you asked me to pay attention to, will compete with He Wu in array 3 days, the warrior said in a low voice. He knew that since Ice Elder had asked him to pay attention to Feng Chen, he must have attached great importance to Feng Chen. Therefore, he rushed over as soon as he heard the news. Yes, to compete with He Wu. Ice Elder shook his head slightly and said, He Wu is no match for him. Hearing Ice Elder's words, the warrior was secretly shocked. It seemed that Feng Chen's talent in array formation was really outstanding. He could actually gain Ice Elder's trust. Then, in 3 days, go and watch the battle. If He Wu does not play by the rules, you know what will happen. After saying that, Ice Elder closed his eyes again. Hearing this, the warrior nodded his head and turned to leave. On another tall mountain peak, there were 2 beautiful women. One of them exuded a gentle aura, while the other exuded a fiery aura. They were very active. Sister Yu, I heard that a newcomer who just entered the Five Elements Academy wants to compete with He Wu in array formation, the woman exuding a fiery aura said with a smile. Yes. The woman called Sister Yu nodded. Sister Yu, just what has attracted your attention? Ever since you came to the Five Elements Academy, you've been bitterly cultivating, asked the fiery woman. Sister Yu shook her head. Her clear eyes contained a trace of longing as she looked at the boundless horizon. Sister Yu, I heard that many people will be going to watch. Do you want to go take a look? Asked the fiery woman. Sister Yu shook her head. Seeing this, the fiery woman said, All right, I'll go take a look. The fiery woman loved to join in on the fun. How could she miss out on such a thing? Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin had returned from their grandfather's residence. This time, Grandpa had called the siblings over to explain some things about cultivation to them. Then, he had them come back. However, as soon as they returned to Heaven Leaving Peak, Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin heard that a newcomer wanted to challenge He Wu. What newcomer dares to challenge He Wu? Cried Xianyuan Qin in astonishment. Just who is this newcomer? Is he trying to play to the gallery, or does he really have something special about him? Xianyuan Feng frowned. In the end, the 2 siblings decided that in 3 days, they had to go watch this newcomer fight He Wu. Of course, what they didn't know was that they actually knew this newcomer. Moreover, they had both come from the 4 great mountain ranges. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The entire Five Elements Academy's 5-class area was bustling with noise and excitement. Many martial artists were heading to the martial practice field. Of course, there were also some powerful disciples who didn't care about this at all. They didn't even bother to watch. When the time for the battle arrived, the martial practice field was filled with many martial artists. He Wu had arrived very early on the martial practice field. He Wu wore pitch-black robes and stood ramrod straight on the martial practice field. A powerful aura surged from his body. Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin had arrived very early. As workers, their status in the Five Elements Academy wasn't high, so they could only stand at the back. Is he He Wu? I heard that he's a formation grandmaster. Xianyuan Qin's eyes twinkled as she looked at He Wu on the martial practice field. A formation grandmaster. Xianyuan Feng couldn't help sighing. Even in the Five Elements Academy, formation grandmasters were rare. This He Wu gave him a very dangerous feeling. That newcomer still hasn't arrived? Asked Xianyuan Qin. We'll know in a bit, said Xianyuan Feng. Just as Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin were chatting, there was a commotion in the martial arts practice field. Xianyuan Feng sensed something and raised his head to look. He was surprised to see a beautiful woman in a fiery red dress slowly walking into the martial arts practice field. Lin Yenner? Why is she here? Could it be that she's here to watch He Wu's battle? Even Lin Yenner is here. It seems that this battle has attracted a lot of people. Everyone in the martial practice field exclaimed as they looked at Lin Yenner with a fiery gaze. Lin Yenner was one of the goddesses of the Five Elements Academy. She was extremely beautiful and extremely strong. She was a student of the top 5 classes and was rarely seen. No one knew why she was here. Senior Sister Lin Yenner. Senior Sister Lin Yenner is too beautiful. Lin Yenner walked through the crowd and everyone exclaimed. Lin Yenner's face was very calm. She walked down the martial practice field and said to everyone, I'm only here to watch the battle of formations. Don't worry about me. He Wu was extremely excited when he heard Lin Yenner's words. He thought that Lin Yenner had specially come to watch his battle. He was very happy. Lin Yenner's arrival caused a commotion. It took a while for the martial practice field to calm down. As expected of the goddess Lin Yenner. She's so popular. Xianyuan Qin curled her lip. Although Xianyuan Qin was also very beautiful, compared to Lin Yenner, she was overshadowed. Of course, Xianyuan Qin did not care too much. After all, appearance was not something that she could decide. However, she was also very surprised when she felt Lin Yenner's popularity. Lin Yenner's temperament is too perfect. That's why she can attract so many people. But I don't know why she's here to watch a newcomer's battle. Xianyuan Feng was a little puzzled. They were the servants of Li Tian Peak. Li Tian did not even bother to watch. Lin Yenner was a student who was stronger than Li Tian. She actually came personally. After thinking for a long time, Xianyuan Feng still could not understand. In the end, he gave up. Right at this moment, someone shouted. Chapter 689. Xiao Feng and the others accompanied Feng Chen to the martial arts practice field. Feng Chen's face was very calm as he leisurely walked out of the crowd onto the martial arts practice field. Xiao Feng and the others stood below the martial arts practice field, cheering for Feng Chen. He's the newcomer. Lin Yenner's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Feng Chen and muttered to herself. Feng Chen's arrival caused the atmosphere in the martial arts practice field to become even more heated. However, Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin, who were in the last row, widened their eyes as they looked at Feng Chen in disbelief. He's the newcomer, Xianyuan Qin said in shock after a long while. Feng Chen, how could it be him? Xianyuan Feng's face was filled with shock. Feng Chen, the newcomer who challenged Black 5, was actually Feng Chen. He really came to the Five Elements Academy. After a long while, the Xianyuan siblings finally recovered from their shock. They looked at Feng Chen with shock in their eyes. I've said it before. With Brother Feng's potential, he would definitely be able to enter the Five Elements Academy, Xianyuan Feng said in a low voice. I didn't expect to meet Feng Chen here, Xianyuan Qin said with a smile. Xianyuan Feng looked at Feng Chen's back on the martial arts practice field and felt very emotional. Back then, when they were in the Four Great Ridge, Feng Chen's strength was not inferior to his. However, Feng Chen relied on his own efforts to become the strongest person in the Four Great Ridge's younger generation. Now, Feng Chen had become a student of the Five Elements Academy, and he had become a servant of the Five Elements Academy through his grandfather's connections. Ever since he reached the spiritual vortex realm, the gap between him and Feng Chen had widened. I will definitely catch up to you, Xianyuan Feng said in his heart as he clenched his fists. After seeing Fang Chen, Xianyuan Feng knew that it would not be easy to catch up to Fang Chen. However, it was precisely because there was a challenge that there was fun. Big brother, I want to believe in you, Xianyuan Qin said. Xianyuan Feng nodded heavily and did not say anything. At this moment, Black Five's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Fang Chen. He said disdainfully, "Brat, today, I'll let you know the consequences of your arrogance." "Who's the arrogant one here?" Fang Chen retorted. "Today's battle is purely a competition of array formations. I, Hei Wu, will not bully you by using spiritual qi. But even so, I will still crush you," Black Five said in a deep voice. Goddess Lin Yener was just below the martial arts stage. He, Black Five, not only wanted to win, he also wanted to win beautifully. He wanted Goddess Lin Yener to see him in a new light. Lin Yener did not say anything. She stood there quietly as a scorching aura spread out. Countless warriors around looked at Lin Yener. Lin Yener did not care about this. She had come here to see how capable this newcomer was to be able to attract the attention of the Ice Elder and the glorious Grandmaster. "You talk too much," Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Black Five was furious and was about to attack. However, at this moment, a figure flew over from afar and instantly appeared on the martial arts stage. His appearance shocked countless martialists. The only disciple of the glorious Grandmaster. "He's here too. Is he here to look for this newcomer? This battle has attracted so many people." Many martial artists felt their hearts tremble as they discussed. Fang Chen looked at the warrior. He was dressed in white and held a folding fan in his hand. He did not emit any aura. "You are Fang Chen?" the warrior in white suddenly asked. Fang Chen nodded. The warrior in white said, "My master wanted to accept you as his disciple, but you rejected him." When Fang Chen heard this, he understood that this person should be the disciple of Honorable Martial Grandmaster. A helpless expression appeared on his face. He did not expect that a mere battle of arrays would attract so many people. Obviously, the warrior in white had a grudge against him. "I want to see what qualifications you have to reject my master's request to take you in as a disciple," the white-clothed cultivator said coldly as he held the folding fan in his hand. "I will not interfere in your battle with Black Five. If you can defeat Black Five, then you are barely qualified for me to take action." The white-robed martial artist's figure flashed and landed directly below the martial arts stage, standing beside Lin Yener. Junior sister Lin Yener. When the warrior in white saw Lin Yener, a smile appeared on his face. Lin Yener ignored Kong An. She did not like the latter's temper. Kong An was the disciple of the glorious Grandmaster. He had an illustrious position in the Five Elements Academy. When he had heard that his master wanted to accept a new disciple, he had been very puzzled. Furthermore, the most shocking thing was that this new disciple had actually rejected his master's invitation. He was filled with resentment. He felt that this brat was looking down on his master. Even though he had wanted to find Fang Chen, he had restrained himself after hearing that the 3-day agreement would be held. But today he had come. If Fang Chen defeated Black Five, he would personally teach him a lesson. But if this person could not even defeat Black Five, then he was not qualified for him to take action. "Brat, it seems you've offended quite a few people," said Black Five. Fang Chen was silent. He did not say anything, but his body was emitting a terrifying aura. Crash! At this moment, Hei Wu shouted. Suddenly, countless pieces of top-grade spirit stones appeared in his hand. He shook his wrist and constantly made a complicated seal. In an instant, he arranged a formation. Minor Development Formation. Black Five immediately set up a primary rank profound rank array. Seeing Black Five's minor development formation, everyone let out startled cries. "Brat, let's see how you'll break my minor development formation," said Black Five coldly. "A trifling minor development formation. Fang Chen grinned. Black 5 wanted to use the minor development formation to defeat him? What a joke. Hiss. Fang Chen's wrist trembled, and he instantly formed a fiery formation. This formation was called the Tsang Flame Formation. When the minor development formation was activated, it would produce some water elemental energy. Furthermore, it would use the water elemental energy as the center to launch an attack. Fang Chen was very familiar with the minor development formation. Since he wanted to use formations to fight, then he had to create a formation that countered the minor development formation. So he chose the Tsang Flame Formation. Rumble. When Fang Chen's Tsang Yen formation was set up, the inside of the formation was instantly filled with dense black flames. These black flames directly devoured He Wu's little development formation under everyone's dumbfounded gazes. Crack! Black 5's minor development formation instantly shattered. This! Black 5 turned pale with fright. Fang Chen's Tsang Flame Formation was too powerful. Especially the black flames within the formation. They actually caused him to feel a trace of danger. Black flames! Below the martial stage, Lin Yenner's eyes were filled with shock. At the start, she had also come here to watch the show. But Fang Chen's black flames had caused her to be extremely shocked. Just what are those black flames? Why do even I feel threatened by them? Huge waves were set off in Lin Yenner's heart. This newcomer seemed to be much stronger than she had imagined. Lin Yenner specialized in the Tao of Flame. Her control over the concept of flame had already reached the point of perfection. So in front of Lin Yenner, no flame could cause her to feel fear. But Fang Chen's black flames had caused her to feel fear. Lin Yenner's eyes were tightly glued to the black flames within the Tsang Flame Formation. Her expression was complicated. To the side, Kongan was also slightly shocked, but he quickly calmed down. It looks like your minor development formation is also unable to withstand a single blow. Fang Chen's voice rang out from within the Tsang Flame Formation. Brat, don't be too pleased with yourself. As soon as He Wu's voice fell, he suddenly set up another array formation. This formation was one that Black 5 had only recently succeeded in cultivating. It was extremely powerful. Whoosh! Once the formation was set up, a dense azure light appeared within the formation. This was the concept of wind. A mid-tier profound grade formation. Fang Chen instantly determined the level of Black 5's formation. Although he didn't recognize this formation, he knew that just the Tsang Flame Formation alone wouldn't be able to block it. As expected, after an intense battle, the Tsang Flame Formation shattered. Fang Chen didn't care too much about it. On the other hand, Black 5's face was filled with excitement after breaking Fang Chen's Tsang Flame Formation. Brat, your Tsang Flame Formation is only SOSO, said Black 5 coldly. A battle of formations was a very simple matter. Fang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He wanted to end the battle. It's time to end the battle, said Fang Chen softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Void Plundering Formation was instantly set up. When the Void Plundering Formation was set up, the tyrannical plundering power instantly absorbed the concept of wind within Black 5's formation. Void Plundering Formation! Black 5 shouted when he noticed the changes in his formation. As a student of the Five Elements Academy, he naturally heard of the Void Plundering Formation. All along, Black 5 had thought that the Void Plundering Formation was only a legend. But today, he actually saw it with his own eyes. Intermediate Array Grandmaster. Black 5 instantly understood that Fang Chen was an Intermediate Array Grandmaster. In terms of formations, he was much stronger than him. The Void Plundering Formation smashed Black 5's formation with an unstoppable force. When he learned that Fang Chen was able to set up the Void Plundering Formation, Black 5 knew that he had lost to a newcomer. Below the martial stage, Kongan was also shocked. This brat actually managed to learn the Void Plundering Formation, said Kongan. To the side, Lin Yenner's eyes flickered. The more she paid attention to Fang Chen, the more mysterious she found him to be. "Brat, you're an intermediate array grandmaster, but you're pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger," roared Black 5 furiously. "You were the one who wanted to challenge me," said Fang Chen coldly. If it weren't for Black 5 repeatedly targeting him, he wouldn't have accepted his challenge. Damn it! Black 5 was furious. Spiritual chi surged out of his body, and a majestic aura instantly erupted. Everyone was shocked. Black 5 had been forced to this extent. Was he going to use his absolute strength to suppress Fang Chen? Enough! Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Kongan suddenly roared. Being defeated by the Void plundering formation wasn't something to be embarrassed about. But if Black 5 used his spiritual chi, then it would be embarrassing. Chapter 690. Defeated. Hei Wu had actually been defeated. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have been so shocked. But Hei Wu had been defeated by a newcomer. No wonder this newcomer was able to attract the attention of the glorious Grandmaster and the Ice Elder. Even Hei Wu, a formation Grandmaster, was no match for him. His talent in formations was too heaven-defying. Heavens, this newcomer is too fierce. He even defeated Hei Wu. Yeah, and he defeated Hei Wu so cleanly. The latter didn't even have a chance to resist. It's funny that we were laughing at him before. So he's already a formation Grandmaster, and his realm is even higher than Hei Wu's. No wonder the glorious Grandmaster wanted to take him as a disciple. For a moment the entire practice field was filled with discussion. Everyone was shocked by Fang Chen's strength. In the last row, the Xianyuan siblings were also shocked. Brother Fang's formation realm is so high. Xianyuan Feng was also shocked. Back in the 4 great mountain ranges, he had only known that Fang Chen's martial talent was heaven-defying. But he hadn't expected his talent in formations to be so high as well. He's really abnormal. Xianyuan Qin's eyes were filled with shock. On the practice field, Hei Wu gave up his attack after hearing Kong An's reprimand. He stood there unhappily. Crash! Kong An leapt onto the martial stage and said, "Students of the 5 Elements Academy must pay attention to the word integrity. This time, you were competing in array formations and you lost to him. This means that your array formation realm is inferior to his. After you lost, not only did you not reflect, you even flew into a rage out of humiliation, wanting to activate your spiritual chi." Hei Wu lowered his head and said, "Senior apprentice brother Kong An is right." Hei Wu glanced at Fang Chen and said, "Brat, next time I'll definitely crush you in formations." After that, Hei Wu walked down the stage and left the martial arts field. He had previously vowed that he would crush Fang Chen. But in the end, he had been crushed by this newcomer. He felt his face burning. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. After Hei Wu left, Kong An looked at Fang Chen and said, "Your formation skills have exceeded my expectations. However, with just a void plundering array, I'm afraid you're no match for me." Kong An's intention was very clear. He wanted to teach this arrogant and ignorant fellow a lesson. Fang Chen looked at Kong An vigilantly. This person was stronger than Hei Wu, and the slightest carelessness would give him an opportunity. "Kong An, are you trying to bully the weak?" At this moment Lin Yenner spoke. Kong An grinned and said, "Lin Yenner, I'm going to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Are you going to stop me?" Before Lin Yenner could speak, a deep voice resounded throughout the entire martial arts practice ground. "Today's matter ends here. You may all disperse." Everyone turned to look. The person who had spoken was a middle-aged martialist. This martialist's gaze was fixed on Fang Chen. "Yes, he seems to be the Ice Elder's guardian. It's actually him. Could it be that he's here on behalf of the Ice Elder? That must be the case. Otherwise, with his status, how would he dare to stop Kong An?" When the crowd discovered this martialist's identity, they began to discuss spiritedly. If he was just a guardian, the majority of the students wouldn't even bother with him. but he was the Ice Elder's guardian. That made a huge difference. This battle was between Fang Chen and He Wu. Since the battle has ended, we should disperse, continued the martialist. This is the Ice Elder's intention? Kong An's pitch-black eyes twinkled as he asked. The martialist nodded. Kong An took a deep breath and looked at Fang Chen. Since the Ice Elder has sent someone here, I'll let you off today. But I'll definitely teach you a lesson in the future. After saying that, Kong An left. The Ice Elder's status in the Five Elements Academy was very high. Even his master, the glorious Light Martial Grandmaster, was extremely wary of the Ice Elder, let alone him. The Ice Elder's intentions were not to be disagreed with. Since the Ice Elder had sent a martialist, Kong An knew that he couldn't do anything to Fang Chen. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Kong An left after saying that. Fang Chen nodded gratefully at the martialist. The martialist also nodded in acknowledgement before turning around to report. The way the cultivators in the drill ground looked at Fang Chen changed greatly. It seemed that the rumors were true. The Ice Elder really wanted to take this kid in as a disciple. Otherwise, the Ice Elder wouldn't have sent a martialist to protect this kid. At that moment, Lin Yenner, who was dressed in a fiery red dress, walked lightly onto the martial arts stage. Her beautiful eyes twinkled as she stared at Fang Chen. She smiled and said, "Let's get to know each other. I'm Lin Yenner." "Fang Chen," replied Fang Chen. Lin Yenner's body had a unique temperament, causing Fang Chen to be stunned for a moment when he saw her. However, he quickly regained his senses. Lin Yenner felt that Fang Chen was a mysterious person. Hence, she took the initiative to befriend Fang Chen. "If you have any problems in the future, you can look for me." After Lin Yenner finished speaking, she turned around and left. As a genius of the Five Elements Academy, she naturally wouldn't waste her time. After Lin Yenner left, the martialists in the martial arts stage also slowly dispersed. When Fang Chen walked down from the martial arts stage, Xiao Fang and the rest rushed to Fang Chen's side excitedly. "You're good. You even defeated He Wu. Now you're famous in the Five Elements Academy." Xiao Fang grinned. "I'm really envious of Brother Fang," said He Jingwei. "Fang Chen." At that moment a voice sounded. When Fang Chen heard it, he raised his head and looked over. Xianyuan Feng. When Fang Chen saw Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin, he was also a little surprised. Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin walked in front of Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, I didn't expect to meet you here after the Four Great Ridges," Xianyuan Feng said with emotion. "Fang Chen, you're really good. Not only did you join the Five Elements Academy with your own strength, but you also defeated He Wu," Xianyuan Qin said with a smile. "Why are you two here?" Fang Chen was also very happy to meet old friends in a strange place like the Five Elements Academy. "It's a long story," said Xianyuan Feng. "Let's go back and talk." Fang Chen waved his hand and left the martial arts stage with Xianyuan Feng and his sister, as well as Xiao Fang and the rest, and returned to the sword-hidden peak. The martialist guarding the peak of the Ice Elder had returned. "Fang Chen won?" asked the Ice Elder. "Ice Elder, this boy is not simple. He won cleanly. He Wu did not have any power to resist," said the martialist guarding the peak. The Ice Elder nodded. He Wu could not be compared to a matrix master who could arrange a chain formation. "Ice Elder, do you know what formation this boy used to win?" asked the martialist guarding the peak. "What formation?" asked the Ice Elder. "The Void Plundering Formation." A tinge of surprise flashed across the Ice Elder's eyes when he heard this. He sighed and said, "It seems that this person's talent in formations is even greater than I had imagined." On another mountain peak, Lin Yenner returned. She rushed to the peak and looked up. She saw Sister Yu sitting cross-legged on a bluestone on the peak, cultivating. "Sister Yu." Lin Yenner came in front of Sister Yu. "You're back," said Sister Yu with a smile. "Sister Yu, today's trip was not in vain," said Lin Yenner. "Oh," Sister Yu was a little surprised and asked. "Sister Yu, You don't know that the newcomer has a high level of formations. Hei Wu was not his opponent at all. Even the Ice Elder sent someone to deal with him. He was afraid that Hei Wu and others would be angry, said Lin Yener. Sister Yu nodded when she heard this. That's not all. The boy has a special kind of flame. Even I feel a little scared. When Lin Yener mentioned the black flame, her face was very dignified. Yes. Lin Yener was best at fire. The flame that even Lin Yener felt scared appeared in the hands of a newcomer. In short, this newcomer is very mysterious. I can't see through him, said Lin Yener. After Sister Yu heard this, she was quite surprised by the newcomer. But she was just surprised. Then, Sister Yu began to cultivate. So boring. Seeing that Sister Yu was not interested, Lin Yener pouted and whispered. The 5 Elements peak was shrouded in darkness, and a crescent moon hung in the sky. The sword-hidden peak was brightly lit. Fang Chen, Xianyuan Feng and his sister, Xiao Fang, and others sat cross-legged and chatted with each other. After listening to Xianyuan Feng and his sister's story about Fang Chen in the 4 Great Mountains, Xiao Fang and others could not help but sigh. Brother Fang, you are really amazing. From the remote 4 Great Mountains, you came to the 5 Elements Academy with your own effort. Xiao Fang gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Although he was stronger than Fang Chen now, he knew that Fang Chen's potential was stronger than everyone present. Yes, Brother Fang, I used to only admire Xiao Fang. Now you are one more person, said He Jingwei. Qing Jingtong and Sun Chiwen also admired Fang Chen. It was really not easy for a weak warrior to come step by step from a small place to where he was now. Chapter 691. One of the 4 joys of life was meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Moreover, they met in the 5 Elements Academy, the supreme overlord force in the 5 Elements state. This made Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin very happy. Back in the 4 Great Ridges, Xianyuan Feng knew that Fang Chen's future achievements would be very high. Although Xianyuan Feng was known as the top expert of the younger generation in the 4 Great Ridges, he knew that Fang Chen was already threatening his position as the #1 genius in the 4 Great Ridges. In the end, before leaving the 4 Great Ridges, Xianyuan Feng fought with Fang Chen once. Although there was no clear winner, Xianyuan Feng believed that he had lost. This was because his cultivation was much stronger than Fang Chen's. Under such circumstances, it was only a draw. From another perspective, he had indeed lost. After coming to the 5 Elements state, Xianyuan Feng and his sister did not experience any setback. They contacted their grandfather and were brought to the 5 Elements Academy by their grandfather. After that, they had been cultivating in the 5 Elements Academy. With the help of their grandfather, Xianyuan Feng successfully stepped into the spirit vortex realm. Only a short period of time had passed and Fang Chen had entered the 5 Elements Academy with his own effort. This made Xianyuan Feng even more shocked. From this moment onwards, Fang Chen had become Xianyuan Feng's goal. 6th on the Hidden Dragon list. This was the result that Fang Chen had shown before entering the 5 Elements Academy. The entire 5 Elements state was spreading his name. Xiao Fang and the others knew that Fang Chen's strength was stronger than Fang Chen's. However, Fang Chen's potential was too terrifying. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed them. Brother Fang, after joining the 5 Elements Academy, I increasingly feel that I will be surpassed by you. Xiao Fang grinned. He Jingwei, Qing Jingtong, and Sun Chiwen also grinned. They only suppressed Fang Chen in terms of cultivation, but their potential was incomparable to Fang Chen's. When they were in the 5 Elements Academy, they were famous genius martial artists in the 5 Elements Prefecture. However, after entering the 5 Elements Academy, they were just ordinary students. However, Fang Chen was different. Even before he entered the 5 Elements Academy, the Ice Elder wanted to take him in as a disciple. If he had agreed, his status would have been very high. Even Hei Wu would not dare to challenge him. The Ice Elder was not the only one. Even the glorious Grandmaster wanted to take Fang Chen as his disciple. Not long after entering the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chen had already caused such a huge commotion. The entire Five Elements Academy's last 5 classes were talking about Fang Chen's name. Of course, some experts definitely believed that strength was the foundation. So what if the Formation Grandmaster was in front of them? He would still be beaten up. However, there were also some ancient martial art practitioners who believed that Fang Chen's potential was heaven-defying and that he was a rising star. In short, many people were paying attention to Fang Chen. On the sword-hidden peak, a group of people were talking and laughing with each other. Throughout the night, Fang Chen also learned about Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin. Their grandfather was in the Five Elements Academy. Fang Chen did not expect that. The next day, the sky was still a little dark, but there was a trace of white on the horizon. At this time, the sky gradually brightened. Xianyuan Feng and his sister had already returned to the sky-leaving peak. As for Xiao Fang and the others, they had also returned early. Fang Chen woke up from his sleep. There was a smile on his face. It was another beautiful day. On this day, Fang Chen continued to go to class. When he arrived at the class, he found that many people were looking at him with strange eyes. This was especially true for Su Yang and Zhang Chang. Both of their eyes were filled with complex emotions. Beside Su Yang and Zhang Chang stood Luo Zhongtian. When Luo Zhongtian saw Fang Chen, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. When he was in the bloody battle space, he wanted to kill Fang Chen, but he never had a chance. After coming to the Five Elements Academy, Luo Zhongtian still remembered that matter, so he found a backer. Seeing Luo Zhongtian, Su Yang, and Zhang Chang standing together, Fang Chen shook his head slightly and returned to his seat. At this time, Wei Guang arrived. When Wei Guang arrived, the martial artists in Class 10 all stood up to welcome him. Wei Guang was the boss of Class 10 and the strongest martial artist. No one dared to challenge Wei Guang. After Wei Guang arrived at the class, he walked straight to Fang Chen. "Kid, I heard that you are quite talented in the art of formations." Wei Guang stared at Fang Chen, his eyes flashing as he asked in a low voice. Fang Chen didn't understand what Wei Guang meant, so he didn't answer. At this time, Wei Guang continued to speak. "Kid, being talented in formations doesn't mean that you are strong. You have to be realistic. I am the boss of Class 10. Don't think that you can show off in front of me just because you defeated He Wu." When Fang Chen heard this, he understood that Wei Guang was here to intimidate him. When Fang Chen heard this, he sneered and was about to speak. Suddenly, a voice spread throughout the entire class. "Fang Chen." Hearing this voice, even Wei Guang turned his head to look. The person who came was Mo Xian. When he saw Mo Xian, Wei Guang frowned. Mo Xian came to Fang Chen's side and said coldly, "Wei Guang, you are a student at the 5th level of the spiritual vortex realm. How dare you bully a student at the 2nd level of the spiritual vortex realm?" When Mo Xian arrived at the class, he happened to hear Wei Guang scolding Fang Chen. "Mo Xian, he is a student of Class 10. Is it wrong for me to teach him a lesson?" Wei Guang said in a low voice. They were both students at the 5th level of the spiritual vortex realm, but Mo Xian's combat power was much stronger than his. Therefore, when Wei Guang spoke to Mo Xian, he felt that he was lacking. "He is my friend. You better not bully him." Mo Xian's expression changed slightly as he said in a low voice. When Wei Guang heard this, a trace of killing intent flashed through his eyes. He then glared at Fang Chen and turned to leave. "Brother Mo Xian." Fang Chen greeted Mo Xian. "Fang Chen, you're good. You just arrived at the Five Elements Academy and you've already caused such a big commotion." Mo Xian grinned. When Fang Chen heard this, he chuckled. "Fang Chen, I called you here today to tell you something," Mo Xian said. "What is it?" Fang Chen asked. "The Five Elements Academy has a combat power assessment every month. If your combat power is not up to standard, you will be expelled. Of course, under normal circumstances, almost every student of the 5 Elements Academy can pass. This is actually just a formality. Moxian smiled. Combat power assessment. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The 5 Elements Academy has a combat power tower. You can go take a look when you have time, Moxian said. After exchanging a few words with Fang Chen, Moxian left because he had something to do. After Moxian left, Wei Guang glared at Fang Chen with a face full of resentment. However, he was directly ignored by the latter. Today's class was still taught by Teacher Jean. He also heard some news today. It was all news about Fang Chen. This news was like a slap to his face, making him feel like his face was burning. Isn't he just a genius in arrays? His combat power is trash, Teacher Jean said to himself. He had never liked Fang Chen. Although he knew that Fang Chen was a genius in arrays, he was even angrier when he found out that Fang Chen had rejected Grandmaster Rongguang and the Ice Elder's invitation to take him in as a disciple. He believed that Fang Chen looked down on the teachers of the 5 Elements Academy. In this class, Teacher Jean explained the method of condensing spirit spirals for Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Warriors. The reason why Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Warriors are fundamentally different from Condensing Reality Realm Warriors is because they have spirit spirals. Teacher Jean stood in the front row and spoke with assurance. Spirit spirals are the symbol of a Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Warrior. In the 5 Elements state, a Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Warrior may be considered a very strong warrior. However, in our 5 Elements Academy, a Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Warrior is only the most basic combat power. Condensing spirit spirals is the most troublesome thing for a Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Warrior. In fact, as long as you master a few tricks, condensing spirit spirals is not as difficult as you think. Teacher Jean quickly explained about the spiritual spirals, which lasted for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, Teacher Jean finally stopped. His gaze landed on Fang Chen. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. He then said, "Fang Chen, tell us what we need to pay attention to when condensing spirit spirals." Hearing Teacher Jin's words, Xiao Fang and the others' expressions changed slightly. They looked at Fang Chen worriedly. Teacher Jean had always been against Fang Chen. Would he also be against Fang Chen this time? Hearing this, Fang Chen slowly stood up and said, "Actually, when condensing spirit spirals, you only need to pay attention to 2 points." "What 2 points?" Teacher Jean asked. "First, when condensing spirit spirals, the spirit qi in your sea of qi must be abundant. Second, when condensing spirit spirals, your Dharma power must try to communicate with your spirit spirals. This way, the difficulty of condensing spirit spirals will be greatly reduced," Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Teacher Jean frowned slightly. This brat must be doing this on purpose. When he was explaining, he had specifically emphasized that condensing spirit spirals had nothing to do with Dharma power. Now, when he asked Fang Chen to talk about the things to pay attention to when condensing spirit spirals, he actually said that his Dharma power should try to communicate with his spirit spirals. Wasn't this going against him? "Brat, don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. Are you deaf? Teacher Jean just said that when condensing spirit spirals, one must be fully focused. Now you say that your Dharma power should communicate with your spirit spirals. Trash. You are simply the scum of the 5 Elements Academy. How could such a warrior enter the 5 Elements Academy? Brat, hurry up and apologize to Teacher Jean." A few of Wei Guang's subordinates loudly berated him. They wanted to protect Teacher Jin's reputation and make Fang Chen apologize. However, Fang Chen looked straight at Teacher Jean. He had no intention of apologizing. "Fang Chen, according to what you said, your spirit spirals should be easy to condense. Why are you only at the 2nd level of the spirit spiral realm?" Teacher Jean said with a cold expression. Condensing spirit spirals and letting Dharma power communicate with them was something recorded in the history book. Even Teacher Jean did not think that this was necessary. As time passed, Fang Chun had long been lost in the ancient Sword Continent. Now, Fang Chun had actually pointed out these things to pay attention to refute Teacher Jean. This made Teacher Jean very unhappy. Yes, it is indeed easy to condense spirit spirals. Fang Chun grinned. You don't even know how to brag. A few students were berating Fang Chun. Some of them even had the urge to attack him. However, at this moment, a majestic aura suddenly emitted from Fang Chun's body. Immediately after, everyone realized that the surrounding spirit chi was instantly absorbed by Fang Chun. Yes. A rumbling sound was heard. Everyone was shocked to discover that Fang Chun had actually broken through. Chapter 692. Rumble. A deafening sound came from Fang Chun's body. Wei Guang and the others were all staring at Fang Chun. At this moment, the first two spiritual spirals in Fang Chun's sea of qi were spinning rapidly. The third spiritual spiral was also showing signs of condensation. Above Fang Chun's head, a huge golden sword appeared. He used his Dharma idol to communicate with his spiritual spiral. At this moment, the golden heart in Fang Chun's body was beating rapidly. Traces of clear energy appeared and entered the condensing third spiritual spiral. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the aura around Fang Chun disappeared. The condensation of the third spiritual spiral was complete. Fang Chun's cultivation had finally broken through to the third level of the spiritual spiral realm. This, in the class, several students were shocked. Fang Chun's speed of condensing spiritual spirals was too fast. They did not even have the time to be shocked before Fang Chun completed his breakthrough. Teacher Jean, am I right? Although Fang Chun had restrained his aura, Teacher Jean could still feel that Fang Chun's body was filled with powerful energy. He had really broken through to the third level of the spiritual spiral realm. Teacher Jin's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. He glanced at Fang Chun and said, "Class dismissed." With that, Teacher Jean turned and left. After Teacher Jean left, Wei Guang walked in front of Fang Chun. "Kid, you're quite capable," Wei Guang said coldly. Previously, he wanted to intimidate Fang Chun, but was stopped by Moxian. "Does it have anything to do with you?" Fang Chun asked. "I really want to slap you to death, but you're not qualified for me to attack you now." Wei Guang sneered. In his opinion, attacking Fang Chun would dirty his hands. Wei Guang turned to look in the direction of Su Yang and Zhang Chong. Finally, his gaze fell on Luo Zhongtian. "Luo Zhongtian, I'll leave him to you. If you can't even defeat him, then there's no need for you to join my camp." Wei Guang finished speaking and turned to leave. When Luo Zhongtian heard this, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Soon after, he looked towards Fang Chun and said in a hoarse voice, "Fang Chun, I have said that after joining the Five Elements Academy, there will be a battle between us." "You are no match for me," Fang Chun said. If it was before, he would have a 50% chance of winning against Luo Zhongtian. But now, Luo Zhongtian was no match for him. Now that he had broken through to the third level of the spiritual vortex realm, his combat power could crush a martial artist in the middle stage of the fourth level of the spiritual vortex realm. He could even challenge a martial artist in the later stage of the fourth level of the spiritual vortex realm. He did not care about Luo Zhongtian. "Fang Chun, you are too arrogant," Luo Zhongtian said coldly. Fang Chun ignored Luo Zhongtian and turned to leave. "Fang Chun, you are a coward." Luo Zhongtian looked at Fang Chun's departing figure and roared loudly. Hearing the word coward, Fang Chun stopped in his tracks and a murderous glint flashed across his eyes. He immediately turned around and looked at Luo Zhongtian. He said coldly, "Do you really want to fight with me?" "I must fight," Luo Zhongtian said. Luo Zhongtian said. Regardless of whether it was for Hong Wu or Wei Guang, he wanted to fight with Fang Chun. Moreover, he wanted to humiliate Fang Chun as much as possible. Alright, then let's fight. This was a class, so there was naturally no way to fight. Fang Chen walked out of the class and came to the square of the 10th zone. Here, he could fight as he pleased. Luo Zhongtian also followed him out. Su Yang and Zhang Chang stood at the side and supported Luo Zhongtian. Luo Zhongtian, teach him a lesson, Su Yang said in a deep voice. Luo Zhongtian cut off one of his arms. Zhang Chang said. Fang Chen stood in the square. Luo Zhongtian stepped into the battlefield, and a boundless aura surged out of him. In the blood battle space, you bullied my fiancée. You dare touch my woman? You really are courting death. Luo Zhongtian recovered his domineering side and icily said. Enough nonsense. Let's fight, said Fang Chen. Fine. Since you want to die, I'll help you out. Luo Zhongtian coldly roared. This battle was extremely important to him. He had to defeat Fang Chen and humiliate Fang Chen in front of so many people. Otherwise, Wei Guang wouldn't accept him. After entering the Five Elements Academy, Luo Zhongtian had realized that just relying on his own strength wasn't enough. He needed a backer. So he had placed his gaze on Wei Guang. Although he hadn't received Wei Guang's approval, he believed that once he defeated Fang Chen, he could join Wei Guang's faction. Rumble! A pitch-black spear appeared in Luo Zhongtian's hand. This spear contained a boundless aura. Go to hell! Luo Zhongtian roared and waved his spear. He displayed his most powerful skill and the spear pierced towards Fang Chen. Stupid! Fang Chen displayed the flowing water swordsmanship. Boundless sword essence instantly emerged. The surrounding power of heaven and earth was silently changed by the sword essence. When the sword essence surged into the hidden star sword, ripples of water filled the sky. The hidden star sword pierced towards Luo Zhongtian with a dense ripple of water. Bang! The spear and the hidden star sword collided. The sound of metal colliding exploded and sparks flew. Crash! After the two collided, the dense ripple of water rushed towards Fang Chen. Immediately after, Fang Chen activated the power of a LV3 spiritual spiral realm. In his sea of qi, 3 spiritual spirals spun rapidly. Crack! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Luo Zhongtian's spear was sent flying by Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Luo Zhongtian's figure was also pushed back. Luo Zhongtian looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. His eyes were filled with anger. Damn it! Luo Zhongtian did not believe that Fang Chen's combat power had reached such a powerful level. Luo Zhongtian roared and waved his spear again. He launched a fierce attack towards Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen, who was at LV3 spiritual spiral realm, was too relaxed against Luo Zhongtian. There was no threat at all. Flowing water swordsmanship. Fang Chen displayed the flowing water swordsmanship again. He took advantage of Luo Zhongtian's mistake and pierced through Luo Zhongtian's arm. Luo Zhongtian let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Su Yang and Zhang Chang's faces turned solemn. Trash! After speaking, the two of them ignored Luo Zhongtian and left angrily. I said that you are no match for me. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and looked at Luo Zhongtian with contempt. He then turned and left. Luo Zhongtian, who had fallen to the ground, was filled with unwillingness. A martial artist who had just entered LV3 spiritual spiral realm had defeated him. He was unconvinced. Fang Chen's defeat of Luo Zhongtian shocked Xiao Fang and the rest. Fang Chen, well done, Sun Qiwen said. He also did not like Luo Zhongtian. Where are we going now? He Jingwei asked. Why don't we go to the Tower of Combat Power to take a look? Fang Chen suddenly remembered the Tower of Combat Power that Mo-Xian had mentioned to him. Okay, let's go. The group of 5 left the 10th zone and headed towards the Tower of Combat Power. The Tower of Combat Power was no longer the theory peak, but the actual combat peak. The reason why it was called the actual combat peak was because it was a place for students to learn from each other and practice actual combat. There were many practice arenas here for students to learn from each other. In the center of the actual combat peak stood a tall tower. This tower was the Tower of Combat Power. There were a total of 9 levels in the Tower of Combat Power. Hence, the combat power was also divided into 9 stars. Fang Chun and the rest arrived at the Tower of Combat Power. There were many martial artists here, but most of them were not very powerful. The truly powerful martial artists would not waste their time in the Tower of Combat Power. In front of the Tower of Combat Power, there was a stone tablet. This was the Combat Power Tablet. All the martial artists' results in the Tower of Combat Power would be recorded on the Combat Power Tablet. Moreover, there were only 100 names on the Combat Power Tablet. The stronger the combat power, the higher the ranking. I wonder if Hei Wu can pass the 5th level. Ever since Hei Wu was defeated by the newcomer, he was provoked and kept coming to the Tower of Combat Power. It seems like Hei Wu is coming out. Standing in front of the Tower of Combat Power, Fang Chun could clearly hear the crowd discussing Hei Wu. At this moment, a figure shot out from the Tower of Combat Power. Fang Chun looked over. This person was Hei Wu, who he had defeated. When Hei Wu came out, his name did not change on the Battle Power Tablet. Everyone knew that Hei Wu did not pass the 5th level. Hei Wu looked at the Battle Power Tablet and shook his head helplessly. On the Battle Power Tablet, Hei Wu's name was ranked 71st. His combat power had reached the level of 5 stars. When Hei Wu was about to leave, he suddenly saw Fang Chun in the crowd. He immediately sneered and said, "Kid, with your strength, you dare to challenge the Tower of Combat Power?" Hei Wu was still brooding over the fact that he was defeated by Fang Chun. He wanted to fight against Fang Chun, but he would be called a bully. Therefore, he had been enduring it. At this moment, before Fang Chun smashed the Tower of Combat Power, Hei Wu wanted to use this opportunity to humiliate Fang Chun. The Tower of Combat Power has nothing to do with cultivation, Fang Chun said. In front of the Tower of Combat Power, the crowd finally noticed Fang Chun. They opened their eyes wide and looked at Fang Chun. "Brother Fang, I will try first," Sun Chiwen said and went straight into the Tower of Combat Powers. After a while, the Tower of Combat Power flickered and Sun Chiwen came out from the Tower of Combat Power. He was in a mess and his face was solemn. There were no changes on the Battle Power Tablet. Even Sun Chiwen's name did not appear. This made Sun Chiwen feel very awkward. There were only 100 students in the 5 Elements Academy. He could not even enter the top 100. Sun Chiwen's combat power was ranked at the peak of 3 stars. "Let me go," Qing Jingtong said when he saw the situation. Hei Wu was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he was looking at these people who were embarrassing themselves. His face was filled with a mocking smile. Qing Jingtong stayed in the Tower of Combat Power for quite some time. After a while, Qing Jingtong came out. When Qing Jingtong came out, the Battle Power Tablet emitted a dazzling light. Qing Jingtong's name appeared on the Battle Power Tablet. Combat Power Rating: Late 4-star, 98th on the Battle Power Tablet. Next was He Jingwei and Xiao Fang. Both of them entered the Tower of Combat Power one after another. Finally, the Battle Power Tablet flickered and both of their names appeared on the Battle Power Tablet. He Jingwei's combat power rating was also at the late 4-star, 96th on the Battle Power Tablet. Xiao Fang's combat power rating was at the peak of 4-star, 88th on the Battle Power Tablet. After seeing Xiao Fang's ranking, many disciples were shocked. Chapter 693. It was Xiao Fang's first attempt at the Tower of Combat Power, and he was able to achieve such a result. This made many students feel ashamed. The 5 Elements Academy had a total of over 100 students. Some of the older students could not even make it onto the Battle Power Tablet. However, Xiao Fang not only made it onto the Battle Power Tablet, but he was also ranked 88. This was definitely an honor for a newcomer. After the crowd recovered from their shock, they looked at Fang Chun. They wondered if the man who defeated Hei Wu would be able to make it onto the battle power tablet. Kid, I advise you not to attempt it. You will embarrass yourself if you fail to make it onto the battle power tablet, Hei Wu said disdainfully with a mocking smile on his face. In his opinion, Fang Chun was only talented in formations. As for combat power, he was definitely lacking. Fang Chun glanced at Hei Wu and walked into the Tower of Combat Power. The Tower of Combat Power had a total of 9 levels. The moment Fang Chun stepped into the Tower of Combat Power, he appeared on the first level. The first 3 floors, to the students of the 5 Elements Academy, did not pose any threat at all. The 9th level of the Tower of Combat Power corresponded to the 9th level of the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm. On the first level, Fang Chun encountered some demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were all at the first level of the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm. He easily stepped into the 2nd level, and then the 3rd level. After a while, Fang Chun stepped into the 4th level. When he reached the 4th level, Fang Chun finally felt the pressure. On the 4th level, more than 10 demonic beasts appeared. These demonic beasts were all at the 4th level of the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm. Fang Chun's current cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm. It would be difficult for him to fight against a 4th level Spiritual Whirlpool Realm demonic beast. Roar! These demonic beasts roared at the sky and immediately attacked Fang Chun fiercely. Swoosh! Fang Chun used the flowing water swordplay. Suddenly, a wild ripple of water floated in the sky. Under Fang Chun's control, it suddenly attacked the demonic beast at the front. Poochie! The demon beast at the front was caught off guard and was pierced through by Fang Chun's sword, dying instantly. When the other demonic beasts saw this, they raised their heads and roared. With a majestic aura, they began to fight with Fang Chun. Bang bang bang, in the blink of an eye, the battle had reached its climax. Although Fang Chun was able to seize the opportunity to kill a few demonic beasts, there were too many demonic beasts. As time passed, Fang Chun was unable to cope with them. I wonder if we can use array formations. Fang Chun's eyes flickered. He was ready to try and see if he could use the array formation. Fang Chun did as he was told. With a flick of his wrist, he set up the Void Plundering Array. The Void Plundering formation appeared and encapsulated the beasts within it. Fang Chun noticed that the demonic beasts were frantically attacking the Void Plundering Array. The array was also on the verge of breaking. It's useful. Seeing this, Fang Chun was overjoyed. His figure flashed and he entered the array formation. He executed the flowing water sword technique to kill the demonic beasts. Every time the array formation was about to break, Fang Chun would set up another array formation. He was able to set up a chain of arrays, so the demonic beasts were unable to break through his control of the array formation. In this way, after about 15 minutes, Fang Chun had killed all the demonic beasts. When all the demonic beasts were killed, the entire 4th floor began to tremble. Then, a majestic aura instantly filled the air. This is Fang Chun's face turned solemn. He looked around and found that the aura was too strong. It was actually suppressing him. The entire ground was shaking. Fang Chun's body was also shaking. He activated the sword body and vigilantly guarded against everything around him. Roar! Just as Fang Chun was carefully inspecting the 4th floor, a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Fang Chun was instantly shocked. This demonic beast exuded a terrifying aura that made his heart palpitate. This is a demonic beast at the peak of LV4 Spiritual Whirlpool Realm. Ancestor Bronze reminded from within the Python sword. Peak of LV4 Spiritual Whirlpool Realm. Fang Chun's eyes flickered as he continuously retreated. With his current strength, he could easily crush a mid-LV4 Spiritual Whirlpool Realm martial artist. However, it would be difficult to deal with a late LV4 Spiritual Whirlpool Realm martial artist, let alone a demonic beast at the peak of LV4 Spiritual Whirlpool Realm. The demonic beast roared at the sky and directly launched a fierce attack at Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen quickly set up the void plundering array. Crack! The void plundering array was instantly shattered. Fang Chen did not even have time to set up a second array before he was hit by the demonic beast. With a bang, Fang Chen's body was sent flying. He felt his qi and blood churning. It was very uncomfortable. Retreat, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, in a flash, he left the 4th level and went to the 3rd level. At this moment, all the martial artists outside were waiting for Fang Chen to come out. Hei Wu's face was filled with sarcasm as he said coldly, "He hasn't come out for such a long time. Could he have been killed by the demonic beast?" Everyone could hear the disdain in Hei Wu's words. However, no one dared to refute him. None of the people present had combat power comparable to Hei Wu. He was ranked 71st on the battle power tablet, and it was not an exaggeration. Xiao Fang and the rest looked at the battle power tower with worry. Just as Hei Wu finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared from the battle power tower. Then, everyone's gaze turned towards the battle power tablet. At this moment, the battle power tablet shone brightly. The dazzling light instantly filled the entire battle power tablet. After this scene lasted for a while, when the dazzling light completely dissipated, there was a slight change on the battle power tablet. The eyes of all the martial artists were filled with shock. How is this possible? Even Hei Wu cried out involuntarily. He could not believe that Fang Chen actually made it onto the battle power tablet, and was ranked 93rd. On the battle power tablet, Fang Chen's name was at the 93rd position. Everyone saw that behind Fang Chen's name, there was a combat power evaluation. Fang Chen's combat power evaluation was at the later stage of 4-star. This meant that Fang Chen's combat power was comparable to a later stage 4-star. The battle power tablet was not related to cultivation base, but to combat power. Therefore, there were many people whose cultivation base did not match their combat power. However, Fang Chen, a martial artist at the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm, was able to rank 93rd on his first attempt at the battle power tower. This was too shocking. A newcomer can achieve such a result on his first attempt at the battle power tower. Don't forget, he is only a martial artist at the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm. This kind of talent is too scary. Who said that he is only talented in arrays? I think his martial arts talent is not any worse than his array talent. Yes, 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm, and his combat power is at the later stage of 4-star. This kind of combat power is too amazing. At this moment, in front of the battle power tower, most of the martial artists were amazed by Fang Chen's potential. Only Hei Wu's face was burning, as if he was slapped by someone. Isn't he just a later stage 4-star? Hei Wu said in a deep voice. Hearing Hei Wu's words, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He looked at Hei Wu and said, "Everyone here started from the weakest and grew step by step to where they are now, including you, Hei Wu. I entered the 5 Elements Academy much later than all of you, and my starting point was not as good as yours. If I have enough time, I will definitely surpass you," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. For Fang Chen, as long as he had enough time, surpassing Hei Wu would not be a problem. With your strength, you want to surpass me? Hei Wu sneered. Even if I give you a year, you will not be able to surpass me. Hearing this, Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "One day, you will know." After saying this, Fang Chen turned and left. Xiao Fang and the others followed closely behind. Although Fang Chen and the others made it to the battle power tablet and caused a small commotion, it was nothing to the geniuses of the top 5 classes. In the following days, Fang Chen and the others' lives returned to normal. Every day, other than going to class, they would cultivate. Fang Chen also used this time to cultivate the flowing water swordsmanship completely. As Fang Chen's cultivation increased, the flowing water swordsmanship seemed to be unable to satisfy Fang Chen's need. Fang Chen wanted to find another cultivation technique. At this time, his gaze landed on the cultivation technique hall. In the Five Elements Academy, there was a huge cultivation technique hall. The mountain where the cultivation technique hall was located was called the Cultivation Technique Peak. On this day, Fang Chen came to the Cultivation Technique Peak alone, and then appeared at the entrance of the Cultivation Technique Hall. Senior, I want to enter the Cultivation Technique Hall to find a suitable cultivation technique for myself, Fang Chen said to the Guardian Elder at the entrance. The Guardian Elder's hair was disheveled, and he looked like a beggar. He lazily opened his eyes and said, "Go in, the price is already marked. After you choose, come out and pay the spirit stones." Fang Chen nodded and entered the Cultivation Technique Hall. The Five Elements Academy's Cultivation Technique Hall had a large number of powerful cultivation techniques. Fang Chen simply scanned them, and found that the lowest level cultivation technique was a level 5 cultivation technique. However, the students who were able to enter the Five Elements Academy would normally not choose a level 5 cultivation technique. Most martial artists would choose a level 6 cultivation technique, and some would even choose a level 7 cultivation technique. Within the Cultivation Technique Hall, there were a total of 36 level 6 cultivation techniques, and 3 level 7 cultivation techniques. From this point, one could see how precious a level 7 cultivation technique was. 10 level 6 cultivation techniques were no match for a level 7 cultivation technique. Fang Chen walked to the level 7 cultivation technique and took a look. The price of each of the 3 level 7 cultivation techniques was over 100 million spirit stones, which shocked Fang Chen. As expected of a level 7 cultivation technique, Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. Within the Five Elements Academy, there were probably only a few students who could afford a level 7 cultivation technique. Level 7 cultivation techniques were too precious, and even the Five Elements Academy only had 3 of them. Hence, the price was very high. If it was in the outside world, it would be priceless. Fang Chen's gaze shifted from the level 7 cultivation technique to the level 6 cultivation technique. The price of a level 6 cultivation technique was much cheaper. Most of the level 6 cultivation techniques were between 10 to 30 million spirit stones. Choosing the one that suits me the most is the best, Fang Chen thought to himself. Although a level 7 cultivation technique was very powerful, if it was not suitable for him, he would rather choose a level 6 cultivation technique. Chapter 694. Since he was going to choose a cultivation technique, Fang Chen's focus was naturally on the 3 level 7 cultivation technique. First, Fang Chen looked at the first level 7 cultivation technique. It was called the Mysterious Een Illusion Technique. Mysterious Een Illusion Technique, mainly an illusion technique. When cultivated to a certain level, the martial artist's entire body will be filled with an illusory aura. With a casual glance, the martial artist will fall into an illusion. Moreover, when the Mysterious Een Illusion Technique is cultivated to perfection, the martial artist will be able to fight across realms. Even a high-level spiritual vortex realm martial artist will fall into the trap if they are caught off guard. After reading the introduction of the Mysterious Een Illusion Technique, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. The Mysterious Een Illusion Technique was really overbearing. In Fang Chen's impression, the Mysterious Een Illusion Technique was the most overbearing illusion technique he had ever seen. However, the cultivation standard of the Black Een Illusion Incantation was a little high. One had to be an illusion cultivator. Moreover, one had to cultivate the illusion concept to a certain level. Just this point alone was enough to shut Fang Chen out. Fang Chen licked his dry lips. The illusion concept was very difficult to comprehend. Even in the entire Five Elements Academy, there were not many who could comprehend the illusion concept. The illusion concept was too overbearing. If one could comprehend the illusion concept, they would be able to make their opponent fall into an illusion in minutes. The more powerful it was, the more difficult it was to cultivate. The requirement to cultivate the mysterious illusion technique was to comprehend the illusion concept. After reading this, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Although he was an illusory sword principle cultivator, there was still a huge gap between him and an illusion cultivator. In front of the illusion concept, his illusory sword principle was not worth mentioning. After giving up on the mysterious illusion technique, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the second level 7 cultivation technique. This level 7 cultivation technique was called the Lone Star Finger. Lone Star Finger, an extremely powerful finger technique. When this finger technique is cultivated to a certain level, one point of the finger will be able to move mountains and rivers. Its power is very overbearing. After reading the introduction of the Lone Star Finger, Fang Chen was a little tempted. However, in the end, he still shifted his gaze away from the Lone Star Finger. After all, he majored in the way of the sword, so sword techniques were the most suitable for him. If he really couldn't find a suitable technique, it wouldn't be too late to choose the Lone Star Finger. The Lone Star Finger is purely based on strength, while the Black illusion formula is based on illusion technique. Both of them have their own unique characteristics. However, the requirement to practice the Lone Star Finger is not high. As long as you have enough spirit stones, you can exchange them for the secret cultivation method of the Lone Star Finger, Fang Chen said to himself. Then, Fang Chen's gaze shifted to the last cultivation technique. This was a rank 7 cultivation method. The book was yellowed, and it looked like it had been here for a long time. There wasn't even a single word on the book. Fang Chen was a little surprised. He immediately flipped open the yellowed book. There were some introductions in the book. This is a broken cultivation technique. Fang Chen was inwardly shocked. A broken cultivation technique could actually be called a 7th rank cultivation technique. Just how strong would a complete cultivation technique be? Fang Chen was quite shocked. He quickly flipped through the rank 7 cultivation method. After a while, Fang Chen understood. This rank 7 cultivation method didn't have a price tag. Instead, it was introduced in the book that only fated people could practice it. Otherwise, it was impossible to practice this cultivation method. This made Fang Chen even more curious. However, he didn't seem to be fated with this broken cultivation method. From beginning to end, this broken cultivation method didn't resonate with him. After studying it for a while, Fang Chen could only give up. None of the 3 rank 7 cultivation methods were suitable for him. He could only choose from the rank 6 cultivation method. There were a total of 36 rank 6 cultivation method. Fang Chen's soul swept through them and instantly selected some suitable cultivation method. There were a total of 5 rank 6 cultivation methods that were suitable for him to practice. Among them, there were water-type cultivation methods, fire-type cultivation methods, ice-type cultivation methods, a physical body cultivation method, and the last cultivation method was a sword technique. These 5 cultivation methods were the most suitable for Fang Chen. I'll choose from these 5 cultivation methods, Fang Chen said to himself. His eyes moved back and forth between the 5 cultivation method. After 3 minutes, Fang Chen still chose the sword cultivation method. This sword cultivation method was called the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method. The Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method. Only warriors who possess the concept of fire can practice this sword cultivation method. Moreover, it has a high requirement for the sword cultivation method. If the sword cultivation method isn't up to standard, it's impossible to practice this sword cultivation method. I'll choose him, Fang Chen said to himself. He looked at the price. The Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method wasn't too expensive. It was only 20 million Supreme Grade Spirit Stones. Fang Chen took the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method and left the Cultivation Method Hall. Outside the Cultivation Method Hall, a beggar-like old man was lying at the door, resting. When Fang Chen came out, he didn't even open his eyes. He directly asked, "What cultivation method did you choose?" "The Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method," Fang Chen whispered. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the old man lazily opened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen in surprise. Then he said, "You are a sword cultivator." Fang Chen nodded. Seeing this, the old man said, "That's right. A warrior should choose the cultivation method that suits him best." After that, the old man took away Fang Chen's 20 million supreme grade spirit stones. Then he told Fang Chen to return the book within a month. Otherwise, he would be punished by the 5 Elements Academy. Fang Chen took the book of the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method and left the Cultivation Method Hall. Looking at Fang Chen's back, the old man's face showed a complicated expression. "Interesting kid. You actually chose the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method. Let's see how good your comprehension of the sword principle is," the old man said to himself. After Fang Chen returned to the Sword Hidden Peak, he began to study the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method. Fang Chen's essence of fire was enough to practice the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method. The Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method also had 6 levels: entry, small success, completion, perfection, nuance, and perfection. These 6 levels were similar to the flowing water swordsmanship. Time passed bit by bit. Fang Chen practiced the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method in addition to attending classes every day. Because Fang Chen had a strong essence of fire, it was very easy for him to practice the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method. It only took him 1 day to reach the entry level. Then it got out of hand. In 3 days, Fang Chen practiced the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method to the small success realm. 7 days later, the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method reached the profound success realm. Half a month later, the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method reached the perfection realm. A month's time passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Fang Chen stopped practicing. His body was surrounded by thick black flames that contained a majestic sword essence. In 1 month, Fang Chen had practiced the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method to the nuance realm. If the higher-ups of the 5 Elements Academy knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. Fang Chen's cultivation speed was definitely the fastest in the history of the 5 Elements Academy. Of course, the reason Fang Chen could cultivate so quickly was not only because of his essence of fire, but also because of his golden heart. As Fang Chen's cultivation increased, he felt the importance of the golden heart more and more. Although the golden heart was usually very quiet, whenever Fang Chen practiced the sword technique, the golden heart would beat abnormally fast. As it beat faster, Fang Chen felt that his mind was filled with comprehension of the sword Tao. Because of this, Fang Chen's cultivation speed of the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method was very fast. In 1 month's time, the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method had reached the nuance realm. It was only 1 step away from reaching the perfection realm. This allowed Fang Chen's strength to increase again. Of course, during this month, Fang Chen's crazy practice of the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method had also allowed his sword essence to have a breakthrough. The sword essence of the 2nd step of the sword Tao had broken through from the 1st minor realm to the 2nd minor realm. This was also due to the beginner's scroll of the sword Tao Truth. After his sword essence had reached the 2nd minor realm, Fang Chen's every move was able to draw upon the power of heaven and earth around him. It should be known that even a high-level spiritual vortex realm ancient martial art practitioner would not be able to do this. Even if some could do it, they would be top geniuses. Fang Chen, who was only at the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm, was able to do this. It was enough to see how strong his talent in the sword Tao was. Fang Chen opened his eyes and the scorching black flames around him instantly disappeared. Then, Fang Chen stood up and muttered to himself, 1 month's time is up. It's time to return the manual. When Fang Chen came to the skills library again, the old man was still lying lazily at the entrance of the skills library. "Senior, I'm here to return the manual. Fang Chen cupped his hands and said to the old man. When the old man heard this, he lazily opened his eyes. When he saw that it was Fang Chen, a smile appeared on his face. He reached out his hand to take the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method Manual and then asked, "How far have you cultivated the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method? Have you reached the beginner realm?" In the old man's opinion, to be able to cultivate it to the beginner realm in 1 month's time was already considered heaven-defying. He had never thought that Fang Chen was even more monstrous than he had imagined. When Fang Chen heard this, he shook his head. Seeing this, the old man's expression darkened. Fang Chen shook his head. That meant that he had not even cultivated it to the beginner realm. In 1 month's time, he had only reached the beginner realm. This kind of talent was not worthy of the old man's attention. The old man waved his hand and the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method Manual instantly returned to the skills library, lying quietly in its original position. At the same time, the old man closed his eyes and no longer paid attention to Fang Chen. "Senior, I'm not very talented. After using 1 month's time, I've only cultivated to the hyper-focus realm. I'm ashamed," Fang Chen said softly. The old man ignored Fang Chen and closed his eyes. However, when Fang Chen finished speaking, the old man only reacted for 3 seconds before suddenly opening his eyes. He looked at Fang Chen in shock and hastily asked, "What did you say? You've cultivated to the hyper-focus realm?" Fang Chen was also a bit surprised, but he quickly nodded. "Is that true?" A terrifying golden light shot out of the old man's eyes, causing Fang Chen's body to involuntarily tremble. "Junior wouldn't dare lie to Senior," said Fang Chen. Crash! The old man's hand suddenly extended. Fang Chen knew that the old man wanted to test his Flame Immortal Sword Cultivation Method. The star-concealing sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand. After that, a dense black flame surged out in all directions. Fang Chen had used the Fire Immortal Sword technique. Seeing Fang Chen perform the Fire Element Indestructible Sword technique, the old man's eyes burned and his face was filled with excitement. Chapter 695. With the old man's status, he was able to see the realm of Fang Chen's everlasting flame sword art with a single glance. When he saw the sword intent surrounding Fang Chen's body, he was incomparably excited. Crash! The old man casually waved his hand and immediately defeated Fang Chen's cultivation technique, shocking Fang Chen. "Senior." Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and cupped his hands towards the old man. The old man's eyes burned as he stared at Fang Chen. A rare genius in the sword Dao that only appears once in 1,000 years. The old man was very clear on just how difficult it was to cultivate the everlasting flame sword art to the subtle realm in just a month. Even the peak geniuses of the 5 Elements Academy wouldn't be able to do it. Fang Chen was simply a gift from the heavens to the 5 Elements Academy. Even the old man sighed in admiration at how deep his comprehension of the Sword Dao was in the Sword Dao at such a young age. After recovering from his shock, the old man carefully sized up Fang Chen. Originally, he thought that it would be good if Fang Chen could cultivate it to the minor accomplishment stage. Who would have thought that this fellow would actually give the old man such a big surprise? In a month's time, he had cultivated the Fire Element Indestructible Sword art to the minute subtlety stage. The subtle realm. If he's given a bit more time, he'll definitely be able to reach the Great Circle. The old man inwardly said. The old man's attitude towards Fang Chen had undergone a 180-degree change. At the moment, he was beaming at Fang Chen as though he was looking at a precious sculpture. "What is your name?" asked the old man. "Junior is Fang Chen. I'm a newcomer to the 5 Elements Academy," replied Fang Chen. "A newcomer? Not bad. Ha ha ha, do you have any thoughts of becoming a disciple?" laughed the old man. If it was an old student of the 5 Elements Academy, then all the good seedlings would have already been chosen. A newcomer definitely wouldn't have been discovered. He definitely wouldn't have a master. This was his chance. Fang Chen was startled. He looked at the old man and said, "I'm sorry, but I don't want to take you as my master for now." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the old man didn't get angry and directly said, "Fang Chen, if you want to be apprenticed, come find me at any time." "Oh right, everyone in the Five Elements Academy calls me Elder Han." "Elder Han, I will definitely consider it," Fang Chen said. Elder Han's face was full of smiles. Others might not know, but Elder Han knew best how strong Fang Chen's potential was. No matter what, he could not waste such a good seedling. Elder Han decided that regardless of whether Fang Chen became his disciple or not, he would teach Fang Chen wholeheartedly. "Fang Chen, if there's anything you don't understand in the future, you can ask me at any time. When your fire elemental indestructible sword art reaches the perfection stage, you can also come and find me." "Thank you, Elder Han." After Fang Chen finished speaking, he turned and left the skills hall. Looking at Fang Chen's back view, Elder Han's face was filled with excitement. Then, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared into the void. The Five Elements Academy was located on the Five Elements Peak. The Five Elements Peak was actually formed by a cluster of peaks. The tallest peak was the main peak of the Five Elements Peak. Even the elders were not qualified to come to the main peak of the Five Elements Peak, except for some elders with extremely high status. For example, Elder Bing and Elder Han. On the Five Elements Peak, there was no one except the Dean of the Five Elements Academy. This was the place where the Dean meditated and no one was allowed to disturb him. Of course, no one dared to disturb him. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared on the Five Elements Peak. At a closer look, this figure was actually Elder Han, who had just talked to Fang Chen. At this moment, Elder Han's face was filled with ecstasy. He ran all the way and directly came to a palace on the main peak of the Five Elements Peak. In front of this palace there were two guards. However, when they saw that it was Elder Han, they directly let him in. Others might not know, but as the guards of the Dean, they were very clear about Elder Han's status in the Five Elements Academy. Moreover, with their strength, they could not stop Elder Han. "Elder Han." The two guards greeted Elder Han. Elder Han was in a good mood. He stopped and smiled at the two of them. Then, he asked, "Is the Dean here?" "Elder Han, come in." Before the two gatekeepers could speak, a voice filled with vicissitudes of life came from within the palace. Hearing this, Elder Han's figure flashed and entered the palace. The palace was very big, but it was very spacious. On both sides of the palace, there were two rows of armchairs. At the front there was a throne. On the throne there was a figure. His entire body was shrouded in a gray aura, causing people to be unable to see his face clearly. He was the Supreme Dean of the Five Elements Academy. He was also one of the peak experts of the Five Elements Province. With a stomp of his foot, the entire Five Elements Province would tremble. "Elder Han, why have you come to find me in such a hurry?" asked the Dean softly. Elder Han looked at the Dean and cupped his hands. "Dean, I found a good seedling." "Oh!" The Dean was puzzled. "A good seedling. I feel that with this child's talent in the Sword Dao, he might be able to enter that place," said Elder Han urgently. "Is that really the case?" Hearing Elder Han's words, the principal asked in a deep voice. "A month ago, this kid came to the skills library to purchase the indestructible fire sword art. In a month's time, he has cultivated the indestructible fire sword art to the imperceptible realm. He is only one step away from the transcendent realm." The Dean sank into silence. After a long while, the Dean said, "A genius in the Sword Dao." The Dean of the Five Elements Academy was the strongest expert in the Five Elements Province. He never lightly praised others. Although he had only said 4 words, if the outside world were to know, they would definitely go crazy. The Dean actually praised a newcomer as a genius in the Sword Dao. This was something that hadn't happened in a long time. "What do you plan on doing?" asked the dean. Dean, I plan on personally teaching this child. Once he cultivates the flame everlasting sword technique to the transformation realm, then he can cultivate the other sword techniques, said Elder Han. The dean nodded. Go ahead and do it. After obtaining the dean's approval, Elder Han's face was filled with excitement. He bid farewell to the dean and left the 5 Elements Peak. After Elder Han left, the dean softly said, I need a copy of this student's information. Just as the dean finished speaking, a voice rang out from the void. Following that, the dean closed his eyes. In just a few minutes, a set of information appeared in front of the dean. This set of information introduced Fong Chen in detail. It even introduced Fong Chen's matters in the Divine Wind Nation very clearly. The dean took the information and read it for a while. After he finished reading it, he couldn't help sighing. Such a small place was actually able to produce such a monstrous genius. Not to mention the Divine Wind Nation, even the 4 Ridges was only a small place in the dean's eyes. However, he didn't expect that such a small place would produce such a monstrous genius like Fong Chen. Although the dean didn't say anything, he had already regarded Fong Chen as a genius in the Sword Tao of the 5 Elements Academy. However, after he finished reading the information, he had a new understanding of Fong Chen. At the age of 20, he is not only a genius in the Sword Tao, but also a genius in the Formation Tao, said the dean softly. No wonder Elder Bing and Grandmaster Rongguang want to accept him as a disciple. Fong Chen, who was in the Sword Hidden Peak, didn't know that the dean had noticed him. It had been a while since he came to the 5 Elements Academy. During this period, Moxin had come to Fong Chen many times. However, because he had offended He Wu had been sending people to harass him. Even Wei Guang had been resentful of him. However, Fong Chen's strength was also steadily increasing. Although he wasn't a match for them yet, one day, he would defeat these martialists who had bullied him. One day, someone from the Elixir Workshop came and said that he wanted to transfer a few warriors to help with the Elixir Workshop. The 5 Elements Academy had many branches. Some were for alchemy, some were for refining weapons, and some were for making talismans. In short, there were all kinds of sub-professions. Under normal circumstances, each branch was understaffed when it was busy. Therefore, students from the last 5 classes would often be transferred to help. Why didn't they go to the first 5 classes? Because even if the students from the first 5 classes went there, they would be there to study, not to do odd jobs. The students from the last 5 classes didn't have that kind of treatment. They could only do odd jobs. They had to do all the hard work. The elder that the Elixir Workshop had transferred this time was a high-level spiritual whirlpool realm elder. He was in the area of the last 5 classes, waiting for the teacher to assign him. Fong Chen, I think you are the most suitable candidate for the Elixir Workshop to transfer warriors to help. You can go this time. You don't have to come to class during this period, Teacher Jin announced in the class. Hearing Teacher Jin's words, Wei Guang and the others' eyes were full of sarcasm. Every time the Elixir Workshop, the Weapon Workshop, and other branches came to transfer warriors to help, many warriors were unwilling. Not only was it a waste of time, but they also had to do odd jobs. All the warriors who came to the 5 Elements Academy were proud geniuses, who would be willing to do odd jobs for others. However, when they heard that Teacher Jin wanted to send Fong Chen, Wei Guang and the others gloated. As for Xiao Fong and the others, their expressions changed slightly. This was clearly Teacher Jin targeting Fong Chen and deliberately choosing Fong Chen. However, they didn't dare to refute. Fong Chen, do you have any objections? Teacher Jin stared at Fong Chen and asked coldly. I don't have any objections, Fong Chen said. All right, then follow the Elixir Workshop elder and report to the Elixir Workshop, Teacher Jin said. Then, Teacher Jin brought Fong Chen to where the Elixir Workshop elder was. At this time, there were already 4 warriors beside the Elixir Workshop elder. Including Fong Chen, there were 5 of them. and this time, 5 martial artists were also selected for the transfer. From today onwards, the 5 of you will be helping the elixir workshop. If you can't complete the task, you can't leave the elixir workshop, the elixir workshop elder said. Yes. The 5 of them nodded. Then, the elixir workshop elder led the 5 of them to the elixir workshop. Chapter 696. The elixir workshop was one of the important branches of the 5 Elements Academy. The elixir workshop could refine countless elixirs. To a martial artist, elixirs were also one of the most important necessities. This was especially so for martial artists who went out for missions or training. They would purchase a large amount of elixirs every time they went out, just in case. The elixir workshop was located on top of Elixir Peak. Without the permission of the elixir workshop, no one could enter Elixir Peak. Elixir Peak was surrounded by a rich elixir smell, making people feel extremely comfortable. Fang Chen and the other 4 arrived at Elixir Peak under the lead of the elder of the elixir workshop. Is this Elixir Peak? Fang Chen looked around Elixir Peak and thought to himself. Fang Chen did not know much about elixirs. He was practically a newbie. After the 5 of them arrived at Elixir Peak, the elder brought them to a manor. There were 5 rooms in the manor. Outside each room, there was a number from 1 to 5. From today onwards, the 5 of you will stay in these 5 rooms. Choose your own room. After you choose, I'll bring you to the place where you do chores, the elder said in a deep voice. The 5 of them looked at each other and then chose their own rooms. Fang Chen was the last to choose, so he was only left with room 5. After choosing their rooms, Fang Chen and the other 4 followed the elder to the square of Elixir Peak. This is an important place of Elixir Peak, the elixir workshop. Without permission, you are not allowed to enter the elixir workshop. Otherwise, you will be severely punished, the elder warned. Fang Chen looked in the direction of the elder's finger. At the front of the square there was a huge palace. This palace was the elixir workshop. From within the elixir workshop, countless elixir smells were emitted. Your daily task is to clear all kinds of materials for the Elixir Peak's elixir workshop to refine elixirs. Your daily task is to help Elixir Peak purchase the rare materials needed. The elder was assigning tasks to them. When it was Fang Chen's turn, the elder said directly, "Your task is to accompany and assist the elixir workshop." To put it bluntly, Fang Chen's mission was to be an alchemy apprentice. When the alchemist was refining pills, Fang Chen would help out. Although this mission seemed very tiring, it was something that many people dreamed of. Being an alchemy apprentice was secondary. The main thing was to be able to come into close contact with an alchemist. Moreover, being able to watch an alchemist refine pills was definitely a very good job. When the other 4 heard about Fang Chen's mission, their eyes flashed with envy. After the 5 of them finished assigning their tasks, they each returned to their own rooms to rest. They would officially start helping out tomorrow. After returning to the manor, one of the tall, thin men blocked Fang Chen's path and asked, "Brother, how should I address you?" "Fang Chen," said Fang Chen. "Yes, you're Fang Chen." Hearing Fang Chen's name, the tall, thin man was clearly startled. But then a complicated smile appeared on his face. "Fang Chen? The newcomer who defeated He Wu in the competition of formations?" asked another. "So it's a newcomer. No wonder I didn't recognize him. Defeating He Wu can only mean that his talent in formations is exceptional. As for his true combat strength, I'm afraid it's not enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned to the pill shop," said a slightly fat man coldly. "You're Fang Chen, right? I'm called Hua Wenxiu. Give me some face and let's exchange tasks. How about it?" Hua Wenxiu was an expert ranked 90 on the combat power rankings. He believed his strength was enough to crush Fang Chen, so he directly threatened him. "This is a task assigned to me by the elders. How can I exchange tasks just like that?" Fang Chen frowned slightly. "So you're saying you won't give me any face?" Hua Wenxiu's voice was heavy, his eyes filled with killing intent. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and turned to enter the fifth room. Hua Wenshu's eyes flickered with murderous intent as he watched Fang Chen's back. "Brother Hua, this brat won't give you any face," whispered the slightly fat man. "Humph, he'll regret it," Hua Wenshu icily said. With a wave of his sleeve, he turned and left. The next day, Fang Chen's group of 5 officially began to help out in the pill shop. As for the other 4, Fang Chen didn't know what was going on. But he himself was very free. That was because one of the alchemists refining pills today was an alchemy grandmaster. This alchemy grandmaster didn't like other people helping him out. Even alchemy apprentices were no exception. So Fang Chen could only stand within the alchemy room and calmly watch. Whoosh! The alchemy room was filled with dense flames. This alchemy grandmaster was rapidly refining pills. It didn't take long for him to finish refining a pill. "You give this pill to Elder Wu," said the alchemy grandmaster as he looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded, took the pill and quickly left the alchemy room. When Fang Chen appeared on the square, Hua Wenshu and the other 3 hid in the dark and secretly followed Fang Chen. "Brother Hua, are we really going to do this? If we're discovered, we'll definitely be punished," said a martialist softly. "Brother Hua, we're fine with this. Cut the crap. Just follow me," Hua Wenshu scolded and secretly followed Fang Chen. After a while, Fang Chen arrived at a garden. There was no one in the garden. At that moment, Hua Wenshu and the other 3 appeared in front of Fang Chen and blocked Fang Chen's path. "Brat, I've said that you'll regret it." Hua Wenshu sneered and waved his hand. Immediately, the 4 of them attacked Fang Chen fiercely. Caught off guard, Fang Chen was attacked by the 4 of them and was forced to retreat. At that moment, Fang Chen recalled the pill in his hand. He was about to put the pill in his interspatial ring when he felt a cold light flash across his hand, and the pill was cut in half. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face turned completely gloomy. Hua Wenshu and the other 3 had purposely shattered the pill in his hand in order to punish him. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart burned with anger. Damn it! Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and executed the indestructible fire sword technique. Wild black flames instantly filled the air. Then, streaks of flaming sword light with majestic sword intent pierced towards the 4 of them. Bang! 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 The 4 of them used all their strength to block Fang Chen's flaming sword light. Boom! When the 4 of them joined forces, their combat power was comparable to a level 5 spiritual vortex realm martial artist. With Fang Chen's current strength, it was already good enough that he was undefeated. There was no way he could defeat the 4 of them. In the midst of the fierce battle, the 4 of them sensed someone approaching. Hua Wenshu shouted and the 4 of them instantly disappeared. Fang Chen glanced at the pill in his hand and was about to chase after the 4 of them. However, he realized that the 4 of them had already disappeared. At that moment, an alchemy apprentice appeared in the garden. "Fang Chen, where's the pill that Elder Wu wanted? Why isn't it here yet?" The alchemy apprentice's face was filled with displeasure. Because the pill had not been delivered in time, Elder Wu was already angry and had specially asked him to look for Fang Chen. Pill. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and told him everything that had happened. What pill was destroyed? The alchemy apprentice's face darkened and he cried out involuntarily. "Originally, I was going to deliver the pill to Elder Wu. However, I met Hua Wenshu and the other 3 on the way. They joined forces to attack me and destroyed the pill," Fang Chen explained. "Humph, go and explain to Elder Wu yourself," the alchemy apprentice said angrily. Then, the alchemy apprentice flung his sleeves and turned to leave. Fang Chen followed the alchemy apprentice and arrived at Elder Wu's place. This was the pill store. If he did not explain the matter clearly, Elder Wu would definitely blame him. Fang Chen did not want to be wronged. Hence, he came to Elder Wu's place to explain. In the hall, Elder Wu sat on the armchair with a gloomy face. After listening to Fang Chen's explanation, he said coldly, "Humph, a mere servant dared to destroy my pill. Go and call the 4 of them here." The alchemy apprentice turned and left. Elder Wu stared at Fang Chen and said coldly, "If you lied to me, I will use the most severe method to punish you." Fang Chen nodded. There was no trace of fear on his face. After a while, Hua Wenshu and the other 3 arrived. Junior Hua Wenshu greets Elder Wu. Hua Wenshu cupped his hands and greeted Elder Wu after arriving at the hall. Elder Wu was startled when he saw Hua Wenshu. Then he said, "You're Hua Wenshu?" "Yes, I am. Aren't you old Taoist Chiu's disciple?" Elder Wu recognized Hua Wenshu. He had seen Hua Wenshu when he went to old Taoist Chiu's mountain to play chess with him. But at that time, he did not know Hua Wenshu's name. Now, seeing Hua Wenshu, Elder Wu's face revealed a trace of a smile. Hua Wenshu was secretly delighted when he saw Elder Wu. It seemed that even the heavens were helping him. Elder Wu's position in the pill store was very high. His words were very authoritative. "He said that it was the 4 of you who destroyed the pill," asked Elder Wu. "Elder Wu, we know the pill store's rules. How could we dare to destroy the pill? To tell you the truth, I have some enmity with Fang Chen. He wanted to frame me, so he used this method," whispered Hua Wenshu. Elder Wu frowned slightly. He looked at Fang Chen and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" "Elder Wu, do you mean that I was the one who did it?" Fang Chen asked. "Do you have any proof that Hua Wenshu did it?" asked Elder Wu. Clearly, Elder Wu was siding with Hua Wenshu. Hua Wenshu was old Taoist Chiu's disciple. Elder Wu's relationship with old Taoist Chiu was very close, so he would naturally protect Hua Wenshu. So in Elder Wu's eyes, it was no longer important who had done this. What was important was that a cultivator had to bear the consequences, and that cultivator just happened to be Fang Chen, who had no background at all. "I have no proof," said Fang Chen. Chapter 697. Elder Wu's words were clearly biased. However, Fang Chen had no way to refute it. This was the pill store. His strength was not enough to change Elder Wu's mind. Fang Chen fell silent after hearing Elder Wu's words. There was a trace of anger in his heart, but he did not show it. "Fang Chen, are you willing?" Elder Wu's voice was filled with unquestionable authority as he asked coldly. Hua Wenshu and the others exchanged glances with one another and were secretly overjoyed. With Elder Wu's help, the 4 of them could become alchemy apprentices, and all the hard work would have to be done by Fang Chen alone. At the thought of this, the 4 of them were extremely excited. Their eyes were filled with mockery as they looked at Fang Chen. "I'm willing." Fang Chen clenched his teeth. In front of absolute strength, Fang Chen could do nothing. "All right, you can leave." Elder Wu waved his hand, indicating that Fang Chen could leave. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes glanced at Elder Wu, then swept across the 4 of them, and finally left. After Fang Chen left, Hua Wenshu and the others clasped their hands at Elder Wu. "Thank you, Elder Wu. All right, you can leave as well. Focus on your studies." Elder Wu had lived for so many years. How could he not know what they were thinking? He had seen the truth with a glance, but he had always been biased towards Hua Wenshu because Hua Wenshu was old Taoist Chiu's disciple. Although Hua Wenshu's potential was not high, old Taoist Chiu was fond of him. Old Taoist Chiu viewed Hua Wenshu as his son. As old Taoist Chiu's good friend, how could he not help his disciple? Hua Wenshu and the others knew that they could not hide it from Elder Wu. Fortunately, Elder Wu had a good relationship with old Taoist Chiu, so the 4 of them could still become pill apprentices. Not everyone could become a pill apprentice of a pill store. The benefits of becoming a pill apprentice were too great. From the 2nd day onwards, Fang Chen took over all the tasks for the 4 of them, while Hua Wenshu and the others leisurely accompanied the alchemists in the alchemy room to refine pills. Every time they met Fang Chen, they would laugh at Fang Chen for a while. However, Fang Chen ignored it. With his current strength, it was not enough to change the reality in front of him. However, he believed that one day, his strength would change everything. The temporary forbearance was so that he could take it back tenfold or even hundredfold in the future. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had been in the pill shop for half a month. During this half a month, Fang Chen did odd jobs during the day and cultivated at night. Finally, one day, after half a month, Fang Chen's fire elemental everlasting sword art reached the transformation stage. After reaching the transformation stage, the fire elemental everlasting sword art's power was even stronger. With a single slash of his sword, the sky would be filled with flames. Elder Han said that once the fire elemental everlasting sword art reaches the transformation stage, I can go find him. But right now I'm still in the pill shop. I'll have to leave first, said Fang Chen. One day, Fang Chen was passing by the plaza with some medicinal herbs for refining pills. He was about to bring them into the alchemy room. Just at this moment, he ran into Hua Wenxiu and the others. Oh my, isn't this Fang Chen? Hua Wenxiu sneered disdainfully. Humph, so what if you defeated He Wu? Strength is the standard that determines everything. That's right. Although our talent in formations is ordinary, we can at least be pill apprentices in the pill shop. As for you, you're only fit to do odd jobs. That's what happens when you don't listen. If I had exchanged with Brother Hua back then, I wouldn't have to work so hard right now. Facing the mockery of Hua Wenxiu and the others, Fang Chen completely ignored them. In the past half a month, he would meet Hua Wenxiu and the others almost every day and be mocked by them. Fang Chen icily glanced at them before turning and walking back to the alchemy room. Just at this moment, Hua Wenxiu spoke once more. He felt that Fang Chen's attitude was too vile and wanted to teach Fang Chen a lesson. Stop, roared Hua Wenxiu. After being a pill apprentice for half a month, Hua Wenxiu even felt that he could be considered a part of the pill shop. In front of Fang Chen, he always felt superior. When Fang Chen heard that, he did not stop at all and continued walking. Kid, do you want to die? Roared Hua Wenxiu icily. Hearing this, Fang Chen came to a sudden stop. His eyes emitted a terrifying murderous intent as he glanced at Hua Wenxiu and said in a deep tone, either one-on-one or get the hell out of here. Hua Wenxiu became even more furious when he heard Fang Chen's words. It looks like doing odd jobs in the pill shop for half a month hasn't worn down your temper, said Hua Wenxiu sinisterly. Brother Hua, there's no need for you to teach him a lesson. I'll do it myself, said the slightly plump cultivator coldly. Fang Chen stood there calmly as an extremely dense aura surged out of him. He icily said, I don't fear any of you in a one-on-one fight. Fang Chen's words were filled with arrogance, but he did have the qualifications to be so. Kid, you won't say that in a bit, said the plump cultivator coldly. In the next instant, the plump cultivator's figure flashed as he erupted with an extremely wild aura. He suddenly charged towards Fang Chen and launched a fierce attack at Fang Chen. Whoosh! The plump cultivator's fist blasted out. Immediately, a scorching fist light appeared in the void. This fist light was covered in dense flames, causing the surrounding temperature to rise. Insignificant skill. Fang Chen sneered when he saw that the plump cultivator was actually using a fire-based technique to deal with him. His fist suddenly blasted out and black flames immediately spread out. The plump cultivator's fist light actually let out a faint cry when it sensed Fang Chen's black flames. It seemed to be terrified. Annihilate! Fang Chen roared and the black flames instantly swallowed the plump cultivator's fist light. Then, he sent the plump cultivator flying with a punch. Can't even withstand a single blow. Fang Chen sneered as he looked at the plump cultivator on the ground. You! The plump cultivator was furious. He quickly stood up and wanted to kill Fang Chen, but he was stopped by Hua Wenxiu. Through the previous battle, Hua Wenxiu already knew Fang Chen's strength. If they were to fight him one-on-one, the three of them simply wouldn't be able to withstand him. Fang Chen, I underestimated you. But even so, so what? Hua Wenxiu smiled sinisterly. Today, Grandmaster Ma will be a little late. I have plenty of time to deal with you. Trash, Fang Chen uttered these two words. Hua Wenshu's face darkened when he heard that. His body exuded a dense aura. Then, all the power of his powerful physical body converged on his fist. Ha! Hua Wenshu roared, and his wild physical strength instantly erupted. Carrying a majestic force, he blasted a punch at Fang Chen. Comparing physical strength? Fang Chen sneered when he saw this. Hua Wenshu actually dared to compare physical strength with him? How laughable! Suddenly, Fang Chen activated his sword body. Although his sword body was equivalent to a 7-star Dao body in the early stage of the body refinement realm, his physical strength far exceeded that of a 7-star Dao body. It was even infinitely close to an 8-star Dao body. On the other hand, Hua Wenshu's Dao body was only at the peak of the 6-star Dao body. Boom! Fang Chen threw a simple punch that directly smashed into Hua Wenshu's fist. The two fists collided with a deafening sound. Then, Hua Wenshu felt a majestic force enter his fist from Fang Chen's fist. Just as Hua Wenshu was about to increase his strength to destroy Fang Chen's attack, his body involuntarily flew back. Bang! Hua Wenshu's body kept falling back as he stomped his feet on the ground. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body. After stabilizing himself, Hua Wenshu's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment as he stared at Fang Chen. Your strength, said Hua Wenshu. Comparing physical strength with me? How laughable, said Fang Chen disdainfully. In terms of physical strength, Fang Chen could easily crush Hua Wenshu. Seeing Fang Chen's arrogant face, Hua Wenshu was enraged. At this moment, a metal staff appeared in his hand. He gripped it tightly with both hands and a shocking aura instantly surged out. Brat, so what if you're strong? You'll still lose to me, said Hua Wenshu sinisterly. Sky-breaking 36 staff strikes. Hua Wenshu let out a low roar and executed the 6th-grade cultivation technique, sky-breaking 36 staffs. As he brandished his iron rod, streaks of rod shadows appeared in the sky one after another. When the number of rod shadows reached 36, a sudden clap of thunder reverberated in the sky. Fuse! Under Hua Wenshu's control, the 36 staff shadows instantly fused into the metal staff. At this moment, the metal staff contained a shocking aura. Hua Wenshu's eyes emitted a terrifying murderous intent. Immediately, he activated the metal staff in his hand and slashed viciously at Fang Chen. The power of the staff was so great that even a 4th-level spiritual vortex stage martialist would be seriously injured if they were hit head-on, let alone Fang Chen. In the face of Hua Wenshu's menacing attack, Fang Chen executed the fire element inextinguishable swordplay without hesitation. This was the first time Fang Chen had executed the fire element inextinguishable swordplay at the transformative stage. A monstrous scorching aura instantly spread out and enveloped the entire square. Then, Fang Chen stabbed out with the hidden star sword. At this moment, a figure slowly walked over from a short distance away. This figure was the Great Grandmaster Ma that Hua Wenshu had mentioned. Great Grandmaster Ma's status in the elixir store was even higher than Elder Wu's. He was supposed to arrive late today, but he had finished his work earlier than expected. Since he had nothing to do, he decided to come to the alchemy room earlier. He had not expected to sense the scorching aura as soon as he arrived at the square. Flaming aura. Great Grandmaster Ma frowned slightly and immediately looked at the square. At this moment, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand had collided with Hua Wenshu's metal staff. The sound of metal colliding was deafening. Stop! Great Grandmaster Ma growled when he saw the situation. These two martialists were actually fighting openly in the square of the elixir store. What a scandal! However, Great Grandmaster Ma's voice was too late. Their weapons collided violently and sparks flew everywhere. Boom! A majestic flaming aura instantly enveloped the two of them. As soon as Great Grandmaster Ma finished speaking, a figure immediately shot out and landed heavily on the square, causing dust to fly everywhere. Chapter 698. Crash. When the scorching heat dissipated, a figure appeared at the center of the plaza. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand as black flames vaguely circled around his body. He stared coldly at Hua Wenxiu, who was lying on the ground. Hua Wenxiu had been heavily injured by Fang Chen. He was lying on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. His face was incomparably pale. His eyes were filled with fury. He wished he could use his gaze to kill Fang Chen. "The two of you, give me a reason." At this time, Grandmaster Ma's icy voice rang out in their ears. Hua Wenxiu's eyes brightened. He did his best to stand up and run over to Grandmaster Ma. With an aggrieved expression, he said, "Grandmaster Ma, you came at just the right time. This brat openly used martial arts in the pill store's plaza and even injured me. You have to get justice for me." Grandmaster Ma recognized Hua Wenxiu. He was one of the pill store's apprentices. "What's going on?" Grandmaster Ma looked at Hua Wenxiu's weak face and frowned slightly. "Grandmaster Ma, this is what happened." Hua Wenxiu's explanation to Grandmaster Ma was, of course, a modified version of the story. Fang Chen hadn't said anything the entire time. Holding the hidden star sword, he calmly stood there. After hearing Hua Wenxiu's explanation, Grandmaster Ma's expression became even gloomier. He stared at Fang Chen and icily said, "You openly used martial arts in the plaza and even injured apprentice Hua Wenxiu. Do you know your crimes?" "What crimes?" asked Fang Chen. "You dare talk back to me?" raged Grandmaster Ma. "As a Grandmaster, your status in the pill store is extremely high. But after coming here, you didn't even ask and just listened to someone else's side of the story. You want to convict me? I refuse to accept that," continued Fang Chen. Hearing that, Grandmaster Ma looked at Fang Chen in surprise. No student had ever dared to speak like this in front of him. This martial artist was a bit interesting. "Fang Chen, I'm telling the truth." "You're still trying to quibble," berated Hua Wenxiu. Grandmaster Ma waved his hand to stop Hua Wenxiu from speaking. His pitch-black eyes glanced at Fang Chen and said, "I'll give you a chance so you won't say that I'm bullying you." Fang Chen nodded and said, "If I told you that all of this happened because Hua Wenxiu humiliated me, would you believe me?" "Let's hear it," Grandmaster Ma said thoughtfully. Subsequently, Fang Chen told Grandmaster Ma about how Hua Wenxiu and the other three had tried to frame him, and how Elder Wu had sided with them. When he was done, Fang Chen fixed his gaze on Grandmaster Ma. Just as Grandmaster Ma was about to speak, an angry roar was heard. Elder Wu arrived shortly after. "Fang Chen, you're slandering me," roared Elder Wu. "You purposely messed with my medicinal pills and even pushed the blame onto Hua Wenxiu and the other three. Seeing that you're a newcomer, I'll let you off this once. I'll remove your status as an apprentice pill and let you work properly in the pill shop." "I didn't expect you to be so stubborn," said Elder Wu icily. Not giving Fang Chen any chance to speak, Elder Wu continued, "Grandmaster Ma, please allow me to teach this arrogant disciple a lesson." Elder Wu's figure flickered, and a powerful aura erupted from him as he directly attacked Fang Chen. Grandmaster Ma wanted to stop him, but after opening his mouth, he shook his head. Bang! Bang! Elder Wu was much stronger than Fang Chen. His fierce attacks completely suppressed Fang Chen. Of course, Fang Chen wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. He used his everlasting flame sword to counterattack, but his strength was limited. He was unable to block Elder Wu's attacks. In a split second, Elder Wu completely suppressed Fang Chen. The other peaks didn't know what was happening in the pill shop. At this moment, Elder Han was lying lazily in front of the skills hall of the skills peak. Suddenly, Elder Han opened his eyes and said to himself, "It's been half a month. With Fang Chen's potential, he should have cultivated the everlasting flame sword to the perfection of martial art. Why didn't he come to me?" Elder Han was a little confused. Thinking of this, his figure flickered and he disappeared into the void. In the blink of an eye, Elder Han arrived at the sword-hidden peak and found that Fong Qin was not there. "Where's your master?" Elder Han stood in the air and asked Xiao Mei below. "Elder, my master was transferred to the pill shop half a month ago," Xiao Mei said in a low voice. "Nonsense," Elder Han said coldly. The next moment, he disappeared and rushed toward the pill shop. With Fong Chen's potential, he was actually transferred to the pill shop to do odd jobs. He really didn't know what these people were thinking. At this moment, Elder Han was also quite unhappy. Elder Han's strength was very high and his status in the Five Elements Academy was very high. Soon, he arrived at the pill shop. When he stepped on the pill shop, his face changed instantly. This was because he sensed a scorching aura. This aura was clearly released by the fire element indestructible sword technique. Fong Qin is fighting. Elder Han's face changed slightly and he said to himself, "Crash." In the next second, Elder Han's figure appeared in the sky above the pill shop square. At this moment, Elder Wu was attacking Fong Qin. Fong Qin was at a disadvantage. Elder Wu suppressed Fong Qin with his powerful strength. "Boy, I'm going to break one of your arms so that you can reflect on yourself," Elder Wu shouted in a low voice and his palm suddenly grabbed toward Fong Qin's arm. In the sky, Grandmaster Ma and the rest didn't notice Elder Han's arrival at all. At this moment, Elder Han sneered. "Break one of Fong Qin's arms." Elder Han's eyes were filled with anger. Immediately, he shook his wrist and a stream of spiritual qi shot out. At this moment, Elder Wu's palm was about to grab Fong Qin's arm. Once he grabbed it, Fong Qin's arm would definitely be broken. If a martial artist's arm was broken, his cultivation would be greatly reduced and his future achievements would stop there. When Hua Wenxiu and the other three saw this, their faces were filled with excited smiles. However, just as Elder Wu's palm was about to come into contact with Fong Qin, a stream of spirit qi suddenly broke through the air and struck Elder Wu's palm at a speed that was not visible to the naked eye. Poof! Elder Wu's palm was instantly pierced and blood flowed out continuously. "Ah, my palm!" Elder Wu let out a miserable cry and landed on the square. He looked around and shouted angrily, "Who sneaked an attack on me?" This sudden turn of events shocked Grandmaster Ma. He hurriedly raised his head and saw a figure descending from the sky. Elder Han! When Grandmaster Ma saw who it was, his face changed and he hurriedly greeted him. Elder Han's face was gloomy. He glanced at Fong Qin to make sure that Fong Qin was fine. Then, he turned to Elder Wu and said, "I'm the one who pierced your palm." Elder Han's words were very calm, but they sounded very harsh in Elder Wu's ears. "Elder Han, it's you." When Elder Wu saw Elder Han, his anger disappeared and was replaced by a chuckle. "An elder actually attacked a student," Elder Han said in a deep voice. "Elder Han, I think there must be a misunderstanding," Grandmaster Ma said hurriedly. After all, Elder Wu was also a member of the pill store. He had to speak up for Elder Wu. If I hadn't come today, would you have cut off this kid's arm?" Elder Han questioned. When Elder Han appeared, Fong Qin knew that he was no longer in danger. "Elder Han, he offended me. I was only teaching him a lesson." Elder Wu endured the pain and said in a low voice, "Is that true?" Elder Han said coldly. Then, he looked at Fong Qin and said, "Tell me what happened." Fong Qin nodded and told him everything that had happened in the past half a month. At this moment, Hua Wenxiu and the others were pale and their bodies were trembling. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be afraid. However, the person before them was Elder Han. Even if their master, Daoist Qiu, was here, he would still be afraid. After hearing Fong Qin's words, a smile appeared on Elder Han's gloomy face. "My Five Elements Academy has been established in the Five Elements province for so many years. The students of the academy are becoming more and more useless. Elder Wu, how could you side with Hua Wenxiu and the others?" Grandmaster Ma's attitude changed and he scolded Elder Wu. Elder Wu lowered his head, his heart filled with terror. He hadn't expected that just teaching Fang Chen a lesson would attract a monster like Elder Han. "Tell Daoist Qiu to come see me," Elder Han icily said to Hua Wenxiu. Hua Wenxiu trembled and nodded. He hastily went to find Daoist Qiu. Then, Elder Han looked at Elder Wu and said, "Elder Wu, not only did you side with a student, you even tried to cut off Fang Chen's arm. I punish you by confining you in the pill store for 10 years. Do you accept this?" Confining him for 10 years was definitely an extremely severe punishment. "Elder Han, is it worth it to treat me like this for a student?" Elder Wu refused to accept this. Elder Han sneered but didn't say anything. In his opinion, Fang Chen was 10 times, 100 times, more important than Elder Wu. "Elder Han, I'm willing to accept this punishment. Grandmaster Ma knew he wouldn't be able to escape either. I'll punish you with 1 year of confiscation of your spirit stones. Are you willing?" "I'm willing," Grandmaster Ma said. Grandmaster Ma was well aware of just how terrifying Elder Han was. Elder Wu's expression was gloomy. He hated Fang Chen greatly, but he didn't dare say it out of fear of Elder Han. Confining him for 10 years was Elder Han's punishment. He could only accept it. "Fang Chen, I definitely won't let you off," Elder Wu swore inside. A moment later, Daoist Qiu arrived. "Elder Han, why did you call me here?" Daoist Qiu was wearing Daoist robes, and he beamed with a smile. "Old Daoist Qiu, what a good disciple you taught. He almost destroyed a genius student of my 5 Elements Academy." Elder Han said in a low voice. "What?" Daoist Qiu looked at Elder Han in astonishment. "Why don't you ask your disciple yourself?" said Elder Han. Daoist Qiu turned to look at Hua Wenxiu, and the latter told him everything that had happened. Daoist Qiu's eyes widened and he trembled with rage. Chapter 699. Old Daoist Qiu had an urge to skin Hua Wenxiu alive. That bastard had actually done such a thing. Old Daoist Qiu could sense Elder Han's fury. Although old Daoist Qiu didn't know the relationship between this student and Elder Han, he knew that since Elder Han was standing up for this student, he definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Looking at Grandmaster Ma and Elder Wu, their expressions were incomparably gloomy. It was obvious that the two of them had also been implicated. "Elder Han, this is all my fault. It was my fault for not teaching this bastard properly. I'm willing to accept any punishment," said old Daoist Qiu directly. What kind of joke was that? That was Elder Han. Who could calm his fury? Even if Elder Han killed him, the 5 Elements Academy wouldn't do anything to him. That was Elder Han's special privilege. "Old Daoist Qiu, your disciple made a mistake. You can punish him yourself," said Elder Han. Old Daoist Qiu nodded and turned to Hua Wenxiu. He clenched his fist and punched out. Hua Wenxiu's arm immediately dropped to his side. "Bastard, hurry up and apologize to Elder Han," said old Daoist Qiu icily after crippling Hua Wenxiu's arm. Hua Wenxiu also knew that he had caused a calamity. Enduring the pain, he said to Elder Han, "Elder Han, Junior knows his wrongs. Please forgive Junior. This matter ends here. I don't want something like this to happen in our 5 Elements Academy again," said Elder Han. Then he turned to Grandmaster Ma and asked, "Grandmaster Ma, can I take away Fang Chen?" "Of course," said Grandmaster Ma hastily. After that, Elder Han brought Fang Chen out of the pill shop. Fang Chen had been watching the entire time. From Elder Han's words, Fang Chen understood that strength was the most important thing. If Elder Han was weak, then no matter how high his status in the 5 Elements Academy was, the others wouldn't be afraid of him. After leaving the pill store, Elder Han brought Fang Chen back to the Skills Library at the Skills Library. "Fang Chen, if you encounter something like this in the future, just use my name," Elder Han said. Now, he was glad that he had arrived early. Otherwise, Fang Chen's arm would have been crippled by Elder Wu. Fortunately, he was fine now. This time, many thanks to Elder Han. Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked. Elder Han waved his hand. You're a genius of our 5 Elements Academy. How could I let them cripple you? When Elder Han was at the pill store, he had already discovered that Fang Chen's fire elemental indestructible sword art had reached the perfection stage. He was very happy. To be able to successfully cultivate the indestructible fire sword art to the transformation level in such a short period of time, he was definitely a genius in the sword Dao. Moreover, his talent in the sword Dao was extremely heaven-defying. Fang Chen, your indestructible fire sword art has reached the perfection stage? Asked Elder Han. Fang Chen nodded. It reached the perfection stage not too long ago. Elder Han laughed heartily. Good, as expected of the person I chose. Your talent in the sword Dao is unmatched in the 5 Elements Academy. Then Elder Han took out a book and handed it to Fang Chen. This is a water sword art. Go cultivate it, said Elder Han. Fang Chen took the book and glanced at it. He discovered that this water sword art was extremely similar to his flowing water sword art. Once you've cultivated this sword art to the perfection stage, come find me, said Elder Han. Fang Chen seemed to realize something and said, Elder Han, I've cultivated a water sword art before. It's a bit similar to this one. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Elder Han was startled. Then he said, Show it to me. Hearing this, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and performed the flowing water sword technique. In a short while, he finished displaying the flowing water sword art. At this time, Elder Han's eyes were filled with uncontrollable shock. I really didn't expect your talent in the sword Dao to be so much stronger than I imagined. Elder Han couldn't help praising Fang Chen. This water sword art is also a 6th-ranked cultivation technique. Since you've already cultivated it, there's no need to cultivate the one I gave you. After Elder Han finished speaking, he placed the book into his bosom and took out a cultivation method. This is a metal sword art. Elder Han handed it to Fang Chen. Fang Chen took the book and asked, Elder Han, you want me to cultivate these cultivation techniques? Elder Han stared at Fang Chen and nodded. He said, Fang Chen, do you know the true essence of my 5 Elements Academy? Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Elder Han slowly said, The 5 Elements Academy's most fundamental essence is the 5 elements. When my 5 Elements Academy was first established, the most shocking thing was the 5 Elements cultivation technique. Any cultivation technique can evolve into a 5 Elements cultivation technique. Once you've cultivated a 5 Elements cultivation technique, your strength will greatly increase. However, as time passed, the 5 Elements Academy declined a lot. In the end, almost no one had the potential to cultivate a 5 Elements cultivation technique. Even now, there isn't a single person in the entire 5 Elements Academy who has the potential. However, your appearance has given me hope. 50 years ago, there was a student with extraordinary talent. His talent in the sword Dao was also very heaven-defying. He relied on his monstrous talent to cultivate 4 sword art. However, he was unable to successfully cultivate the last sword art. In the end, because he grew older and older, there was no hope at all and he failed. Elder Han said. Hearing Elder Han's words, Fang Chen was extremely shocked. Could it be that Elder Han wanted him to cultivate the 5 Elements sword arts? With his talent, was he able to cultivate the 5 Elements sword arts? Sure enough, Elder Han turned to Fang Chen and said, Fang Chen, your talent in the sword Dao is the best I have ever seen. If even you are unable to cultivate it successfully, then my 5 Elements Academy will continue to decline. You have already mastered the water sword technique and the fire sword technique. As long as you master the metal sword technique, wood sword technique and earth sword technique, you will be able to come into contact with the 5 elemental sword technique. When you come into contact with the 5 elemental sword technique, you will discover that the Tao of the sword is as vast as the ocean, said Elder Han. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart began to stir. If the 5 elements sword arts were really as Elder Han said, then it would indeed be heaven-defying. Fang Chen, this matter is of great importance. Don't tell anyone. Just cultivate it secretly. When you have cultivated the metal elemental cultivation technique to the perfection stage, come and find me for the other sword arts, Elder Han said. Fang Chen nodded heavily. His eyes were burning and his heart was full of confidence. I will definitely live up to your expectations, Elder Han, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen chatted with Elder Han for a while and then left. He went back to the sword hidden peak to study the metal elemental sword art. At this moment, Elder Han stood at the entrance of the cultivation method hall. His pitch-black eyes gazed towards the boundless horizon as he muttered to himself, "My 5 Elements Academy hasn't nurtured a peerless genius in the sword Tao for a very, very long time. I hope you can successfully cultivate the 5 Elements sword arts and then enter that place." After returning from the elixir workshop, Fang Chen's life returned to normal. On this day, Fang Chen appeared in Class 10. Everyone was surprised to see him. "Fang Chen, weren't you transferred to the elixir workshop to do odd jobs? Why are you back so soon?" Wei Guang asked coldly. "Did he run away and come back?" Su Yang said. "Humph, he must have run away because he couldn't stand the odd jobs in the elixir workshop," Zhang Chang continued. In the face of the 3 people's ridicule, Fang Chen ignored them and sat in his seat. After a while, Teacher Jin came. When he saw Fang Chen, his eyes flickered and he said, "Fang Chen, who allowed you to come back and run away from the elixir workshop without permission? Do you know what you are doing? Believe it or not, I will expel you." As soon as Teacher Jin arrived, he directly flew into a rage at Fang Chen. Wei Guang and others looked at Fang Chen gloatingly. Fang Chen suddenly stood up and stared at Teacher Jin, saying, "I don't believe it." He thought that Fang Chen would explain, but he didn't expect that Fang Chen only said 2 words. "It seems that you really think that I don't dare to do anything to you. Fang Chen, just you wait. I will immediately kick you out of the 5 Elements Academy." After Teacher Jin finished speaking, he angrily left the classroom. After a while, Teacher Jin returned to the classroom. Behind him was the Elixir Workshop's Grandmaster Ma. Seeing that Grandmaster Ma had personally come, Wei Guang and others gloated even more. They thought that Fang Chen would definitely be expelled. "Fang Chen, hurry up and apologize," Xiao Fang reminded in a low voice. He Jingwei and the others also looked at Fang Chen with worry. However, Fang Chen quietly stood there and looked directly at Grandmaster Ma. After Grandmaster Ma came in, Teacher Jin's smile became even wider. He said, "Grandmaster Ma, this child has no regard for the law. He ran away from the elixir workshop without anyone's permission. According to the rules of the 5 Elements Academy, he should be expelled." When Teacher Jin went to find Grandmaster Ma heard that it was about Fang Chen. Without saying anything, he directly came to Class 10. Teacher Jin thought that Grandmaster Ma would be furious after hearing the news and want to immediately punish Fang Chen. Therefore, he was very happy that he could finally expel this eyesore. However, when he said this, Grandmaster Ma's face darkened. He directly scolded, "Teacher Jin, Fang Chen's departure from the elixir workshop was unanimously decided by the workshop. What right do you have to say that he ran away without permission?" In the face of Grandmaster Ma's questioning, Teacher Jin was also at a loss. Wei Guang and the others widened their eyes and looked at Grandmaster Ma in disbelief. "Grandmaster Ma, didn't you come to expel Fang Chen?" Teacher Jin looked at Grandmaster Ma blankly. Fang Chen did not violate any of the rules of the 5 Elements Academy. As a teacher, you have repeatedly targeted Fang Chen. What are your intentions? Grandmaster Ma questioned. At this time, Teacher Jin finally realized that something was wrong. "Grandmaster Ma, Fang Chen, he..." "Shut up," Grandmaster Ma scolded. It had not been easy to get rid of this god of plague. He did not want to get involved again. This blind teacher Jean had actually tried to expel Fang Chen. How laughable. Chapter 700. Thinking of Elder Han, Grandmaster Ma felt a headache. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't acted against Fang Chen, his punishment wouldn't have been so light. He would only have a year's worth of resources deducted. In Grandmaster Ma's opinion, this punishment was already very light, so he rejoiced. Then he looked at Elder Wu. As the main culprit, if it weren't for the fact that he was one of the important elders of the Pill Workshop, he definitely wouldn't have just grounded him for 10 years. So when he had finally walked out of the whirlpool of that matter, that stupid teacher Jean had actually dragged him back into it. Grandmaster Ma had fiercely reprimanded Teacher Jean. Teacher Jean, as a teacher, how can you treat your student like this? Grandmaster Ma's expression was grave and cold. Teacher Jean was completely dumbfounded. The script shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't Grandmaster Ma be helping him expel Fang Chen? Why was he reprimanding him? Grandmaster Ma, Fang Chen, he. Teacher Jean still wanted to explain, but Grandmaster Ma waved his hand to stop him. His expression was filled with displeasure as he coldly said, I know Fang Chen very well. He's not like what you're saying. Teacher Jean, you targeted a student because of your personal grudge. I will report this matter to the higher-ups. You'd better take care of yourself. After saying this, Grandmaster Ma glanced at Fang Chen and then hurriedly left the 10th class. Teacher Jean hastily chased after him. Crash! At this time, the entire 10th class was in an uproar. Wei Guang and the others were even more shocked. How is that possible? Why is Grandmaster Ma speaking up for him? Furthermore, Grandmaster Ma didn't even ask for the reason before directly reprimanding Teacher Jean. Could it be that Grandmaster Ma also doesn't like Teacher Jin's character? Several martial artists beside Wei Guang were shocked and began to discuss spiritedly. Zhang Chang and Su Yang were even more shocked. Grandmaster Ma had actually reprimanded Teacher Jean for Fang Chen. Just what was going on? Of course, the most shocked were Xiao Fang and the others. However, after their shock, their faces were filled with smiles. Fang Chen, you're really something. Even Grandmaster Ma is speaking up for you. Xiao Fang walked over to Fang Chen's side and laughed. Fang Chen, I really admire you, He Jingwei said. Qing Jingtong and Sun Chiwen also grinned and laughed. This time it was really satisfying. Looking at Teacher Jin's face, they felt incomparably happy. Ever since entering the Five Elements Academy, Teacher Jean had been targeting Fang Chen and looking down on Fang Chen. Last time, because Fang Chen had publicly slapped Teacher Jean in class, Teacher Jean held a grudge against him. This time, he seized the opportunity to fire Fang Chen. Expelling a student was a cruel thing for a student. This was the Five Elements Academy. Every student had gone through untold hardships to enter the Five Elements Academy. Once they were expelled, all their previous efforts would be in vain. When Teacher Jean said that she wanted to expel Fang Chen, Xiao Fang and the others were also very anxious. However, the situation had suddenly taken a 180-degree turn, causing them to be incomparably excited. Not only had Fang Chen not been expelled, but Grandmaster Ma had also reprimanded Teacher Jean. That was truly satisfying. The way Wei Guang and the others looked at Fang Chen had greatly changed. After Teacher Jean left, the class ended. Fang Chen didn't pay attention to them and left the 10th class. Xiao Fang and the others also followed Fang Chen out of the 10th class. Fang Chen, where are you going? Xiao Fang asked. I'm going to cultivate, said Fang Chen. He Jingwei and the others all nodded. Only by diligently cultivating would they be able to survive in the Five Elements Academy. All right, let's go cultivate together, said Sun Chiwen. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at Xiao Fang. He asked, Do you know of any places in the Five Elements Academy that can cultivate metal concept? Xiao Fang's eyes flickered when he heard Fang Chen's words. He looked at Fang Chen and said, Fang Chen, you want to comprehend metal concept? Fang Chen nodded. If he wanted to cultivate metal attribute sword arts, he had to comprehend metal concept. For the sake of the legendary 5 elements sword art, Fang Chen decided to give it a try. Although he knew that it was already too late to comprehend metal concept, he wouldn't know if he would succeed without trying. I've heard of a place before, He Jingwei replied after hearing the question. What place? Fang Chen's eyes brightened. It's said that our 5 Elements Academy has 5 extremely special mountain peaks. They are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and each of them contains a 5 elements formation. Under normal circumstances, it's very difficult to enter these 5 mountain peaks. You have to pay spirit stones to enter, said He Jingwei. Fang Chen was extremely excited when he heard this. Alright, I'll go first. Fang Chen turned and left after learning the location of the 5 Elements Mountain. After a short while, Fang Chen arrived at the edge of one of the 5 Elements Mountain peak. From the edge of the mountain, he could see that in the center of the 5 Elements Mountain, there were 5 mountains that were neither tall nor short. Looking at these 5 mountains from afar, there was nothing special about them. However, standing here, Fang Chen could clearly feel that the auras emitted by the 5 mountains were completely different. The first mountain on the left emitted an extremely cold aura. This should be the water mountain. Beside it, the mountain emitted an extremely hot aura. This was the fire mountain. The other 3 mountains also emitted completely different auras. Fang Chen's gaze was fixed on the gold mountain. The gold mountain was filled with an extremely dense metal attribute aura. It gave off a domineering and fierce feeling. Good place. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice. After that, Fang Chen left the mountain and headed to the gold mountain. However, he was stopped at the foot of the gold mountain. You have to pay enough spirit stones to enter the gold mountain, an elder said loudly. How many spirit stones do I have to pay? Asked Fang Chen. Every 2 hours, you have to pay 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, said the elder. Fang Chen nodded. He then paid 100,000 supreme spiritual stones and went up to the gold peak. As soon as he stood on the gold mountain, he immediately felt a dense metal concept enveloping the entire mountain peak. This is the metal concept? The metal concept was sharp and domineering. Fang Chen deeply felt the power of the metal concept on the gold mountain. Fang Chen saw that there were many futons on the gold mountain. On some of the futons there were some figures sitting cross-legged. There's actually someone comprehending the metal concept here, said Fang Chen inwardly. Fang Chen chose a futon and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend the metal concept. Although this was his first time coming in contact with the metal concept, Fang Chen's comprehension of the metal concept was much smoother due to his experience with other concepts. Fang Chen wasn't in a rush. At the beginning, he was only trying to communicate with the metal concept. He wanted to thoroughly understand the metal concept. Once he understood the metal concept, he would begin to comprehend it. Just like that, time passed by bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 16 hours passed. Fang Chen paid the spirit stones, which was enough for Fang Chen to cultivate for 4 hours. However, at this moment, a figure came up from the bottom of the gold mountain. When he looked at Fang Chen's position, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Boom! This cultivator's entire body emitted an icy aura. His hand suddenly grabbed the surrounding metal concept. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, who was in the middle of comprehending the metal concept, suddenly sensed a powerful attack approaching. His eyes suddenly opened, and he urged his sword body to send out a punch. With a bang, his fist blocked the martialist's attack. Why are you attacking me? Fang Chen's expression was a bit displeased as he coldly asked. When a cultivator was cultivating, the biggest taboo was to be disturbed by others. This cultivator in front of him had actually launched a sneak attack on him while he was cultivating. This made him very angry. Brat, Don't you know that the seat you're sitting on is mine? The cultivator grinned and spoke sinisterly. This action startled the other cultivators who were comprehending the metal concept. They opened their eyes and shook their heads when they saw the newcomer. Brat, that seat is Senior Brother Jin Yuanliang's fixed seat. You better move away, one of the cultivators reminded him. Yeah, Senior Brother Jin Yuanliang hates it when others occupy his seat, another cultivator said. Jin Yuanliang was an expert ranked 35 on the combat tablet. He was considered a top genius in the Five Elements Academy. Everyone knew that he had been comprehending the metal concept, and he had a fixed seat on the Gold Peak. Therefore, every student who came to the Gold Peak did not dare to occupy his seat. However, Fang Chen did not know that. When he saw that such a good seat was empty, he immediately sat down cross-legged and started comprehending. He did not expect that he would attract such trouble. These seats are first come, first served, Fang Chen said. I'll give you one more chance. Get lost, Jin Yuanliang said coldly. His body was surrounded by a dense metal concept. Fang Chen could tell at a glance that Jin Yuanliang's metal concept had already reached the second minor realm. Fang Chen frowned and thought for a moment. In the end, he still moved away. The main reason was that Jin Yuanliang was too strong. Even if Fang Chen used the chain formation, he would not be able to trap Jin Yuanliang. He was no match for Jin Yuanliang now. He would wait until he was strong enough to take revenge. Seeing Fang Chen move away, Jin Yuanliang sneered, "Trash." After saying that, Jin Yuanliang sat on the futon. Fang Chen found a futon in a corner of the Gold Peak and sat down cross-legged to continue cultivating. If Fang Chen was willing, he could ask Elder Han for help. With Elder Han's support, he would definitely stand up for him. Even Jin Yuanliang would not dare to offend Elder Han. However, if he always looked for someone to back him up, he would never be able to grow. Chapter 701. 20 hours passed in the blink of an eye during the cultivation on the Gold Peak. During the 20 hours, Fang Chen had a deeper understanding of the essence of gold. Moreover, Fang Chen was able to communicate with the essence of gold on the Gold Peak. This was a great progress for Fang Chen. Fang Chen was very confident that he could successfully perceive the essence of gold in a very short time. Once he perceived the essence of gold, he would be able to practice the gold sword technique. With the abnormal power of the golden heart, he would be able to practice the gold sword technique naturally. Everything was progressing in a good direction. He stood up, glanced at Jin Yuanliang in the distance, and left the Gold Peak. Although cultivation was very important on the road of martial arts, it was necessary to strike a balance between work and rest. After cultivating for 20 hours on the Gold Peak, Fang Chen was ready to take a rest. When he returned to the sword-hidden peak, he found that Xiao Mei had been waiting for him. "Xiao Mei, are you waiting for me?" Fang Chen asked. When Xiao Mei saw Fang Chen return, she smiled excitedly and said, "Master, you are finally back." "What's the matter?" Fang Chen asked. "Master, the elder of the mission hall came to see you today, but you were not there. He left a note for you." After that, Xiao Mei handed the note to Fang Chen. Fang Chen took the note and glanced at it. He found that the elder of the mission hall came to see him to give him a task. Newcomers also needed to do tasks. Moreover, Fang Chen had been in the Five Elements Academy for a long time, so this task was mandatory. Fang Chen nodded and said, "Go and tell the elder of the mission hall that I have accepted the task and will leave tomorrow." Xiao Mei nodded and left the sword-hidden peak. After returning to his residence, a smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. "I can finally go down the mountain." Ever since he entered the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chen had been waiting for an opportunity to leave the mountain. This was because the students of the Five Elements Academy were not allowed to leave the mountain without permission. Fang Chen had long known about the riches of the Western Region pirate sage, so he was eager to find those riches. After entering the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chen realized that the consumption of spirit stones was huge. A 6th-grade cultivation technique would cost tens of millions of supreme-grade spirit stones. Of course, the students of the 5 Elements Academy had many opportunities to earn spirit stones. The mission this time was to go to Immortal country and act as a supervisor for half a year. In the eyes of mortals, half a year was a long time. But in the eyes of martial artists, half a year was merely the blink of an eye. The next day, Fang Chen left the 5 Elements Academy. This mortal kingdom was called the Iron and Blood Empire. It was rather far from the 5 Elements Academy and was close to the west. With Fang Chen's speed, it would take at least half a month to reach the Iron and Blood Empire. The Iron and Blood Empire should be considered the largest country in the 5 Elements state. To be called an empire, its strength was comparable to a 5-star sect. In the 5 Elements state there were many 5-star sects, but only one 6-star sect. As a subsidiary country of the 5 Elements Academy, the Iron and Blood Empire would provide a huge amount of resources to the 5 Elements Academy every year. This was also the reason why the 5 Elements Academy wanted to protect the Iron and Blood Empire. This time, Fang Chen received a mission. The other sect of the 5 Elements state was trying to cause trouble in the Iron and Blood Empire and destroy some resources. Therefore, the 5 Elements Academy sent Fang Chen to the Iron and Blood Empire to investigate this matter. Time passed by slowly as Fang Chen walked leisurely. One day, Fang Chen found a small inn at the entrance of a mountain range. This inn was very similar to a sword tower, but there were many martial artists inside. Fang Chen just happened to want to rest, so he entered the inn and sat in a seat near the window. Seeing Fang Chen enter, the waiter immediately came to Fang Chen's side and asked with a smile, "Dear customer, what would you like to order?" "Just serve me a little bit," Fang Chen said straightforwardly. He didn't have high standards for these things. "Dear customer, anyone who enters our store must drink a jug of dragon eye wine. This is a rule of our store," said the waiter. "Oh, dragon eye wine." Fang Chen looked at the waiter with astonishment. This inn was a bit interesting. They actually forced their customers to drink their dragon eye wine. "All right, go ahead," said Fang Chen. The waiter left to prepare food for Fang Chen. There were many martial artists in the inn. Although they had concealed their auras, Fang Chen could sense that these people were all Spirit Vortex Realm martial artists. Why are there so many Spirit Vortex Realm experts gathered here? Fang Chen was very curious as he listened attentively. At the surrounding tables, some martial artists were happily chatting. "I wonder if there are any gains this time. Sigh, I wonder if the rumors are true. Is there really a golden rat here? It should be true. Someone saw a golden rat some time ago, but this rat is too cunning. It's impossible to catch it. There are more and more martial artists coming here. They are all looking for the golden rat." Fang Chen was very curious as he listened to the discussions of the surrounding martial artists. What is a golden rat? Fang Chen thought to himself. At this moment, the waiter had already prepared everything and brought it over. "Sir, please enjoy," smiled the waiter. Fang Chen nodded. He picked up the dragon eye wine that the inn forced its guests to drink and sniffed it. "Is this dragon eye wine?" "It's just so," thought Fang Chen. He had originally thought that this dragon eye wine would have something special about it, but he hadn't expected it to be so ordinary. But why would this inn force its guests to drink dragon eye wine? Furthermore, for an inn to open in such a desolate place was truly strange. At this moment, an old man appeared at Fang Chen's table and sat down. "Young man, you must be new?" asked the old man as he sat down. Fang Chen nodded. When the old man saw this, he smiled and said, "Just by looking at your expression, I can tell that you are new. Your face is filled with doubt. I like to explain things to people. Let me explain it to you. First of all, you must be very curious as to why there would be an inn in such a desolate place," laughed the old man. Fang Chen nodded, expressing that he was very curious. This is because there is a golden rat in this mountain range. Although this golden rat is a demonic beast, the golden elixir in its body is extremely important to a martial artist. Hence, many spiritual vortex realm experts have come here to search for the golden rat. The legend of the golden rat has been around for a very long time. The owner of this inn has quite a background. He is also one of the martial artists searching for the golden rat. He has established an inn here to serve the martial artists searching for the golden rat. At the same time, he can earn some spirit stones. Think about it. Searching for the golden rat here all year round consumes a lot of resources. The spirit stones this inn earns are enough to cover that. So that's how it is. Fang Chen nodded, his heart filled with doubt. It seemed that the owner of this inn was also a powerful martial artist. Otherwise, how could the martial artists that came to this inn be so obedient and not cause any trouble? Senior, what's the deal with this dragon eye wine? Asked Fang Chen. The owner of the inn is a martial arts powerhouse. Based on his own experience of hunting down golden rats, he discovered that the golden rats liked the aura of dragon's eye wine. In order to attract the golden rats, martial artists would order dragon's eye wine in the inn. Over time, this became something that our inn forced our guests to buy, the old man said. At this moment, a burly man stood up and laughed heartily. Old Chow, you're swindling wine again. Hearing the burly man's words, Fang Chen also noticed that the old man's hand was already gripping the dragon eye wine jug. Seeing Fang Chen's gaze, he awkwardly smiled and left. Fang Chen smiled. This old man was rather interesting. After the old man left, the burly man looked at Fang Chen and said, Brother, old Chow likes to swindle wine from this inn. Don't take offense. After saying this, the burly man sat down and continued drinking. Fang Chen nodded and continued drinking the dragon eye wine. Golden rat. Fang Chen pondered inwardly. Just what kind of demonic beast was the golden rat? Why did so many spirit vortex realm martial artists want it? Furthermore, according to the old man, everyone was interested in the golden core within the golden rat's body. Just what was this golden core? Unknowingly, Fang Chen had already drunk more than half of the dragon eye wine. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly felt dizzy. He immediately shook his head. What's going on? With Fang Chen's early yellow rank soul, he actually felt dizzy. Fang Chen instantly realized that there was something wrong with this dragon eye wine. Damn it! Fang Chen looked around and noticed that the burly man was still drinking. As for the surrounding martial artists, some of them had already fainted on the ground. Fang Chen didn't act rashly. He secretly urged the black flame into his mind and burned the dragon eye wine in his soul. After a while, the dragon eye wine was completely burned and the dizziness instantly disappeared. I almost fell into a trap, Fang Chen said inwardly. Although he was fine, he was still pretending. He wanted to see what these people were up to. After a while, everyone fell to the ground. Fang Chen also pretended to lie on the table. At this moment, the burly man stood up and checked. After noticing that everyone had fainted, he called out, Old Chow, come out. As he spoke, Old Chow came out. This time, there are a total of 15 people. We will enter the mountain tomorrow. Old Chow nodded. The tall and sturdy man nodded. Then, he stuffed a pitch-black medicinal pellet into each of their mouths and left the tavern. After they left the inn, Fang Chen directly spat out the pill in his mouth. Poison! Fang Chen realized that the burly man had given them poison. Furthermore, what did Old Chow and the burly man mean when they said they were going into the mountains? The skilled and bold Fang Chen was prepared to take a look and see what was going on. Furthermore, he wanted to use these people to understand whether or not the golden mice in the mountain range really existed. In the span of one night, all the martialists in the entire inn were unconscious. The next morning, all the martial artists woke up. At this time, the burly man and Old Chow appeared. Why did I faint? What's going on? Why was I unconscious for an entire night? Could it be that there's something wrong with the dragon eye wine? Chapter 702. At this time, the burly man walked in with old Chow. Seeing that everyone had woken up, he smiled. Luwan, everyone. The burly man cleared his throat and said loudly, "Your guess is correct. You guessed right. There is indeed a problem with the dragon eye wine." The burly man continued, "The dragon eye wine contains a kind of knockout drug created by our master's unique method. This kind of knockout drug can make low-level spirit vortex realm cultivators instantly fall unconscious." "Damn it, he actually drugged us!" roared a cultivator furiously. There were even some cultivators who wanted to attack the burly man, but they were stopped by the burly man's words. "Try circulating your spiritual chi." Hearing the burly man's words, everyone began to circulate their spiritual chi. However, they were shocked to find that they were unable to gather their spiritual chi. Their faces were filled with terror. "What's going on? What did you do to us?" roared a cultivator. Fang Chen had been standing in the crowd the entire time, observing them. It seemed that the poison they had eaten yesterday was the reason why they were unable to gather their spiritual chi. "You've been poisoned. If I don't give you the antidote, you won't have any combat strength left," said the burly man coldly. At this time, old Chow also spoke. "As long as you cooperate, the antidote will definitely be given to you." Hearing old Chow and the burly man's words, a cultivator directly asked, "What do you want us to do?" "It's very simple. Enter the mountain range and help us find the golden rats," said old Chow. When Fang Chen heard this, he was startled. It looked like the matter of the golden mice was true. This and had intentionally lured cultivators into coming here to rest. Once they drank the dragon eye wine, they would fall unconscious. Then they would poison them and threaten them to enter the mountain range to help them find the golden rat. "I wonder how many cultivators have been threatened by them before this," thought Fang Chen inwardly. After a round of discussion, the cultivators could only helplessly agree to old Chow's request. "We can agree to your request, but how can you guarantee that you'll give us the antidote?" asked a cultivator gravely. Crash! Countless pills appeared in the burly man's hand. He looked at these pills and smiled. "These pills are the antidote. However, they can only suppress the poison in your body for half a month. If you can't obtain the antidote after half a month, you will definitely die." After saying that, the burly man gave all these pills to these martial artists. After they swallowed it, they discovered that they could actually gather spiritual energy. At this time, they also firmly believed the burly man's words. "Go into the mountain range now. Come back here half a month later to find the antidote," the burly man said. Fang Chen followed the crowd and entered the mountain range. The group of people grumbled, but there was nothing they could do. Just as Fang Chen and the others entered the mountain range, they encountered a group of warriors. It seemed that these warriors were also being threatened. He could even hear some people saying that half a month was up and they were going to go out and look for the antidote. Originally, Fang Chen didn't care about this. However, just as his group brushed past that group of people, Fang Chen suddenly discovered a familiar person. Zhu Hai, the former sixth on the Hidden Dragon roll. He originally had hopes of entering the Five Elements Academy, but he was forcefully defeated by the Little Mouse, causing him to be unable to enter the Five Elements Academy. Zhu Hai's hatred for Fang Chen was monstrous. He was constantly thinking that if he encountered Fang Chen, he would definitely kill Fang Chen. However, he knew that he probably wouldn't be able to meet Fang Chen in this lifetime because the latter had entered the Five Elements Academy. However, he didn't expect to actually meet Fang Chen here. When Fang Chen saw Zhu Hai, the latter also saw him. A sinister smile appeared in Zhu Hai's eyes. His entire body was overflowing with killing intent. However, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move because today was the half-month deadline. He had to first look for the antidote, then look for Fang Chen. Why is he here? Could he be poisoned as well? Zhu Hai secretly pondered in his heart. After pondering for a moment, Zhu Hai shook his head gently. No matter how he had come here, this was the best time to take revenge. Not long after, Zhu Hai left the mountain range and returned to the inn. The burly man handed the pills to them as promised, allowing them to enter the mountain range again to look for the golden mouse. As long as they couldn't find the golden mouse, they would have to stay in the mountain range. Come back for the antidote in half a month, the burly man said coldly. Zhu Hai didn't wait for them. Instead, he hurriedly entered the mountain range and quickly rushed in the direction that Fang Chen and the others had left. Fang Chen, I must kill you today, Zhu Hai secretly thought to himself. At this moment, Fang Chen was following the large group and advancing. There was nothing special about this mountain range. The only thing that attracted people was the legendary golden mouse. Fang Chen looked around and thought to himself, I wonder if I'll be able to find the golden mouse. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a monstrous aura suddenly pounced over. Soon after, Zhu Hai appeared behind everyone. Fang Chen, I never imagined that I would meet you here. Zhu Hai stared coldly at Fang Chen and said coldly. When everyone learnt that Zhu Hai was targeting Fang Chen, they all chose to retreat. Right now, his main objective was to look for the golden mouse. He did not have time to waste here. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Chen and Zhu Hai remained on the empty ground. You want to kill me? Fang Chen asked. Not only do I want to kill you, I want you to die a horrible death, Zhu Hai roared furiously. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, Unfortunately, you're no match for me. After entering the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chen's strength had increased tremendously. Right now, he could even fight against a martial artist at the limit of the 4th level of the spiritual vortex realm. As for Zhu Hai, he was clearly not as strong as Qin Jingtong. He was only slightly stronger than Sun Qiwen. Humph, you won't say that in a while, Zhu Hai said eerily. Crash! Zhu Hai clenched his fist tightly and a black aura surged around him. The black aura all gathered on his fist. With a low roar, he threw a punch at Fang Chen. Rumble! A series of deafening noises echoed in the sky. Zhu Hai's attacks were extremely sharp. Indestructible fire sword technique. Fang Chen used the fire elemental indestructible sword of the transformative realm. Boundless black flames spread out in an instant. The hidden star sword carried a formidable force as it pierced towards Zhu Hai's fist. Fang Chen did not want to waste any time and immediately performed his strongest attack. Initially, Xiao Chen thought that even if Fang Chen did not die from his punch, he would be severely injured. However, Zhu Hai had not expected that Fang Chen would be able to break through her attack with a simple strike of the sword. How is this possible? Zhu Hai let out a low cry as his body continuously retreated. At this moment, Fang Chen activated his sword body. The sword concept instantly spread out and the indestructible fire sword technique was performed again. The hidden star sword was swung and a flaming sword light appeared in the sky and slashed towards Zhu Hai. Damn it! Zhu Hai sensed the power of the sword light and resisted it with all his might. Fang Chen's sword light disintegrated Zhu Hai's attack with an unstoppable force, causing Zhu Hai to be severely injured in an instant. Fang Chen raised the hidden star sword and wanted to end Zhu Hai's life. No! Zhu Hai roared. His eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, he did not even have the time to be shocked. Why was Fang Chen so strong? Seeing that Fang Chen wanted to kill him, he roared loudly, I know the secret of the golden rats. I can make a deal with you. Originally, Fang Chen wanted to kill Zhu Hai. However, when he heard the two words golden rats, the hidden star sword did not fall in the end. Speak, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. I can tell you the secret of the golden rats, but you have to swear that you will not attack me, let alone kill me, Zhu Hai said in a low voice. Fang Chen frowned slightly and said, You have no choice. With that, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand instantly slashed across Zhu Hai. The latter let out a miserable cry. Blood constantly spurted out from his arm. One last chance, Fang Chen said. There was a struggle in Zhu Hai's eyes. He said, "All right, I believe you. I will tell you all the secrets about the golden rats now." The owner of the inn outside the mountain range is a middle-level spiritual vortex realm ancient martial art practitioner. I am not sure about his exact strength. I only know that he has a very important plan. The core of this plan is the golden rat. He built the inn to search for the golden rats. Every low-level spiritual vortex realm ancient martial art practitioner who came here was threatened by him. Get to the point, Fang Chen said. He had already guessed the things that Zhu Hai said. What he wanted to know was about the golden rats. Hearing this, Zhu Hai nodded and said, "The golden rats. Although they are of the rat species, they are very unique. The owner of the inn had his eyes on their golden cores. During this period of time, after my search, I discovered a secret. The golden rats really exist, and they are in this mountain range. Although they appear and disappear mysteriously, and no one has seen them before, I discovered that the golden rats would head to a certain place at fixed times." Chapter 703. Where is it? Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he pondered over the question of the golden mice. At this moment, Zhu Hai, who had fallen to the ground, hurriedly said, "In the depths of this mountain range, there's a very strange canyon. That canyon is filled with the rich concept of metal. The golden mice will go there at noon every day." Hearing Zhu Hai's words, Fang Chen asked, "Since you know, why don't you go there yourself?" Fang Chen was guessing whether this was a trap set by Zhu Hai. "To tell you the truth, that golden mouse is very powerful. I'm no match for it," Zhu Hai said helplessly. Fang Chen nodded, then looked at Zhu Hai and slowly raised the hidden star sword in his hand. Seeing this, Zhu Hai's expression changed slightly as she cried out, "Fang Chen, didn't you promise me that you would let me go as long as I told you the secret of the golden mice? From the beginning to the end, it was you who said it." "I didn't give you any promises," Fang Chen said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the hidden star sword suddenly pierced Zhu Hai's head. Immediately, Zhu Hai's frontal bone shattered and her soul was shattered. Her soul was completely scattered. How could he let someone who wanted to kill him off so easily? Moreover, he had a great enmity with Zhu Hai. Back in the bloody battle space, Zhu Hai had always wanted to kill him. It could be said that Zhu Hai's death was entirely her own doing. Originally, Fang Chen had not thought of attacking Zhu Hai when he met her here. After all, he was now a student of the Five Elements Academy and was no longer in the same world as Zhu Hai. They would almost never cross paths in the future. However, Zhu Hai had actually wanted to kill him. He could not have imagined that Fang Chen had improved during this period of time in the Five Elements Academy. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword. His eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, "Whether the information is true or not, it's worth a look." Afterwards, Fang Chen quickly entered the depths of the mountain range according to the address Zhu Hai had given him. Because he wasn't poisoned, Fang Chen didn't need to go out to find an antidote every half a month. He had nothing to worry about. About 5 days later, Fang Chen arrived at the depths of the mountain range. Along the way, he only met some warriors who were looking for golden rat. He did not encounter any demonic beast. At this moment, Fang Chen was standing at the edge of a forest overgrown with weeds. In front of him was an inconspicuous canyon. On both sides of the canyon were steep cliffs. The entrance to this canyon was very well hidden. If Zhu Hai had not mentioned it, Fang Chen would not have found this place at all. "This should be the canyon that Zhu Hai spoke of," Fang Chen said in a low voice. At this moment, the little mouse appeared from the special spatial ring with a whoosh. Its eyes flickered as it stared at the canyon. "What did you find?" Fang Chen asked. "Boss, I sense the rat's aura." "This aura is very strange," the little mouse said in a low voice. Fang Chen was overjoyed when he heard this. It looked like Zhu Hai was right. The legendary golden rats had really been here before. "Come, let's go in," Fang Chen said. Since they were both rats, Fang Chun was also very curious. Just what kind of existence was this golden rat? Why did so many people want to obtain its golden core? Before long, Fang Chun entered the canyon. The entrance to the canyon was very narrow, but it was not a problem for Fang Chun. After entering the canyon, Fang Chun immediately discovered that this place was filled with a rich concept of metal. It was as if he had arrived at the gold peak of the Five Elements Academy. What a rich concept of metal! Fang Chun could not help but sigh. Fang Chun was very surprised. He never thought that there would be such a place outside of the Five Elements Academy. The density of the concept of metal was no less than the gold peak. Such a place was definitely a sacred place for cultivation. Fortunately, the warriors outside did not know about this. Otherwise, some of the warriors who comprehended the concept of metal would definitely occupy this place and cultivate crazily. The entire canyon was very peaceful. There were no weeds on the ground. There was some sand on the ground that was emitting a yellow glow. Carefully sensing it, there were traces of the concept of metal emitting from the sand. This sand. Fang Chun reached out and grabbed a handful of sand to examine it carefully. He suddenly discovered that there was a metallic substance in the sand. Metallic substance. Fang Chun was a little puzzled. What exactly was the metallic substance in the sand? Why would it emit the concept of metal? At this moment, the little mouse opened its small mouth and continuously devoured the sand on the ground. Before long, a large piece of sand was devoured by the little mouse. Fang Chun was startled and immediately smiled helplessly. The little mouse was still so gluttonous. It wanted to eat everything, even the sand. "Boss, this sand is very special." After the little mouse swallowed the sand, it said in a low voice. Fang Chun nodded. He could also see that the reason why the concept of metal was so rich in the canyon was probably related to the sand. At this moment it was already noon. Fang Chun was talking to the little mouse. Suddenly, the little mouse's expression changed slightly. Its figure flashed and it directly jumped onto Fang Chun's shoulder. It then said, "Boss, the golden mouse is here." Hearing this, Fang Chun was startled. He immediately found a place to hide. Just as he hid, he discovered a mouse that was about the same size as the little mouse. Its entire body was emitting a golden light and it instantly appeared in the canyon. This is the golden mouse. Fang Chun was extremely shocked when he saw the golden mouse. After the golden mouse's arrival, the concept of metal in the canyon became even richer. The golden mouse sniffed with its nose. Then, its eyes flickered as it looked around. It seemed to have detected the aura of a mouse. The little mouse, who was hiding in the dark, said, "Boss, it found me." Then, the little mouse's figure flashed and appeared in the canyon. Seeing this, the golden mouse glared at the little mouse, chirping. The little mouse and the golden mouse were communicating, but Fang Chun could not hear them at all. After a while, the golden mouse bared its fangs and brandished its claws at the little mouse, wanting to attack. The little mouse's entire body emitted a purple halo. Then, its bloodline aura instantly gushed out and directly suppressed the golden mouse's bloodline. Originally, the golden mouse wanted to attack the little mouse. However, after sensing the bloodline suppression, the golden mouse's body emitted a golden aura. This golden aura enveloped the golden mouse's entire body to resist the bloodline suppression. At the same time, a trace of fear flashed in the golden mouse's eyes. Whoosh! The golden mouse's little claws suddenly opened. Suddenly, a punch that contained a majestic concept of metal instantly blasted over. The little mouse dodged to block. At this moment, the golden rat's figure flashed and entered the sand, disappearing without a trace. After the little mouse stabilized its body, it hurriedly dug up the sand to look for the golden mouse. However, it could not find the golden mouse no matter what. This made the little mouse very depressed. Seeing this, Fang Chun walked out of his hiding place and asked, "What did you say to the golden mouse?" "Boss, this golden mouse is a mutated purple gold mouse. It said that this is its territory and told me to leave quickly. I didn't leave, so it attacked. The little mouse said. Fang Chen nodded when he heard this. So that's how it is. Just now, when he observed the golden mouse, Fang Chen discovered that the golden mouse's body contained a majestic concept of metal. Thinking of the golden mouse's golden core, could it be that the golden mouse was related to the concept of metal? After hearing the little mouse say that the golden mouse was a mutated purple gold mouse, Fang Chen was even more convinced of this point. The golden mouse liked places with abundant concept of metal. The golden core in its body should need to absorb the concept of metal to grow. Boss, we let it run away. The little mouse said helplessly. It should come again. Fang Chen said solemnly. In the following time, Fang Chen did not plan to look for the golden mouse. In the entire mountain range, only this place had abundant concept of metal. If the golden mouse wanted to absorb the concept of metal, it would definitely come here. Even if it knew that the little mouse and Fang Chen were here, it would still come. Moreover, the concept of metal here was so rich that it was just right for Fang Chen to comprehend the concept of metal. Fang Chen sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the concept of metal. The little mouse stood on Fang Chen's shoulder and looked around. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In these 7 days, the golden mouse did not come here at all. At one point, the little mouse suspected that the golden mouse did not dare to come. However, what it did not know was that the golden mouse actually came every day, but it hid very well. It only looked from afar and found that the little mouse and Fang Chen were both there, so it did not appear. Just like that, after 7 days, the golden mouse finally could not bear it anymore. This was because the golden core in its body had already absorbed all the concept of metal. Unless it absorbed the concept of metal again, the golden core would stop growing. This was not what the golden mouse wanted to see, so it decided to take the risk. At this time, Fang Chen was still wholeheartedly comprehending the concept of metal. Perhaps it was because he had comprehended it at the Golden Peak of the 5 Elements Academy for a period of time, but after comprehending it again, Fang Chen felt that his understanding of the concept of metal was even deeper. Now, he needed an opportunity to completely comprehend the concept of metal. While Fang Chen was comprehending, the golden mouse quietly burrowed into the sand. In the middle of the canyon, on the sand slightly further away from Fang Chen and the little mouse, the golden mouse instantly stuck its head out and frantically absorbed the concept of metal in the canyon. Boss, it appeared. The little mouse noticed the golden mouse and did not act rashly. It reminded Fang Chen. The latter nodded and quietly opened his eyes. From the corner of his eye, he saw the golden mouse secretly absorbing the concept of metal in the distance. The little mouse had already thought of a way to deal with the golden mouse and said, Boss, in a while, you will set up a formation to trap the golden mouse. I will use my innate ability to capture it. Fang Chen nodded and prepared to set up the formation. The golden mouse was absorbing the concept of metal while secretly watching Fang Chen and the little mouse. When it realized that they did not notice it, it happily absorbed the concept of metal. The golden mouse's gaze shifted away from Fang Chen and frantically absorbed the concept of metal. It was also at this time that the little mouse shouted in a low voice, Do it. Fang Chen was already prepared. As soon as the little mouse finished speaking, Fang Chen suddenly shook his wrist and a black level formation was instantly set up. The golden mouse was directly enveloped by the black level formation. The little mouse also jumped down from Fang Chen's shoulder and roared at the sky. Suddenly, a huge purple mouse shadow appeared behind it. Chapter 704. Roar. The little mouse's innate ability was extremely terrifying. After the purple mouse's shadow appeared, a majestic suction force appeared from the purple mouse's mouth and drilled into the array. This time, the array that Fang Chen had set up was a high-tier profound level array. It did not have any offensive power and was specifically used to restrain warriors. It was enough to restrain the golden mouse. The mouse that was absorbing the concept of metal suddenly realized that a gray aura had appeared around it and the concept of metal had disappeared. Its expression changed drastically, and it immediately drilled into the sand in an attempt to escape. However, no matter how it tried to escape, it was unable to leave the range of the array. This made the golden mouse very anxious. At this moment it realized that it was trapped in the array. Chirp! The golden mouse kept yelling as the concept of metal surged around its body and attacked the array with all its might. However, it was to no avail. The array that Feng Chen had set up gave up on offense and only focused on defense. Even a mid-level spirit vortex realm warrior would not be able to break it in a short time. At the same time that the golden mouse broke the array, a powerful suction force appeared. After sensing this suction force, the golden mouse's expression changed drastically. It tried its best to resist this suction force, but it was forcefully pulled away. Crash! The little mouse's innate ability was too terrifying. It forcefully pulled the golden mouse out of the array and directly sucked it into its mouth. With a crunching sound, the purple rat phantom bit the golden rat. Immediately, the golden rat was injured and had no combat power left. It was also at this moment that the little mouse stopped using its innate ability. The purple mouse phantom instantly disappeared and the injured golden mouse was held in the little mouse's hand. "Boss, here you go." The little mouse's face was full of smiles as it handed the golden mouse to Feng Chen. The latter dispelled the formation and grabbed the golden rat. In an instant, he felt a majestic metal intent burrowing into his body. What a strange golden mouse, Feng Chen thought to himself. The golden mouse was injured, but it was still awake. It blinked its eyes at the little mouse and communicated with the little mouse. "What did it say to you?" Feng Chen asked. "It said that we are both rodents, so why do we have to deal with it?" The little mouse laughed. "Tell it that I only need the golden elixir. I won't harm its life," Feng Chen said. The little mouse nodded and told Feng Chen's words to the golden rat. When the golden rat heard this, a trace of doubt appeared in its eyes. The golden core was very important to the golden mouse. Once it lost its golden core, it would become an ordinary mouse. Just as the golden mouse was puzzled, a wind blade suddenly came from outside the canyon. This wind blade was so fast that Feng Chen and the little mouse did not have time to dodge. Poochie, this wind blade carried a lightning-like power as it instantly shot into the golden rat's body, instantly killing it. After the golden rat died, the golden elixir instantly floated in front of Feng Chen. Seeing this, Feng Chen grabbed the golden elixir and put it into his space ring. It was also at this moment that a warrior appeared in the canyon. "Kid, hand over the golden elixir." This warrior was a middle-aged man. His face was filled with coldness. He had accidentally come here and discovered that the golden rat had been captured by this young warrior. He recklessly used his wind blade to kill the golden rat, wanting to seize the golden elixir. However, he was still a step too late. The golden elixir was taken away by Feng Chen. "Who are you?" Feng Chen asked in a deep voice. "The Wind Bladesman," the middle-aged warrior said coldly. The Wind Bladesman was considered a rather famous mid-level spiritual whirlpool realm expert in the vicinity. His cultivation had reached the 6th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Most importantly, the Wind Bladesman majored in saber technique. However, he had fused the concept of wind into his saber techniques, making the power of his saber techniques extremely tyrannical. In the central region of the 5-element state, when the Wind Bladesman was mentioned, one would think of his terrifying saber technique. It was said that under the same realm, no one could force him to use that saber technique. Hearing the words Wind Bladesman, Feng Chen's face was filled with bitterness. He did not expect to meet the Wind Bladesman here. Wait, those who entered the mountain range were all low-level spiritual whirlpool realm experts. Why would the Wind Bladesman appear here? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Feng Chen's mind. Following that, he realized something very important. "You are the owner of the inn." Fang Chun cried out involuntarily. He did not expect the owner of the inn to be the famous Wind Bladesman. Hearing this, the Wind Bladesman's eyes flickered. He looked at Fang Chun playfully and said, "Kid, you are quite smart. Unfortunately, you still have to hand the golden elixir over to me." The legendary Wind Bladesman is a righteous person. However, you used the inn as a pretense to coerce low-level spiritual whirlpool realm experts to do your bidding. How shameless, Fang Chun said coldly. Hearing this, the Wind Bladesman laughed sinisterly and said, "How I, the Wind Bladesman, do things is not something you can criticize." The Wind Bladesman exuded a terrifying aura and directly forced Fang Chun to hand over the golden elixir to Fang Chun. Fang Chun's mind was quickly thinking of a way to deal with this. At this moment, Fang Chun sensed a familiar aura. Immediately, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. "His aura is mixed with the aura of the Yellow Spring sect," Fang Chun said to himself. Fang Chun had fought with the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect more than once. He was very familiar with the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. Although the Wind Bladesman had been hiding his aura, Fang Chun still caught a glimpse of the Yellow Spring sect's aura in his aura. "You are not the Wind Bladesman," Fang Chun said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the Wind Bladesman was a little surprised. Immediately, his eyes turned cold and murderous. "I underestimated you. Since you found out, I can't let you go," the Wind Bladesman said sinisterly. Crash! Just as the swordsman in the wind was speaking, Fang Chun suddenly flicked his wrist and instantly set up a formation. "You want to trap me, the Wind Bladesman, with a mere formation? Dream on," the Wind Bladesman said coldly. Immediately, he attacked the formation with all his strength. The profound level formation was instantly shattered. It was also at this time that Fang Chun once again set up a mystic rank array formation, trapping the swordsman in the wind. "It's useless." The Wind Bladesman broke the formation again. However, this time, Fang Chun set up dozens of profound level formations in one go. After temporarily trapping the Wind Bladesman, his figure flashed and disappeared from the canyon. Not long after Fang Chun left, the chain formation suddenly shattered. Then, the Wind Bladesman appeared. His face was incomparably gloomy as he said coldly, "You will die without a doubt." Because of his carelessness, Fang Chun had escaped. This made the Wind Bladesman very angry. He had come here for the golden core. Now that the golden core had been taken away by Fang Chun, he could not let Fang Chun go no matter what. The Wind Bladesman sent a message to the inn, telling all the cultivators to give up looking for the golden mice and focus on finding Fang Chun. Furthermore, he directly copied Fang Chun's portrait. "Brat, you can't escape," the Wind Bladesman said sinisterly. Outside the mountain range, in the inn, a burly man was leisurely enjoying life. Suddenly, his communication jade pendant rang. He picked it up and heard the Wind Bladesman's voice. Then, his expression changed drastically. "What's wrong?" Old Chow asked hastily. "Master wants us to stop looking for the golden mice and focus on finding this person," said the burly man. The burly man said in a low voice. At the same time, an illusory figure appeared in the jade token. Isn't this the cultivator I tricked into drinking the dragon eye wine? Why does Master want us to focus on killing him?" asked Old Chow. "Could it be that this brat found the golden mice and obtained the golden core?" muttered the burly man. Not long after, all the martial artists were gathered in the inn. The burly man looked around at everyone and then gave each of them a pill. "Everyone, starting today, you don't need to look for the golden mice." Yes. Everyone was puzzled. "Starting today, focus on finding this cultivator. As long as you can find him, you can regain your freedom," said the burly man. At the same time, a portrait of Fang Chun appeared in the air. Everyone memorized this portrait and then entered the mountain range one by one. To them, looking for the golden mice was the same as looking for this cultivator. As long as they could regain their freedom, Of course, they did not know that the owner of the inn had been controlled by the Yellow Spring sect. They were actually working for the Yellow Spring sect. One day later, all the cultivators who had been threatened were searching the entire mountain range for Fang Chun. At a certain moment, Fang Chun met a cultivator at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. Yes, isn't this the cultivator in the portrait? Seeing this, the cultivator's face was filled with an excited smile. Immediately, he launched a fierce attack on Fang Chun. Fang Chun easily subdued this cultivator. From this cultivator, he learned that all the cultivators who had entered the mountain range were looking for him. This caused his face to become extremely gloomy. "Brother, please let me go. I was forced to capture you because I had no other choice," the cultivator begged in a low voice with a bitter look on his face. "I can let you go, but you have to help me spread the news," said Fang Chun. "What news?" The cultivator's face was filled with joy. "The owner of the inn is the Wind Swordsman. In fact, this Wind Swordsman has already pledged allegiance to the Yellow Spring sect." "You are working for the Yellow Spring sect," said Fang Chun. "How is that possible?" The cultivator did not believe it. "You just need to do as I say," said Fang Chun. The cultivator nodded and left. In less than a day, the news that the Wind Swordsman was the owner of the inn and had pledged allegiance to the Yellow Spring sect spread throughout the mountain range. All the cultivators heard about this. At first, no one believed it. However, as time passed, some people began to believe it. The Wind Swordsman is a righteous person. Why would he do such a thing? Could it be that someone is deliberately smearing the Wind Swordsman's name? There must be a reason for this. Why is it the Wind Swordsman and not someone else? If the Wind Swordsman is really the owner of the inn and has pledged allegiance to the Yellow Spring sect, then what we are doing is no different from betraying humanity. Betraying humanity was a great crime that they could not bear. Chapter 705. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, you will need to refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 706. The path of martial arts was a path that defied the natural order. Therefore, many martial artists were indifferent to life and death. However, there were also some martial artists who placed too much importance on their own life and death. It was undeniable that every martial artist was thinking for themselves. This was human nature. No one could change it, not even Fang Chun. Before news of the Wind Swordsman and the Yellow Spring sect spread, all the martial artists were threatened by the poison and could only do their best to help the inn find the golden rat. At that time, they cared a lot about their own lives. As long as they could regain their freedom, they would do anything. However, after hearing that the owner of the inn was the Wind Swordsman and had pledged allegiance to the Yellow Spring sect, these martial artists all rebelled. That's right, they rebelled. The Yellow Spring sect was the enemy of the entire ancient sword continent. Every martial artist hated the Yellow Spring sect from the bottom of their hearts. Every martial artist who was associated with the Yellow Spring sect was seen as a traitor to humanity. If they were betraying someone, these martial artists would not care at all. However, betraying humanity was absolutely intolerable. Once the outside world knew that they were working for the Yellow Spring sect, such a crime was not something they could bear. Not only would they die, but their entire families would be implicated as well. Moreover, their names would forever bear infamy, and they would become the sinners of the entire human race. They could not imagine having to bear infamy. Even if some of their descendants were lucky enough to survive, they would be struggling at death's door. This feeling was very unpleasant. Therefore, after learning that the Wind Swordsman had pledged allegiance to the Yellow Spring sect, these martial artists gathered together regardless of whether it was true or not. They wanted to seek an explanation from the person in charge of the inn. In just a day's time, about 100 martial artists gathered together. With a martial artist at the peak of the third-level spiritual vortex realm leading the way, they left the mountain range and came to the inn. At this moment, in the inn, the burly man and old Chow were pacing back and forth anxiously. They were thinking of a way to capture the boy that their master wanted them to capture. Is there still no news? Old Chow stopped in his tracks and glanced at the burly man. He asked in a low voice. The burly man shook his head slightly and said, "There is no news back." When the burly man spoke, his face was filled with helplessness. His master had given him a death order. If he could not capture the boy, he was to bring his head to his master. Damn it! The burly man couldn't help but curse in his heart. He wished he could skin Fong Chen alive. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside the inn. The burly man was startled and immediately opened the door. Suddenly, hundreds of warriors appeared in front of the inn. "What are you doing?" The burly man walked out with Old Chow and asked unhappily. "We want to know if the master of this tavern is the Wind Bladesman, and if he has pledged allegiance to the Yellow Spring sect," the leader of the group said coldly. "That's right. I'd rather die than work for the remnants of Yellow Spring's sect. Have the owner of the inn come out. We want to confront him face to face. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect are too arrogant. They actually dare to openly appear in the Five Elements province." Many cultivators roared with righteous indignation. The burly man's face darkened when he heard this. He said coldly, "Where did you hear this from?" "Humph, what a bunch of nonsense," Old Chow said coldly. Old Chow and the burly man were actually the subordinates of the Wind Bladesman. In the eyes of the Wind Bladesman, they were also puppets. Even now, Old Chow and the burly man still didn't know the true identity of the owner of the inn. They only knew that the owner of the inn was abnormally strong. Yes or no, just have the owner of the inn come out and confront him face to face, the leader of the group roared. There was an uproar in front of the inn. Countless cultivators were shouting. The burly man and Old Chow had tried to use poison to threaten them. However, not only was it ineffective, but it also infuriated these cultivators. "Since the owner of the inn won't come out, then we'll kill you and force him to come out," the leader of the group said. Just as the leading ancient martial art practitioner finished speaking, over 100 Spirit Vortex Realm ancient martial art practitioners launched a fierce attack and surrounded the burly man and Old Chow. The two of them exchanged glances and then shouted, "Stop! Do you not want to live anymore?" PFFF. As the burly man spoke, the attacks of countless cultivators landed on the bodies of Old Chow and the burly man, causing the two of them to continuously retreat. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were covered in blood. "Kill these two lackeys!" a cultivator roared. Under the siege of so many cultivators, the burly man and Old Chow simply couldn't resist. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, they were both killed by these cultivators. After killing the burly man and Old Chow, these cultivators charged into the inn and searched for the owner of the inn. It was at this moment that the Wind Bladesman came out of the mountain range. He searched for a while but couldn't find Fong Chen, so he returned to deploy his troop. No matter what, Fong Chen would definitely not be able to escape from this mountain range. However, just as he came out, he suddenly discovered the burly man and Old Chow lying in a pool of blood outside the inn. Damn it! The Wind Bladesman couldn't help cursing. Then, he waved his hand and a wind blade instantly shot out. PFFF. This wind blade carried boundless power as it shot into the inn. Several cultivators couldn't dodge in time and were struck by this wind blade, instantly dying. Bang! When this wind blade passed through the bodies of a few martialists, it finally dissipated into the void. The martialists' eyes were filled with fear. "Who is it?" the leading cultivator roared. "Do you want to die?" The Wind Bladesman's face was gloomy as he stepped into the inn. He looked around at everyone, his body emitting a terrifying killing intent. "Who are you?" the leading cultivator asked. "I am the Wind Bladesman you are looking for," the Wind Bladesman said sinisterly. "You are the Wind Bladesman?" The leading cultivator was clearly surprised. "Have you already pledged allegiance to the Yellow Spring sect?" a cultivator asked. "Humph, you will know the answer in a moment," the Wind Bladesman said sinisterly. In the next moment, the bladesman in the wind took out a flute and placed it next to his mouth. A strange sound came from the flute. When these strange sounds entered everyone's ears, they felt as if there were insects wriggling in their bodies. Ah! These cultivators let out miserable cries as their bodies ached. You still want to live after being poisoned by my goo, the wind bladesman laughed sinisterly. While the wind bladesman was killing these cultivators, Fang Chen was quickly fleeing through the mountain range. This mountain range was too big. Even with Fang Chen's speed, he wouldn't be able to escape in a short amount of time. However, there weren't any threats for now. The wind bladesman had long since disappeared. Let's rest for a while. After finding a secluded place, Fang Chen gasped for breath and said softly. Then Fang Chen sat down cross-legged. The little mouse appeared on his shoulder and asked, "Boss, where's that golden core?" Fang Chen was startled. Only now did he remember the golden core. He immediately took it out of his spatial ring. The golden core was only the size of a thumb, but the concept of metal contained within it was too large. It shocked Fang Chen. How can the concept of metal within this golden core be so dense? Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Holding the golden core, the surrounding concept of metal frantically poured into Fang Chen's body. At this moment, the golden core rapidly beat, as if it was absorbing the concept of metal within the golden core. Boss, this golden core contains boundless concept of metal. Swallow it. Perhaps you'll be able to comprehend the concept of metal, the little mouse said as he stared at the golden core. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before nodding his head. After which, he swallowed the golden pill. When the golden core entered his stomach, the golden core began to beat even faster. At this moment, the concept of metal within the golden core instantly surged out and filled Fang Chen's entire body. So strong! Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Shortly after, the metal attribute aura appeared in his mind. Just like when he was cultivating on the metal peak, the metal attribute aura constantly revolved in Fang Chen's mind. His body was rapidly absorbing the concept of metal within the golden core. Metal, sharp, domineering. Time passed by slowly. Fang Chen was still comprehending the concept of metal. As mentioned before, Fang Chen needed an opportunity to completely comprehend the concept of metal. And this golden core was an opportunity. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After 6 hours, the golden core completely disappeared and was replaced by a dense concept of metal. At this moment, all the concept of metal within Fang Chen's body surged into his mind. In the next moment, there was a rumbling sound in Fang Chen's mind. Whoosh! Fang Chen's body emitted a dazzling golden light. His entire body was filled with a dense concept of metal. At this moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes. His face was filled with joy. Concept of metal. Fang Chen's mind moved. The concept of metal around his body constantly changed. After swallowing the golden core, Fang Chen successfully comprehended the concept of metal. He was very excited. It is indeed the concept of metal. Fang Chen slightly activated the concept of metal. He could feel the sharp and domineering aura contained within the concept of metal. Among the 5 elements, the concept of metal had the strongest offensive power. It was known for its sharp and domineering aura. Fang Chen could also feel that after successfully comprehending the concept of metal, his strength seemed to have increased a lot. I can finally cultivate the metal sword technique, Fang Chen thought to himself. However, this mountain range wasn't a place to cultivate. He would think about it when he reached the mortal kingdom. After that, Fang Chen left with the little mouse. Fang Chen didn't know that because of the news he spread, hundreds of warriors were struggling on the verge of death. The swordsman in the wind didn't intend to let them go. He was prepared to kill them all. Let's join forces and kill him, the leading warrior roared. In the entire inn, many warriors had already fallen. If they didn't join forces, they would all die here.